you please find your seats. If we could please find our seats. Good morning once again and welcome. My name is Jared Linneman. I'm with FERC's Security and Safety Team. Just want to do a little briefing on some security items before we get started. First of all, most importantly, restrooms out the doors you came in, just around to the left. If there is a need for an evacuation, we will go out the doors you came in, through the glass double doors, over to the True Hotel. If that route is blocked, our secondary route will be through these wood double doors and through a set of steel doors right after those. We will take a right, go out, and be by the Cracker Barrel. If we do have an evacuation, please go to those assembly areas and do not leave. We are going to use our registration check leads to make sure that we have everybody as much as possible. Once again, thank you and welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Burns. I am with the Commission's Office of Energy Policy and Innovation. We're happy to be joined by all of you here today in New England. Before I turn it over to Chairman Phillips for his opening remarks, I just want to provide a brief roadmap for the day. We'll have 3 presentations, 4 panels, and a closing roundtable with a break after the second and third panels. During these, only the chairman, commissioners, panelists, presenters, state representatives, and a small group of commission staff will have speaking roles. This conference is being webcast and transcribed, and a recording will be available for future viewing. The goal and purpose of this conference is to discuss possible solutions to the electricity and natural gas challenges facing the New England region. Just a reminder regarding our rules on our ex parte communications. We will not discuss the specific details of any pending contested proceedings before the Commission, including those listed on the supplemental notice issued on June 13th. We ask that all participants similarly refrain from such discussion. If anyone engages in these kinds of discussions, one of my colleagues at this table will interrupt the discussion to ask the speaker to avoid the topic. With that out of the way, I turn it over to Chairman Phillips for his opening remarks.
Thank you. Hello, everybody, and good morning. And welcome to the second New England Winter Gas Electric Forum in beautiful Portland, Maine. I want to thank the many panelists appearing here today for their time and contributions to this forum, and also want to thank my colleagues for their interest in and dedication to addressing critical issues regarding New England resource adequacy. And a special thanks to David Burns, who has led our great staff's effort to conduct outreach with New England states and stakeholders. These are not new issues. Winter after winter, we are warned about the reliability risk to New England and the potential for life-threatening blackouts when natural gas pipelines are constrained and energy demand is high. We also know that New England has some of the highest electricity rates in the country, and with the ripple effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine impacting global LNG and natural gas prices, we brace ourselves for utility bills, which are already high, to soar even higher. And while FERC is resource neutral, I also want to acknowledge that states have their own policy objectives and are working toward achieving their clean energy goals. But for the near term, it is clear that New England remains reliant on natural gas and needs LNG, as well as oil, during extreme weather and the gas system is constrained, when the gas system is constrained. This infrastructure problem only gets more difficult as demand increases on both the electric and gas systems. So we know that infrastructure is needed now, and more will be needed in the coming years. To this end, FERC is focused on interconnection reform, transmission reform, and expediting permitting processes. But we can and must explore what other options we can collectively pursue in the near term, and how to overcome any barriers to implementing these solutions. Additionally, our markets need to provide the correct incentives and price signals for all types of resources. I know these challenges are complicated and solutions difficult, that the problems are cross-product both gas and electric, and cross-jurisdictional, both state and federal. And to be clear, no one entity can solve these issues alone, and there is no singular solution to winter reliability. And so it is critical that we coordinate closely with all relevant stakeholders to address the challenges ahead. To put it another way, we must come together, state officials and regulators, utilities, ISO, if we have any hope to put this region on a reliable, affordable, and sustainable path forward. That means today, we stop talking as if we are disconnected entities and start collectively identifying actionable next steps and solutions, both in the near term and for the future. People are counting on us. Let's not let them down. With that, I turn to my colleagues for their opening statements. Commissioner Danley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have anything as an opening statement other than to say I'll be interested to hear what people have to present to us today, and I'm rather skeptical. Thanks.
Just in general?
In general, yes.
Yep. Good morning. It's nice to see you all. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to be here, especially our state colleagues. It's nice to see you all, and thanks to staff for putting together. This is a lot of work, especially when we're not at home. I agree with everything the chairman said. I will just add a little bit from some more specifics relative to the studies we've been engaging in. I'm encouraged that between our last meeting and this meeting that the ISO has engaged in analysis around the winter 24-25. And I think it's important to get some clarity around this electric system risk. We now have probabilities and sensitivities to evaluate. And I hope today's discussion will be based in the consideration of next steps will be based in the fact that we have that data out there. I think this morning, with all of this information we've had to digest, not only the near-term study, but also the EPRI 2027 studies and the impending steps there, it's really important that we get panelists' perspectives on what concerns remain, if any, related to these studies. And I think from an electric systems perspective, sorry, I'm trying to talk and the coffee is just not kicked in yet this morning, but from an electric systems perspective, I think the EPRI ISO study is really comprehensive and provides key parameters to consider, and the resulting low odds of load shedding are encouraging. The ISO, however, notes itself that it is not equipped to assess the gas system effects without Everett, because only the pipelines and the LDCs can speak to that. And Mr. Levitan, perhaps. It said the study assumes the operational performance of the regional pipeline system is not impacted. So I want to hear, I hope we all want to hear this morning, are there other concerns related to that side of the coin that will have impact for the reliability of the bulk electric system? This is the morning to have that conversation. Let's get any specific concerns out there and try and work through them so that we can go forward kind of with a consensus across stakeholders and jurisdictions. For this afternoon, we have time to think longer term, and I have three things that have come to mind. One is, I've talked about the need to consider a prompt in our seasonal auction structure. The ISO has put forward this idea. Perhaps it can bring benefits based on the market changes, based on lessons learned in operating the markets over the last decade. So tell me more about the value proposition there. The gas fleet's going to remain integral for the foreseeable future, but I'm increasingly hearing about the challenges related to the gas-electric coordination the chairman mentioned, and how it will grow as the gas fleet is asked to perform differently as the system needs change. And so how do we get out in front of this challenge? What's the next step on this region's gas-electric coordination challenges? And then finally, what is the untapped potential for flexibility? We have a more sophisticated commitment and dispatch of may we have a more sophisticated dispatch of limited duration resources? Do these studies give us better information to inform demand response and energy efficiency decisions and programs that the states are responsible for, and what else do we need there to try and optimize system flexibility. So those are the lots of things I'm thinking about today, and I really look forward to the conversation. Thanks.
Commissioner?
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm always glad to be back in Maine. Frustrating thing, I'm close to Belfast, but not going to be there for the next week, which I'd like to be. My favorite place on the East Coast. I want to thank everybody for coming out, and in particular, thank everybody for all the prep that you did. Getting ready for these things is not easy. It's not something that people just walk in and start doing. So I know there's a lot of work. Really appreciate all the effort from all the speakers we're going to hear today, getting ready, as well as staff getting the logistics of this event. Great to see some state regulators here today. Phil Bartlett, chair of the Maine Commission, Riley Allen, good friend from Vermont. I've said many, many times, at the end of the day, it's the states who decide what generating units get built and which ones get retired. Reconciling those policies with the engineering realities of keeping the lights on is the big challenge that not only New England, but really across the country we have. So I look forward to hearing today from speakers about how we're going to reconcile those challenges and fulfill the state's legitimate desires to have the mix that they want. So with that, I'll sit back and I want to listen to all the great speakers that we have lined up today. And thank you all again for all the prep work, all the hard work getting ready for this, and for coming out and taking a whole day to give us the benefit of your views. Thank you.
And thank you, commissioners, for your opening remarks. We are now ready to move to our opening presentations.
We'll now begin with the opening presentations. The first presentation will be given by Stephen George from ISO New England, discussing winters 2023, 2024, and 2024-2025, and the role of Everett. Following Stephen's presentation, the second presentation will be given by Richard Levitan of Levitan and Associates, explaining Everett's physical capabilities and its impact on the electric and natural gas systems in New England. Each presentation will be 15 minutes. Following these presentations, we'll begin with panel 1, should Everett be retained, and if so, how? Mr. George?
Thank you, and good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, state commissioners, New England stakeholders, FERC staff, Mr. Levitan to my left here. Good morning to everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today to have a chance to share our views on these important discussions and be part of the conversation. I'd like to get started today by giving a review of our assessment of the upcoming winters of 2023-2024, as well as 24-25, and conclude with some thoughts on the Everett Marine Terminal facility. I'd like to start with a review of 4 key takeaways, and then I'll cover these in a little bit more detail as we go. I think it's clear as the system evolves, both on the generation side, the demand side, and at the same time as the weather continues to change and become more extreme, we see that the region's risk profile in terms of energy adequacy also evolves along with that, with all those things that are changing simultaneously. ISO's assessment of the next 2 winters shows limited exposure to energy shortfalls in the context of this evolving system. This does not mean that the risk is gone. This means, in the context of the evolving system, that we actually need to be more vigilant and continue to enhance our ability to assess energy adequacy as the system evolves. We know that, as has been the case in the past, the region continues to be reliant on stored fuels in the near term, both LNG and fuel oil, and it's really replenishment of those stored fuels that's going to get us through the really cold times this winter, and I think you'll see that in our presentation this morning and the EPRI presentation in a little bit. Finally, in terms of Everett, though our near-term assessment of the next 2 winters does not show the need to retain Everett for electric system reliability, we all know that there's several qualitative or resilience type factors that need to be part of the discussion in determining the long-term plans for the Everett facility, and I'll touch on that more as we go on. I'll note that I'm not going to cover every slide in the deck, but only just a few in the interest of keeping to my 15-minute time limit. In terms of the evolving resource mix, I think most notable is the change with respect to behind the meter or even in front of the meter solar in New England. From starting in January of 2010, when we had roughly close to zero behind the meter PV, to the end of last year where we had roughly 5,500 megawatts of PV, and looking ahead to a projection of adding 700 megawatts per year of PV through 2032, we start to think about the impact of that PV on our energy adequacy situation. Our assessment is that over a typical winter season, 700 megawatts of PV that we're adding each year is roughly the energy equivalent of 7 to 10 million gallons of oil or 1 to 1.5 BCF of natural gas. So the impact is clear. Along with our near-term expectations for PV and the expectation for offshore wind growth beginning later this year and into next year, combined with expectations for limited demand growth in the near term, all these things come together to inform our analysis of the next 2 winters. As I mentioned at the outset, the region remains reliant on natural gas, as the chairman mentioned in his opening remarks. We know that when natural gas pipelines become constrained in the cold weather, we turn to fuel oil and we turn to LNG. LNG from our facilities in the east and fuel oil from our vast fuel oil generating capability that exists throughout New England. We know that when we get into conditions where these stored fuels are rapidly depleted, that's when the system is at its most risk. We saw this in the winter of 17-18, and it's in that context that we think about how our energy adequacy risk is going to evolve over time. As I mentioned, it's replenishment that becomes critical, not just of LNG, but of fuel oil, and that's what's going to get us through the severe cold weather snaps. Before I turn to results of the 23-24 and 24-25 winter assessments, I'd like to spend a minute speaking about our expectations for the next 2 winters and preparation activities that take place throughout the region, really every winter. Looking ahead to the upcoming winter, we know that the cost of service agreement for Mystic 8 and 9 continues for 1 more year through June 1 of next year. We also know that the inventoried energy program goes into effect this year for the next 2 winters, which we expect to bring an incremental amount of 3 BCF of LNG and about 10 million gallons of fuel oil. In addition to those 2 programs, we know that starting this winter, we anticipate roughly 500 megawatts of additional dual fuel generating capability in the region, which provides significant backup to the generation fleet when we come upon constrained natural gas pipelines. In terms of preparation, we have 1 bullet here on the slide that generally speaks to the robust communication protocols, which really doesn't provide a full picture of what goes on in New England to get ready for a winter. Winter preparations in New England are actually ongoing all year, as we all know, as we've come to learn over the past few years. It's a 24/7, 365 job getting ready for cold weather in New England, and we take that seriously. Just this past week, we got an update from the FERC-NERC team that's working on the joint investigation of Winter Storm Elliott, and we're once again reminded of the recommendations from previous reports that are still to be implemented in some regions. In New England, our experience is that we take these recommendations seriously, we act on them, and they're an important facet of our preparation for the winter. A couple of things I'd like to highlight in that regard. One is our natural gas electric coordination in New England. It's second to none. We really invented it in New England only by necessity, and that's not to boast, and that was done in close coordination with the natural gas pipelines in the region, and that work is ongoing year-round, and and is immensely critical to our success in the winter. I'd also like to highlight ISO's 21-day energy forecast, which should not be forgotten in terms of how we see and react and prepare for potential energy emergencies. This tool, put into place after 2017-18's winter that we all remember, is what we're going to rely on to alert the region, to alert FERC and NERC, the states, of a potential energy shortfall, which is going to be the prompt for us all to take the actions we need to take to minimize the potential for any energy shortfall to ever occur. So we can't underestimate the power of that tool and the reports that we put out every week throughout the winter and more frequently as needed. So those preparation activities and our expectations for the next winters give some context to our winter scenario analysis. You may recall that for a number of years, actually, we've discussed our winter preparations and expectations in terms of a mild, moderate, and severe winter. Mild is your typical winter. Think of it like the last couple winters that were relatively warm. And we don't highlight any results from a mild winter scenario this year, but we look at moderate, which is modeled after our winter 2017-18 winter, which overall was a mild winter, but featured a 2-week long cold stretch that we all remember and really was the genesis for a lot of the activities we're discussing today. The severe winter we model after the 2013-14, which overall was below normal in terms of temperature, but consisted of 6 cold snaps of 4 or more days in duration. And it has really been what we think about as sort of the worst case scenario winter from years past. For 23-24, our deterministic winter scenario analysis shows that under a moderate winter, we expect to have sufficient capacity and energy to meet peak loads and energy demands. And in a severe winter scenario, we expect capacity deficiency actions could be possible across just a few days, with energy shortfalls very unlikely. Turning to the ISO's 24-25 winter analysis, it's important to think about this in context a year and a half or so from now. In this context, we have Mystic 8 and 9 retired. We're still operating under an IEP paradigm for 1 more year. We've added an additional at least 700 megawatts of PV. We expect to have some operational offshore wind. And in terms of demand, we expect minimal growth between now and then. So in that context, in a moderate winter, we expect no energy shortfall in cases with Everett. And in cases without Everett, we expect that any shortfall will be fully mitigated with increased amounts of fuel oil inventory. Looking at a severe winter, similar to the moderate winter, we expect no energy shortfall in cases with Everett. And in cases without Everett, we expect that any potential energy shortfall would be mostly mitigated with increased fuel inventories, which I'll highlight on this chart. And to put this in context, given that on a cold day in New England, winter energy demand for that day is roughly 400,000 megawatt hours. We expect our estimated energy shortfall in a lower fuel oil inventory scenario to be roughly 0.6 to 1.8% of the daily energy across the 9 to 13 days where we'd expect to be at most risk. With regard to the Everett Marine Terminal, as we just described, the assessment for the winter 24-25 shows no need to retain Everett for electric system reliability. We are relying on the gas pipeline operators and LDCs to speak to the operation of the gas system and identify any operational concerns that would put generating stations at risk. Generally speaking, we've shared our concerns about the retirement of infrastructure, including Everett, before new infrastructure is in service. And given the variety of uncertainties that I discussed in the beginning of this presentation, including the uncertainties around the resource mix, potential for retirements, and significant load growth in the mid to long term, we believe that the region would be prudent to retain its limited gas infrastructure in that midterm time frame. That concludes my presentation this morning. I'll turn it over to Mr. Levitan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. Thank you very much for having me and my firm here today to share with you our perspective on a variety of strategic issues. I want to thank FERC staff for outstanding guidance and the continued heavy lift to make today possible. I'm here as an independent consultant. You may know that we do work for ISO New England, a variety of work streams. We've worked for other state commissions and trade associations throughout the region, but my comments today and my perspective is as an independent consultant. My job today is to help you visualize the world with and without the Everett Marine Terminal. So I will want to talk about the imperfect substitutability of alternative LNG import facilities and help you calibrate the risks associated with the potential loss of the facility. So I would like to start with the main points so that you can understand what the historic role of the facility has been and its strategic operational impact across the region. As I'm sure you know that the Mystic facility, which will retire next May, has the equivalent of firm transportation. Most, if the supermajority of other gas-fired generators throughout the region are non-firm shippers. They're relying on that which is left over after the LDCs have fulfilled their daily obligations. That means they're not firm, and to the extent that the Mystic facility is gone, there is, at least in theory, more deliverability from the Everett terminal to displace traditional flows from Marcellus or from Canada. That displacement capability is key operationally to help schedule gas-fired generation that is non-firm in nature. The marine terminal is a critical source of displacement services on Tennessee and Algonquin. There are roughly 12,000 megawatts of direct connected gas-fired generation on those two pipelines in southern New England. The Everett terminal is also a primary source of LNG to the myriad satellite tanks throughout the region. There are 30 some odd facilities, some of which, many of which actually don't turn throughout the heating season. But there are a myriad satellite tanks, smaller in nature, that turn multiple times. They need to be replenished. And the district gas facility is within spitting distance, you might say, to many of these locations. Alternative supplies from Quebec, Pennsylvania, not so much. It's important to recognize that the district gas Everett Marine Terminal is a key source of supply. It's instantaneous, it's non-ratable, it comes in the back end of the system. So that instantaneity provides the pipelines with a source of ancillary services. I like to think of the import facility as being an ancillary service machine. In electric terms, it's providing AGC, automatic generation control, or 10-minute spin. There aren't any other alternatives for that in the region. So that instantaneity and non-ratable supply is critical in terms of the generator's ability to ramp in the morning during the cold snap or during the heating season, and also in the evening. We have been surprised to observe that many of these generators are not actually taking ratably 1/24th of their daily quantity each day, and that is made possible by the operation of the import facility providing back-end services. Another key point is that global procurement logistics in tight markets as a result of the war require supply arrangements a year or a large portion of that year in advance. There's no Amazon.com, providing overnight services. There is no way to get LNG from Trinidad or Africa to the import facilities, whether it's St. John or the buoy submersible system or Everett, without scheduling it in advance and committing to a schedule that requires on-time delivery. I have mentioned previously that the loss of Mystic, which is 75 or 80% of the annual volumes that are imported, will leave the LDCs and the generators with the fixed cost of operating the import facility. Let's round that to $60 million. Also, part of a standalone import facility would be the cost of bringing the vessels in at Dutch transfer prices, which reflect worldwide global willingness to pay. So that is another very big cost at $20 or $30 a million BTUs. Let's just use $20 as an example. With each vessel being approximately 3 BCF, you can do the math. It's something like $60 million per tanker. 4 tankers per season would be $240 million. And then on top of that, we need to recognize that a standalone import facility where the fixed costs are allocable to the benefited counterparties would involve tank management charges. There are times, if there aren't heating degree days that are large, that there has to be a mechanism to bring the next vessel in. So those tank management charges are not insignificant and need to be recognized if there is to be deals cut to keep a standalone import facility viable. Lastly, I want to mention that from my perspective, my firm's perspective, we don't see existing wholesale power prices and the market paradigm on the electric side providing an orderly mechanism to incent generators to enter into the types of arrangements that would anchor a standalone facility. So those are the main points. I want to reinforce some of those. I'm going to skip over a lot of these panels, but I want to provide a satellite image of what the facility is capable of doing. I've already mentioned the pressure support on Algonquin in Tennessee, it being instantaneous and non-ratable. I've mentioned the liquids to the satellite tanks. What you see here is what you get, 3.4 BCF of total storage capacity. This is New England's Leidy, Ellisburg, Oakford. We don't have any underground storage. So this is the import facility that energizes the 30-some-odd tanks, at least those that don't have on-site liquefaction capability. There's a tremendous lot that can be got through vaporization services. And it's important to recognize that on top of service to Mystic, Algonquin, Tennessee, there is, of course, service to the local utility, National Grid. In looking at liquids, and the presentation does provide some emphasis on liquids, you'll see on the right-hand side of this graph that there's, in mild years with moderate heating degree days, something like 2 BCF in annual send-out to the satellite tanks. But if you look on the left-hand side, there have been years where it's like 10 BCF or greater. So I don't think we can underestimate the critical importance in terms of gas resilience that the Everett facility plays in providing quick, orderly refill to the satellite tanks. It's also important to recognize that those satellite tanks are earmarked for gas resilience at the local level. It has nothing to do, or little to do, with electric system resilience. The inventories that are maintained at the myriad satellite tanks are for local system pressure during cold snaps to bolster the deliverability from Algonquin, Tennessee, Iroquois, and the like. I apologize for the use of Sharpies here. The triangles are the many satellite tanks. The pipelines are shown here as well. And what you don't see is the fact that we go into the heating season really strained to begin with. These pipelines, in terms of the orderly flow from Marcellus, from the Gulf Coast, from Canada, they're all tight. We go into the season with critical notices and with flow day alerts a majority of the 141 days during the heating season. So it's tight, and that's with the import facility providing that critical instantaneous back-end flow, which provides displacement services that course through Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. So it's tight as a starting point. I don't want to spend too much time on trucking operations. It is featured here. Point is that the import facility is close, like 30 minutes to a couple of hours to all of the facilities throughout the region. Yes, there are alternate ways to truck LNG from Quebec or from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, but that's 5 to 7 hours under relatively ideal driving conditions. And we all know here in New England that that's not necessarily the case during the middle of the heating season. So hazardous conditions or problems at the border crossing could add time. Could be staged, can be replenished through staging and phasing a convoy of trucks that are parked to replenish. But from my perspective, it's a bit of a wild card. We don't know how hard that alternative supply chain is. With the assistance of Enerhere, a GasMet affiliate in Quebec, there's some dots here that show the location of all the tanks. And the large ones in black are the ones that are 1 BCF holders or larger that basically don't get replenished. They zealously manage their inventory, so in the event Mother Nature throws a hissy fit in early March, there's enough spare inventory to safeguard local protection at the system level, the LDC system level. Again, none of this is particularly useful for electric system resilience. But you can see many other tanks here. We've identified the location in terms of the mileage from the alternative supply chains to the satellite tanks. I won't dwell on this. I want to move to history here. There's a lot of information, too much to get into. I'm sure your staff has studied this. Please don't squint to identify the amount of gas from the import facility that's going into Algonquin and Tennessee during cold snaps. But if you look on the left-hand side, you can see that the volumes have been relatively trivial during the last couple of heating seasons. And on the right-hand side is a more historic perspective. So we sorted that in this graph, which I think is the more important one. It shows the quantity into the two pipelines that matter most in southern New England. And you can see that when you're looking at HDDs of 55 or greater, and 55 HDDs is like an average of 10 degrees Fahrenheit, there have been 22 days since 2014, and there have been substantial deliveries into both pipelines on those days. The numbers speak for themselves. The max send-out has been 465 MDTH, including send-out to Mystic. But during the polar vortex, there was like 1.5 BCF during that 5-day period that was sent out to the pipelines and to Mystic. And during the Arctic outbreak in late December and early 2017, early 2018, there was over 4 BCF. So this is basically the insurance that is helping to safeguard both gas and electric resilience on extremely cold days. So is it time for decision, or is a non-decision a decision? Surely there are significant costs for a reliability must-run type arrangement for a standalone district gas facility. Can we reasonably bank on imperfect substitutes from St. John or from the buoy submersible system in a world without district gas? I don't know. St. John has to compete in world markets as well. They are not philanthropic. Therefore, there must be contract formation to backstop their willingness to commit in northern New England. Repsol has obligations in Europe and in South America. Europe, of course, for obvious reasons, is a can't-miss market. If they were delivering in a world without district gas, it is likely but not certain that the fleet of generators in northern New England would be siphoning off flow and pressure along the way, meeting ISO's call in the day ahead in the real-time market. So the quantities that flow south to the terminus at Beverly and Dracut would not be necessarily close to the 0.8 BCF that represents the St. John entitlement flowing south to Maritimes and Northeast. Another quick comment on that. It does sound that St. John is a bit of a hike. You know, it's 400 miles away, but not really, because they're perfectly capable, being so smart with a risk desk, in reading the meteorological outlook, packing the pipe so that the gas is basically there at the terminus of the system the next morning when gas scheduling is completed. Dracut is 30 miles from southern New England, not 430 miles. So I think that it's important to recognize that they're capable of providing a seasonal service. But on those days when they would be delivering at max quantity at the terminus of the system, those would be the very same days that district gas would otherwise be dispatching. So as far as incrementality, it's hard to say that there would be any additional flow. The buoy submersible system that Accelerate operates and owns is a bit of a wild card. We've only, after all, had 5 shipments over the last 15 years. They, too, would require contract formation. Thus far, not much evidence that both Genco and LDCs are willing to step up under the type of remunerative arrangements that would put those call options in the black. So we don't really know. In regard to mitigation on the electric side, as Stephen has said, it would appear that oil inventory is the answer. DFO, not so much residual fuel oil. On the gas side, the alternatives turn on St. John and the buoy submersible system. So in closing, because you've asked the question, do we need the Everett Marine Terminal or not? I hate to disappoint you, but I think the answer is, I don't know. And I would say that we don't need it, probably don't need it, if we get mild temperatures winter season after winter season, if we don't get back-to-back cold snaps or a particularly long cold snap, which would impair the ability of dual-fuel capable generators to scramble to refill their distillate fuel oil inventory. It's one thing to have a cold snap for 3 or 4 days and then wait 2 weeks for the next one. It's another thing if it's an extended one or back-to-back. I'm not worried about the first cold snap. It's the back-to-back, the second one, that triggers jeopardy. If nothing breaks in terms of both gas infrastructure into the region or within the region, loss of a compressor station, a pipeline that is constrained, a segment, of critical significance into the region. If we don't see a breakdown in electric infrastructure, in particular the loss of hydro from Quebec, the potential constraint or trip of a nuclear power plant. There are 3 that typically operate reliably during the critical heating season. If the St. John facility or the Accelerate buoy submersible system operate reliably, and there are contracts that are formed to welcome timely arrival. And finally, if the trucks on the region's highway system emanating from Quebec and or Pennsylvania arrive on time. It's a lot of ifs. But at the end of the day, the question is, what's the price of the insurance? And how much does this region want to pay? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Stephen and Richard. We'll now begin panel 1. Welcome our panelists to join us. Panelists include Carrie Allen, Senior Vice President and Deputy General Counsel, Regulatory Policy, Constellation. Vamsi Chadha-Lavada, Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer, ISO New England. Charles Dickerson, President and CEO, Northeast Power Coordinating Council. Dan Dolan, President, New England Power Generators Association. James Holodak Jr., Vice President, Energy Supply, National Grid. Richard Levitan, President, Levitan and Associates. Robert Neustetter, Director of Regulatory Affairs, Repsol. And Ernesto Ochoa, Vice President of Commercial, Kinder Morgan. As a reminder to our panelists regarding ex parte communications, we will not discuss the specific details of any pending contested proceedings before the Commission. We ask that all participants refrain from such discussion. If anyone engages in these kinds of discussions, we will interrupt the conversation. We have a timer here to limit responses to 3 minutes. The goal is to not hear it beep. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, David, and welcome to our new panelists. So my first question goes to ISO New England, Vamsi. So we were here last August, and the message was slightly different. Some would say almost dramatically different. That in the problem statement, it was, we got some confusion in the front. We're all good. So the problem statement last August, it was sort of laid out that we must retain Everett in order to maintain the reliability of the system here in New England. Today, with some big ifs, we see that there's potentially a different path. Can you unpack for us a little bit more, in your view, what has changed in the past 10 months?
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, Commissioners. Glad to be here today. So the ISO, since last September, has undertaken this extensive work to try to model the analytics and the quantitative side. When we expressed our concerns, they were based on the qualitative assessments that we had made for a period of time now about how retirements, the pace of new entry, and the demand growth may not be well aligned. And so it could lead to choppy waters if, for example, the pace of retirements and demand growth offsets the pace of new entry. And so it was from that context that we're talking about the need for Everett and really the need for infrastructure that's somewhat constrained and limited in New England. But as we went through our analytics, what really surprised us was to see the impact of the PV installation on reducing the energy requirements for New England over a period of time. It's not a spot analysis of maybe a single day, but over a 21-day or a 90-day time frame, there's a substantial reduction in what the energy that needs to be served has been. We've also seen some additional supply side increases that have come along, and we've seen the demand really be flat, and the retirements have not sort of been what we thought they could be. So it's the totality of those factors that really have sort of led us to evolve a little bit. And lastly, also a recognition that forward price signals in a market are critical. And so the more the ISO intervenes and impacts those forward price signals, it's to the detriment of the aggregate performance of the market. And then Equally importantly, the logistics. We have an increased confidence level in the logistics because of the assessments that we've done over the past several months, the sophistication that we built into our analytics and into our platform. We are confident now that not only is the ISO better positioned to respond to these sorts of contingencies, but also equally importantly to give the market the signal that it needs and to be able to work with the federal and state agencies. And the last point, which is to emphasize, this is not sort of an expectation that this risk is going to be static over the next period of time. This is a near look for the next 4 to 5 years. The uncertainties beyond the 5-year time frame could show up in much the wrong way. And so we would therefore recommend that it's prudent from a resilience standpoint for the retention of Everett as an example. But at this point in time, if the question is, can the ISO make a clear and convincing need for Everett in the near term, the answer is we cannot.
So you mentioned this briefly in your discussion, in your answer, but I want to drill down a little bit. What I'm hearing, and help me out, is that you're saying that you're confident in the assumptions in the study, that from the supply side and the demand side, I mean, on the supply side, LNG is going to be able to fill the gap if there's an issue, and on the demand side, that you're confident that growth will remain flat. Is that what I'm hearing?
Chairman, yes. And I know our panelists will have differing opinions, and at some point I'd like to be able to respond, but yes, we are confident in the assumptions that we made. There's no guarantee, but our assumptions are based on actual facts and observations and experience.
You're not going to have to wait long to find out.
That is true. I'm looking forward to that, Chairman.
We're going to start with Constellation, Ms. Allen.
Here we go. Thank you for the opportunity to be here again and to speak about the value of the marine terminal. Our view, based on our experience, what we see as operator of the facility, is that Everett is needed, but you don't need to take Mystics or Constellation's word for it. You can talk to and hear from, and I imagine you will, the LDCs who operate in the area, who are the true experts as to the reliability of the system, and the pipelines as well. What I'm hearing is less confidence than what my neighbor Vamsi has with respect to that. And I think even ISO New England will say that their study was predicated on the assumption of a reliable gas system. So the question really is what to do with the facility. And I'll just make one other comment while I have the mic, which is, as I read through the comments for this, pre-filed comments for this proceeding, there were a lot of comments that talked about the need to avoid out-of-market solutions to retain the facility and, based on the Mystic experience. To be very clear, that is a straw dog that Constellation is not advocating for. We are not advocating for an out-of-market solution. We are looking to see whether there is sufficient bilateral contract support for the facility.
Thank you. Mr. Dixon, it's good to see you outside of the airport for once. Usually we're passing each other in the airport. I'd like to hear your comments.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. I'll try to be brief. I was going to give the kind of overview of MPCC, but you have that in the documents that we filed. I will say that all of my comments are going to be provided through a very narrow lens because my organization is responsible for ensuring the reliability and energy security of the northeast part of the continent. I have perspectives around price and environmental, having worked in various areas of the utility space, but I was restricted to reliability. You've already heard from 2 panelists. You're going to hear from a number of others with different views. I will say very simplistically that it will take magnitudes more time to build something than it will to tear it down. And almost all the analysis that any of these organizations will do will take past events and kind of project them forward. If those analyses miss the mark and we're in a position and some of the ifs that Richard Levitin talked about come to fruition, it's going to take a long time to kind of close that gap. One of the things that Richard talked about that I think we need to think of, which is a very good analogy, is kind of the construct of ancillary services or 10-minute spinning reserve. I'm certain I'm not the only one, but I think I've been in a unique position of having worked in utilities in the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, and the South, having been an operator of utilities in those areas, having been a constructor of generating plants, having been a designer and having been an executive over market operations. 10-minute reserve is very important. You can't be a supplier of energy on the market and hope to respond to load changes waiting for the line to get filled up with gas. You need to be able to respond very quickly. The reason why it's sitting spinning is because you want that big inertial unit to be able to move. I appreciate the notion of renewable sources coming online and renewable sources working, and I think that's good. But I also have the unfortunate event of being a person who actually had it rain on my parade when I was the chief operating officer in Austin Energy. One hot summer day in August around 2019, very high load. We have PVs out in Western Texas, and cloud covered the PVs, some of them that Austin had, and it shifted the price because it put the region into an emergency alert. So the sun doesn't always shine, and even when it does shine, you could get cloud cover. My assessment is that the region is in a better position from an energy security and reliability perspective to have every facility like it, and I don't know if we have any facilities like it. So my vote, I know we're not taking votes here, would be that we're in a far better position with it than without it. I'm not going to speak to who pays for it and how it gets paid. I would say peripherally that those who benefit from it should pay for it, but then that begs the question who benefits from it, and smarter people than me will be able to, or have to adjudicate that.
Thank you, Charles.
Yes.
We appreciate your perspective. Mr. Dolan.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Welcome back to New England. Thank you for coming back the second time in 9 months here. And I actually think to start with, that's a bit of what has changed since the last time we got together in Burlington, Vermont, which is, I think your all's attention has helped sharpen the focus, certainly the analysis that we've seen from ISO New England and others, as well as a lot of the stakeholder conversations that have occurred. We've been pretty busy the last 9 months under a lot of your leadership, Mr. Chairman, in helping convene some of us as well. But we've been trying to work creatively and think constructively about how do we transition into the future and maximize what we do have. To start with, certainly, I think we always have to come back to the reliability question and the obligation that generators certainly face under the ISO New England tariff and the rules that you all have approved. And we're proud of the performance that we have had. And despite the fact that this past winter was a mild one, we did have 2 instances of pretty intense operations on the system. Certainly the second pay for performance event in ISO New England's history, and a historic cold snap in the first weekend of February. In both instances, New England did not have any supply-driven outages or any need for public calls of conservation, and generators met their obligations across the board. All that being said, we do have to be in the business of maximizing the infrastructure we do have. I agree with Mr. Dickerson that we have infrastructure constraints in this region. It's hard to build stuff. And so therefore, as we look forward, we need to look at that and maximize what we do have. But as we look at the history, the send out, the overall situation, we do believe that generators can continue to meet their obligations and do that. But we also recognize that to try and maximize the infrastructure we do have to think creatively. In my pre-filed statement, we put forward one such proposal as a path forward to try and get there, one that we've been working with stakeholders here and we think offers a potential path forward. But I want to make one thing very clear, and because it hasn't gotten a lot of airtime yet, and that is the fact that we do have a co-located power plant with the Everett Marine Terminal, the Mystic Power Station. As we've been pleased to see in the record, there is no evidentiary basis to continue or extend that cost of service contract. And I want to emphasize that we should not use it as a politically expedient or regulatorily convenient mechanism to sustain the Everett Marine Terminal if there is a need determination on the gas or electric system overall. The price formation issues that Vamsi laid out are critical and become even more important as we think about sustaining the existing investments and driving the new investments that are going to be needed in this region. But again, appreciate your time and attention on all of this.
Thank you, Dan. We'll hear from National Grid now. James? Floor is yours.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for convening this forum and having this open and honest discussion. As Mr. Levitan has noted previously, the location of Everett on the east end of the pipeline systems provides needed supply and pressure support for our gas LDC and reliability for gas LDCs and interstate pipelines. National Grid uses Everett to provide both liquid for summer refill of our LNG tanks across our system and to top off those tanks in the winter for boil off and for usage of those tanks. They're really important for our peak winter supply. As also noted, we use Everett as vapor distributed directly into our gas LDC in Boston. So it's really important for us to maintain that facility, or to see that facility maintained in operation. We also see it providing needed reliability in the event of problems on the interstate pipeline systems that provide gas into the New England system. As noted also, Repsol and Accelerate can provide needed LNG into the system as well. My understanding, though, is that they need secondary transportation capability to be able to get all that gas to market. The gas LDCs, for their firm gas customer requirements, generally accommodate all the firm transportation contracts on the pipelines. The only time we release that capacity to the secondary market is if we can decide or demonstrate that we do not need that transportation capability to provide firm transport to our firm retail customers. It's also noted that Repsol and Accelerate most likely need contracts to be able to make sure that that gas is there and available as needed, and that it's difficult to get those supplies on an as-needed basis. I'm not sure, even a 21-day forward view, that those kind of contracts or that gas can be contracted for if it had not already been contracted for. Pipelines are becoming more and more constrained as gas demand continues to grow, and that leads to volatility and increased prices. We don't see any other near-term plausible solution in the event that Everett closes, if gas demand does not decline as drastically as some may anticipate. The prudent decision would be to keep Everett open until electrification, clean energy resources, electric transmission and distribution systems are built substantially that can accommodate the increased electric load. Once gas demand drops on the system, then we could back off on some of our transportation contracts and supply considerations. It simply makes sense to keep existing infrastructure in place. As also was noted, how difficult it is to get anything built in New England. It's extremely frustrating to me on a personal basis that we can't get gas infrastructure built into the region that can relieve the constraints, help reduce prices, and help support our customer bills on both the gas and electric side. The LDCs are meeting with Constellation to see if we can find a viable solution in order to keep Everett open. But as also noted, it may not be enough supply from our systems to substantiate the need for Everett, and others on the system that utilize the Everett facility from a FERC beneficiary pay standpoint should be able to contribute to keeping the facility open. Thank you.
So, Mr. Levitan, we've heard that it's important, that it's prudent, makes sense, necessary. I want to give you an opportunity. Do you have any reaction to what we've heard just so far? Do you want to add to or underscore anything in your presentation today?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've probably said enough and should yield, but I can't resist the temptation to amend one thing that I neglected to address adequately, and that is in regard to the imperfect substitutability of both Repsol St. John and the buoy submersible system. It's about contract formation. Arbitrage across the pond is not a bankable risk mitigation strategy. We shouldn't expect arbitrage to come to the salvation of the region's need for gas and/or electric resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. Repsol. Robert.
Yeah. Thank you for letting Repsol participate on this panel. There's been a lot of discussion regarding the capabilities of Everett, but I'd just like to take a second to discuss the capabilities of St. John. St. John has 10 BCF of storage capacity, 3 times the amount of Everett, and 1.2 BCF of regasification capacity. Since 2009, St. John has reliably served New England markets through its firm capacity on Maritimes and Northeast Pipeline and its direct interconnects with Portland Natural Gas, Tennessee Gas Pipeline, and Algonquin Gas Transmission. With the ability to receive the largest LNG tankers and its 10 BCF of storage capacity, St. John has the flexibility to receive LNG from around the world. The fact that St. John is not located in Boston Harbor does not diminish its ability to reliably deliver natural gas when called upon into the eastern ends of Algonquin and Tennessee gas pipelines, and at pressures up to 1,100 pounds per square inch. In addition, except for Mystic, volumes from St. John can serve all the electric generators that Everett can, plus generators Everett cannot. The focus of this panel is whether Everett should be retained. Repsol believes that the beneficiaries of Everett services are in the best position to answer that question. And I'm happy to hear that Constellation is not thinking of an out-of-market solution in the retention of Everett, but other parties are. And that concerns Repsol. Repsol is concerned that retaining Everett through an out-of-market solution, solely favoring Everett over other LNG suppliers in the region, will have unintended consequences that will ripple through both electric and natural gas markets, distorting those markets and threaten the participation of existing electric and natural gas assets in those markets. Thus, instead of increasing reliability, Repsol believes that an out-of-market solution favoring Everett will exacerbate the reliability challenges facing New England as a result and result in significant costs.
Thank you. Kinder Morgan, Ernesto.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners, for having us here. We do value the opportunity to communicate our feelings here. I think first and foremost, as a pipeline, I want to make sure that we all understand that we do not need the Everett facility to operate our system and or to fulfill our firm commitments, right? It does provide a very helpful insurance at times of peaking needs when there's overpulls in the system, and they provide help as an operator, as many other operators across our systems do. So we do rely on them from time to time, as other pipelines rely on us from time to time. The grid helps each other. But our firm shippers, and primarily the LDCs, our firm shippers, need this facility. They see a need for it. And so if they have a problem, we have a problem, right? And so as a customer service-driven organization, we want to help them mitigate those concerns. It's no secret to you guys, it's no surprise that as a pipeline operator, we believe that more infrastructure is needed in the region, not less. And we're going to continue to say so forever. More pipeline capacity, more storage capacity can help mitigate the impacts of high pricing, as we saw during Uri, where you had storage. Prices were not as high. Storage is important. This provides a storage option in the region. And so for that reason, taking away infrastructure that works today is not something that we want to see. Less supply, less flexibility to the system is not necessarily valuable. In addition, infrastructure, as renewables continue to penetrate the market area here, is going to be even more necessary. So perhaps a added molecule is not something that eventually we're going to need, but we're going to need more infrastructure, because at times of sudden, you don't have solar, you don't have wind, you're going to need natural gas to crank in. A facility like this, as Mr. Leviton said, is needed for quick generation. So because of all those reasons, we are fully committed to working with our customers and other stakeholders to develop creative solutions to get there. But those solutions need to be competitive and not impact the rest of the players in the region, like the gentleman sitting next to me. So pipeline services, again, a creative way of facilitating a commercial solution to maintaining this facility is what we believe needs to happen.
Thank you for that. I think you have put up the perfect alley-oop to my colleague, Commissioner Danley. So I will get out of the way and turn to him for any comments or questions he might have.
So the chairman began by asking about the change in assumptions. You responded that you were surprised by the value of the behind-the-meter PV, right? Is that the sole thing that surprised you? Because I have to admit, I'm surprised to think that the hopes for winter reliability in New England hang entirely on one set of assumptions on one technology that is surprisingly being deployed at the rate that it is. So what other assumptions have changed? Because as the chairman rightly said, the tenor of this discussion from ISO New England is quite drastically different from the way that it was before.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think, Stephen touched on it, but I want to emphasize that this study was about the electric system and about the near term. And so where the uncertainties are a bit more predictable. For all the panelists that talked about the need for Everett, ISO is included in that list of where we think it's prudent to retain Everett, especially given the concerns that we heard from the LDCs about being able to serve gas customers reliably. So my comments and my discussion focus on the electric system. So the installations that we've seen, and that was a good analogy that Stephen put up earlier this morning, for each year of increment that we've seen, it's equivalent to about 1.5 BCF or 10 million gallons of oil. And so while we look at it in the context of capacity or a single day, when you look at it as an aggregate energy reduction on the system, it's a substantial amount. And there was never a quantification of that until the past several months, as we started to embark on building this analytic platform to be able to put numbers and probabilities to the equation rather than having concerns about how some assets may or may not perform. That's one aspect of it. We're also expecting in the next year one of our first offshore wind farms to come in service, which wasn't an expectation about a year ago. Things have progressed. Thankfully, that happens to be the case, that it's in service by this time next year. The third, the retirements. We ran our auctions, and through the middle of 2027, we have a high degree of confidence in the infrastructure that's going to be in place because the retirements have been announced, and we have seen very limited amounts of retirements so far. And lastly, the demand growth. We were expecting to see some modest demand growth, but we haven't seen that. So it's the totality of it. When you put it into numbers and you put it into a sort of a tool and a platform, it gives you a result. Now, as some have commented, we certainly could stress the system further. We could assume the loss of a compressor station, or we could assume the loss of imports for 20 days. And those are legitimate contingencies to model. But when you do go down that path, I think we're going to see that it's not just Everett that's needed, but probably every piece of infrastructure. And so that's the slippery slope.
You actually perfectly anticipated the gotcha follow-up that I was planning. So you can probably see it in my eyes. Exactly what you're saying. The problem is the assumptions. First off, it is surprising to me, to use that word surprising again, that all of a sudden we want to do this arithmetically, but I suppose better late than never. The second thing is the assumptions that are built in here. You either assume that everything is hunky-dory up front and then just let the process play out and you have your ledger with columns and you say, hey, what do you know, the numbers work out. Or you do exactly what you suggest, is you look at a bunch of potential contingencies, one of which is Everett going away, and things start, I would think, to be a little bit scarier as you do that. So it is perfectly acceptable to say these are the parameters of the study we're offering, but to then, I don't know, let that set the baseline for the discussion of what the likelihoods are of catastrophic failure is probably a little bit misguided. And I just feel the need to reorient things, but thank you for getting my point out for me. So this is a contract formation problem, as was said. That means that it's a willing counterparty problem, presumably, which means that that is a money problem in the final analysis, which means it's probably a tariff problem. And I would assume that given despite your intentional equivocation there, saying if, and giving a series of conditionals, it sounds as though the value proposition of Everett being valuable to somebody at some point certainly is there, which means presumably we're simply not paying the people who would be the counterparties to the contract enough money, which means we either need to get a 205 to fix that or we have to 206 the market. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clements?
Thank you all for being here. I'm encouraged by Commissioner Danley's support for probabilistic planning. That's a good thing. It is really important to try and think through these issues. Mr. Levitan, one thing that I thought was left unsaid at the end of your presentation, so I'm going to follow up on it, although you lived in the whole presentation, lived in the nuance of this distinction, is the benefits of Everett to the bulk electric system versus the benefit of Everett to LDCs. And while both are really important functions, don't take this question the wrong way, when you talk about the needed insurance policy, can you say a little bit more about for which purpose? For both? Is it quantifiable in terms of the relative, or in terms of the relative benefit? And if it isn't, what's your intuition relative to the grid reliability piece and the LDC's access to a reliable and resilient supply?
It is probable, if the clients threatened to pay us, that it would be quantifiable. That said, there are some hot spots in New England. Cambridge is one, and Providence, Rhode Island is another, where the hydraulics are enabled and gas grid resilience are furthered through the existence of the import terminal, and the supply pressure and flow-wise, the ancillary services I referenced are available instantaneously at the back end of the system. So clearly, the gas utilities in Cambridge, in Massachusetts, in Rhode Island, are supported through the gas grid services ascribable to vapor into Algonquin and Tennessee and National Grid. Regarding electric reliability, we have looked at this before. In a world without the facility, then the pipelines have to maintain the pressures and flows through traditional west to east and north to south flows. That is clearly a tall challenge for electric resilience when the entitlement holders are taking 100% of what they need during cold snaps. Displacement services are part of the solution. So by scheduling gas at the back end of both pipelines, it emanates from east to west or from south to north, and that's a great thing for those generators that are scrambling for supply in the secondary market under restrictive scheduling conditions under the NASB quadrant. Therefore, those back-end services are clearly improved for gas GenCo scheduling on short notice in the intraday market. Now, to what extent can the buoy and or St. John supplant that? We don't really know exactly because we've not had the counterfactual case with district gas being gone. We have studied it previously hydraulically. But that said, I would recognize there's no question that gas from the buoy submersible system, if it's entering the market, can zig and zag its way through the Algonquin system, the I system in southeast Massachusetts, and make its way to the main line. The question is, how much? And how much is siphoned off by the Four River Combined Cycle Plant? How much, in the case of St. John, would be siphoned off by the generators in northern New England, thereby depleting the amount of leftover supply for redelivery on the Algonquin main line in southeast Mass? Lots of uncertainties there. But the intuition that I share with you today is that, without question, electric system reliability, because of the firming up of secondary transportation, is significantly improved as a result of products entering in the heart of the market in Boston.
Thank you. I have a follow-up from Mr. Ochoa, but Mr. Newstetter, did you have any reaction to that in terms of, your perspective was that you shared was that that there was a replaceable opportunity?
Well, yeah, not to pass the buck, but I think in terms of determining St. John's or importance to the system, I think that is best answered by the pipelines themselves.
Mr. Ochoa, and in addition to that, can you say a little bit more in saying that your customers are saying they need it and therefore it affects you, but that your pipeline system would be okay without Everett? Can you say more about that?
Sure. So one of the facts that has been said here is we're talking about firm systems, right? When we sell capacity, we sell it on a reservation basis, and those firm requirements are going to be maintained. What you're going to see is a straining of the ability to flow secondary services, right, which is what mostly generators rely on. The other biggest issue for the generators, not so much for the LDCs have transportation that they have purchased many, many decades ago that they use and continue to use. In order for us to provide uneven hourly services, we need a source of supply very close to where the generators are. And so that facility does provide that support. Again, at times on a secondary basis. We have firm services sold from the facility, and they are used. And so if the facility goes away, we're not going to sell those services anymore. But from a secondary perspective, that's where the facility provides some service. And the ability for us to maintain our firm requirements doesn't go away. So what you'll see the pipeline doing is you're going to see a more strained environment, in that we're going to see more OFOs, forcing folks to stay under even hourly flows. You're going to see, the more constrained environment from an operational perspective. And in the case of a failure, the pipeline is not going to necessarily have the support from a facility like that. Now, Repsol provides a lot of those same benefits through Dracut to Tennessee, and we get a lot of supply from Dracut every year. The question is whether it can replace whatever it provides to Tennessee today, and that will require some analysis on our part, and it may require additional infrastructure in order to move all the molecules to the places wherever it goes today as a replacement, right? So perhaps, but we would have to analyze that a little further. It may require a small project. And once again, infrastructure is going to be the key here. And we can build more capacity from Everett and make it even more efficient as well if it stays, right? So all those things need to be taken into consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Holodak, it'd be great if you could say a little bit more about the operational risk that National Grid faces, and also the cost risk, or the price of addressing that risk. I think the EPRI study gets into operational risk on the grid side, doesn't get into cost questions, but for you on the LDC side, can you say more about that? And also, maybe I should have asked this part first, the 22 high demand days in Mr. Levitan's presentation, is that how you think about where the risk lives, or is it more consistent than that?
The risk we think is more consistent than that. We're concerned about the reliability on the interstate pipeline system as it feeds into New England and into our LDC. With Everett there, that provides needed supply and reliability for the gas LDC. As I said earlier, it provides vapor right into the Boston gas system that helps support the pressures within that system. And as it releases capacity, or as it releases vapor into the system, it naturally then supports the pressures on the interstate pipeline systems as well. It helps bring those back up. The concern about cost to me is that, the firm transportation contracts that we hold, we've held those for a very long time. We cannot get new infrastructure built into the region. That could be actually relatively inexpensive when compared to potentially the cost of keeping Everett open, or the cost of other imported LNG. As noted earlier, the LNG that's imported, is from the world markets. And given the Russian-Ukraine war, the prices have increased drastically. They're extremely volatile. and they had jumped up to nearly $70 to $100 a decatherm when we can get gas from Western supply regions at $2 to $3 a decatherm. So the cost is inordinately expensive. It raises the cost to our gas customers. Sometimes it sets the margin for the electric system such that the electricity prices increase at the same time. So our customers are kind of getting a double whammy from the lack of infrastructure in the region. When we talk about reliability and we're concerned about outages, the issue there is not so much on the electric side. When you have an outage, you flip a breaker and the power comes back on. In the gas LDC system, if you have an outage, you have to walk around and relight every home that doesn't have electronic ignition on a household by household basis, on a commercial by commercial basis. And that takes an inordinately long period of time. We're very concerned that in severe winter conditions, that could lead to disaster for health of our residents. So there's a number of issues, and all the solutions that we're talking about are fairly expensive relative to the potential for maybe a new pipeline into the area. We're looking at electrification and load declining over time. We don't see that necessarily happening until the mid-2030s. So we really need a solution that gets us from today to then. And as I mentioned earlier, once we see the demand for gas starting to decline, then we can start backing off and unwinding some of our infrastructure, some of our contracts on the pipelines. So it's a concern on a number of fronts.
Thank you. And one quick follow-up on that is your expectation is that the home heating natural gas will remain through the 2030s?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. That's all. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Ms. Allen, I see your 10 card. I want to go to Commissioner Christie, and then I promise to give you an opportunity at the end to close us out. Commissioner.
Are you going to let her go first? Or?
It's your time, Commissioner.
Okay, all righty. Well, just to make the allusion to Mr. Holodak, I mean, look, we all know we're here because over the last 20 years, needed pipeline capacity was not built into New England. Constitution, Nessie, you can go down the list. You could be getting cheap gas from Pennsylvania below $3, and we wouldn't even be sitting here. But those pipelines were blocked, but we are where we are. So now we've got to deal with it. Let me ask about two things: electric reliability, gas LDC reliability. And so let me go on electric to Vamsi. So Vamsi, as I understood your presentation, the first panel, Mr. Levitan, what you're saying is if the Mystics close, and you've designated the Mystics as RMR, okay, RMR means reliability must run units, and you've been paying them out of market payments. Now they're going to retire. And I just want to be clear, what I heard from you and Mr. Levitan, although Mr. Levitan's was couched in about 6 ifs, which I took as basically the poker equivalent of drawing to an inside straight 6 times in a row. But what you're saying, Vamsi, is we can live without the Mystics from a reliability standpoint. Is that it?
It's a great question. It goes back to Commissioner Danley's phrasing. It is the baseline that we're measuring against. We can live without Mystic because the supply side has increased and the demand side hasn't grown. So we have the right balance today. We have the right balance for the next 3 to 4 years. It's not to say that balance continues through the end of the decade, and therefore the note of caution and the prudency to retain Everett, because it does provide an option value for the future uncertainties that we may face. But for the next 3 to 4 years, as we've studied with what we consider to be a reasonable set of assumptions, with contingencies, with all of our experience to bear, and we are the reliability coordinator. It is our primary mission to maintain reliability. So recognizing that and sharing that burden amongst ourselves, we are confident that for the next 3 to 4 years, we can maintain electric reliability. It's not to say there's no energy shortfall, but it's manageable. And that's where the risk profile starts to trend to potentially a greater degree. And that's where I feel that we need a bit more time to keep using this platform to provide the right way to assess risk so that actionable steps can be taken through markets versus out of market.
Let me take that as all a yes. You think you can live without the Mystics and keep the lights on. Is that the way I'm taking that? I know you got all the contingencies in there and the ifs and everything else, but you've designated those as RMR units. Now they're going to close. And you're saying if these RMR units close, we can keep the lights on.
Yes, Commissioner, but there's no guarantee.
Well, I know there's no guarantee.
But yes.
But there are more, but there's obviously safety margins.
Yes.
And the margins are going to be a lot tighter without the Mystics.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, if the Mystics close, that takes away the biggest source of revenue for Everett. But that is not a rate issue. That's just, Everett's an LNG import facility. If they can't get revenue from the Mystics, then they don't get the revenue that they need to stay open. So let me move to the LDCs. We've heard a lot of comment about, well, the LDCs need Everett. Whether or not the LDCs in Massachusetts have adequate supply to serve people who want to heat their homes with gas, who want to run their businesses with gas, that is not a FERC issue. That is really for the regulators in the state of Massachusetts. I used to regulate LDCs. That's a state regulatory issue. Whether Everett is essential to those LDCs is for the state of Massachusetts to step and say, Everett is essential to our LDCs, and then work on a funding mechanism to keep Everett open if that's the only way to keep the LDCs supplied. That's not a FERC issue, I have to say. We can't order Everett to stay open to serve LDCs, as important as that is. The state has to say, we need Everett to serve our LDCs. Even if the Mystics close, we still need Everett. We, being the state of Massachusetts, we need Everett for our LDCs. Okay, let's talk about how the state of Massachusetts wants to pay for Everett, if it's essential to LDCs. But from the reliability standpoint, if ISO says close the Mystics, Everett loses that revenue, the impact on the LDCs is something where the state of Massachusetts needs to step up and say, we want to keep it open, here's how we're going to pay for it, here's how we're going to finance it. Any reaction to that?
No, Commissioner, I can completely agree with your assessment. The issue is if the LDCs step up and supply enough revenues to keep the facility open, and there are other people that still benefit from it, at a do we or don't we get compensated as a kind of credit back against that, right? But yes, it's if we can come to a solution with Constellation, I don't think it's just a Massachusetts issue. It's the LDCs in the New England region issue. Everyone that utilizes that facility now, so it's a little broader than just Massachusetts. But the long-term contracts that we would require to keep it open, we would need to take to the DPU in Massachusetts to get approval of.
I think the other issue is timing. We're all talking about it like we've got all kinds of time in the world. And, I had the pleasure of appearing here back on September 8th to talk about the facility. We're 9 months later. We've made some progress, but not the future of the facility is not insured. And let's say we are able to come to commercial arrangements with folks to support the facility, then we have a 9-month regulatory process, right, to go through. That is a huge issue that we're facing, and anything that can be done to expedite an approval of agreements that we're able to reach. The negotiations are at arm's length. They are, there's every reason to believe that any deal that is struck is going to be arm's length and commercial. And we need to get to a path where we can have the facility insured and procure the supply in a timely fashion. And we're just running out of time.
Commissioner Christie?
No, I just follow up. I mean, if ISO decides to let the Mystics, you've designated the Mystics as RMR. If you've now decided that you don't need them anymore as RMR units, and you're going to let them, if you decide you need them to continue it, then you'd have to come to us and say, are the rates just and reasonable? Are the out-of-market payments just and reasonable? But what would not enter into that equation would be whether the Mystics are needed to keep Everett open so the LDCs in Massachusetts have adequate supply.
I think I think we talked about this last time, whether there are other mechanisms that can help defray the expense and would be just and reasonable. I think right now,
Of
Constellation...
the Mystics or of Everett?
On Everett. We did talk about, whether there's a possibility of a pipeline surcharge or anything like that. I think that where we are from a timing perspective, because now we're 9 months in, really the option that's in front of us is bilateral arrangements subject to hopefully expedited regulatory approval that are designed in such a way that if additional folks can come to the table and support, it will reduce the cost of those folks who stepped up to the plate. I don't see another way. My background is a regulatory attorney, 27 years. I just don't see how else we're going to get there at this point. I'm sorry.
One quick follow-up, Ms. Allen. Do you have a drop-dead date?
I get asked that a lot, and Norris Wright, who's with me, who's in charge of supply, will try to his last dying breath to make sure he gets adequate supply to fulfill the commitments. We wouldn't be here, and we wouldn't be negotiating with the LDCs unless we thought we could pull off and get that supply if the contracts were approved. But there is no hard and fast drop-dead date. Normally, I think we would have the supply procured at this point. You can look at the comments of Accelerate. They talk about the time horizon needed for bilateral contractual arrangements. And while I have the mic, I just wanted to make one other point, and maybe you can ask Mr. Ochoa about it. When he talked in his comments at page 7, he mentioned the fact that ISO New England assumes that Repsol and Accelerate will come to the table and kind of fill the supply that goes away with Everett. But he does mention that in order for the pipes to accommodate that additional supply, there may need to be additional infrastructure build out. And that's going to take time. That's just the truth of the matter here in New England. And so I don't know if you want to ask him a little bit more about that, but for me, it was the first time I heard it so clearly expressed with respect to one of the key assumptions in the ISO New England study. Thank you.
We have about a minute left. I do want to give you an opportunity to respond since you were singled out.
That alludes to what I said just a moment ago, that effectively to replace the amount of gas that we get from the Everett facility from Drake, which would effectively be Repsol, we do not connect to the buoy, so that's not an option for us. We would have to look at potentially expanding our system to be able to replace the same level of molecules where those molecules go today, and we are reviewing that. So just because it's available for the grid doesn't mean it can get to the places that Everett can get today, because the grid is complex, it's different. So that's a fair point that she brings up, and that put in our comments and I mentioned before.
Thank you. I don't want to prevent anybody from talking. 30 seconds.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief. We jumped quickly into a discussion around rates and who pays and the whole 9 yards. I'm still stuck on the physics, and it's not because I'm an engineering nerd. The CEO will look at the whole picture, but I heard at least 3 panelists reference the fact that the LDC heating customers are not the only beneficiaries of the molecules that come from Everett. So I think it's instructive upon us collectively, and I don't know who leads it per se. It would have to come from the gas pipelines to help facilitate it. For us to resolve the question of the physics is what happens if Everett isn't there with respect to pressures and the molecules that not only go to heating customers, but the molecules that go to generators that generate electricity. Otherwise, we get into a death spiral. We get into a place where if the pressures drop, those generators can't produce electricity, and people needing it in the cold are going to suffer. It's going to put further strain on the system. So before we get to who paid for it, let's resolve, is it physically possible to eliminate it and maintain the integrity of the system? And if not, is it physically possible to come up with a solution at some point that will? But we're not going to build anything in the next year or 2 years. So then it begs the question, what do we do in the gap? And I'll close with saying in the gap, I don't think we have many choices other than to keep it where it is. Thank you.
I think we're going to leave it there for this panel. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Excellent, thoughtful comments to get us started. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Burns. Tell us what to do next.
Thank you, everyone, on the first panel. We're going to move to the third presentation of the morning. This will be given by Stephen George and Vamsi Chalavada, as well as Eamon Lenoy, who will be joining us virtually from Ireland. This presentation is called Extreme Weather Risks to ISO New England, presentation of the EPRI study by ISO New England and EPRI. This presentation will be 30 minutes, and following this presentation, we'll begin the second panel, the reaction to the EPRI study.
Well, that's the
We're just waiting to see, make sure Eamon's on the line, and then we'll get going.
Yep, I'm here.
There's our answer. Stephen and Vamsi, whenever you're ready.
So thank you, and I'm sorry that I'm going to be up here for at least another hour and a half. I really wish it wasn't the case, but delighted to be able to share some of our most innovative work that we've done over the past 9 months. And I think the collaboration between ISO and EPRI, for the first time, I'm proud to say that the ISO with EPRI has put together an innovative analytic platform that allows us to quantify the risk. Every panelist up to this point in time has talked about risk in a way that is their best form of expression, and it's a qualitative expression. But those aren't easy to act on because you don't know what magnitude of risk exists and what the probability of such risk is, and what are the costs associated with mitigating such risk. And all of it are important equations for policymakers to have at their disposal so that a very low probable event that may happen once in 10 years or 12 years, which may be catastrophic, but if it requires an insurance product that is overly expensive, that's the calculation that we would expect to have the hand to the policymakers as they make their decisions. So that's the first thing. The 2027 study that Stephen is going to walk through basically shows that when we study the system with and without Everett, and it's the same continuing theme through the rest of this morning, shows a manageable risk. And we'll get into some of the details for why that is the case. A critical takeaway of this platform is our ability now to continually monitor and assess the risk, not just for a multi-year outlook or the next year, but the next season and within the season. And we expect that this risk is going to be dynamic. There are going to be years where we're going to have good results, and there are going to be years where we're not going to have good results. It's critical for New England to have a baseline tolerance of its risk, such that we understand, expressed as energy, what risk New England is willing to bear. And that's not a decision that's solely up to the ISO's discretion. That's a discussion that we'd love to have with our states and our participants and create that baseline metric. Where this baseline metric is going to be powerful is it now allows us, for some years where we have a higher risk, to design the necessary products that are dynamic and that the demand side of that product is appropriately reflected in the market products that we would otherwise build, so that the costs that are borne along with those products are reasonable expectations of what the future should bring. Absent this sort of a platform, we would not have the ability to just design products and understand what amount of that product should be procured. And so that's where we see some really great value moving forward. We think this is extendable to every reliability coordinator because there's a non-uniform way of expressing energy adequacy risk. And we think the country, and certainly every region in terms of neighboring collaboration, would benefit from a uniform way of expressing energy adequacy risk in the form of energy with the associated probability. So I'll just stop there, and we'll try to get through this presentation in a short period of time so that the panel can get back here, and the conversation is obviously a lot more productive than hearing from us on the details of this presentation.
Thank you, Vamsi, and appreciate the opportunity to be back up here again this morning. And I do want to note that we have Eamon Lanoy from EPRI on phone joining us this morning from Ireland. We appreciate his support. And I want to just take the opportunity to thank EPRI, I think, for their leadership in this project. This is a joint effort. It's affectionately become known as the EPRI study, but it's really been a collaborative project over the past 18 months between the ISO and EPRI, and obviously we've leveraged EPRI's expertise in this area to help us, particularly on a couple steps of the project that I'll outline this morning. I want to start just to give a couple brief thoughts. When we talk about extreme weather, it's important as we get into the results to understand that what we're talking about here is weather that impacts the ability of generating resources to supply energy to the system. It doesn't necessarily mean things that we've historically thought of as extreme weather, like hurricanes or blizzards or tornadoes. We're talking about things that impact the ability of our growing renewable fleet, in addition to our more traditional fleet, to provide energy to the system. So that could be long periods of low wind combined with long periods of low solar combined with extreme heat or extreme cold. So I just want to give that context before we start. So what I'll generally cover this morning is the framework. Framework is dense and there's a lot there, so I'll move through it quickly. I think the stakeholders in New England have heard how the framework is built, and they've helped us think about how to do that along the way, so we appreciate that. I'll also cover results. We'll talk about the 2027 winter in particular, with a focus on one single event. The presentation we submitted provides all the results from all the events that we've studied from 2027, but in the interest of time this morning, we'll focus on one that we generally look at as being our worst case scenario. Then we'll touch on what we've learned from these initial round of studies. So let me start with the framework. On the screen in front of you, you see there's 3 steps: weather modeling, risk model development and scenario generation in step 2. And step 3 is energy assessments that are done primarily by ISO New England. Let me give some brief information on step 1. It was important for us to understand, when thinking about the future weather and its impacts on the system, how has the weather changed over the past number of years? What are the trends? What are the extremes? How does it vary, particularly in summer and winter conditions? So we did a review of the past 72 years worth of historical weather to get a sense for how things are changing. Then, with that context, EPRI's team leveraged global climate models, 5 different models that cover a range of possible outcomes, along with 2 emissions pathways to help project how that past weather projects into the future, with a particular focus on our initial years of study, 2027 and 2032. So what we ended up with for each year of study was really 720 different combinations of what the weather could look like in 2027 and 2032. And that was really the outcome of step 1 that we used sort of downstream in step 2 and step 3. In step 2, we had really 2 goals. One was to build a model that helped us identify the risky periods of that 72 years worth of weather projected to the future, and then to build scenarios that allowed us to assess the impacts of a variety of uncertainties, which I'll discuss in a little bit. To start, the risk screening model that we developed allowed us to search through that, again, the 72 years worth of history to find what types of weather are riskiest to the system. So through the use of technology-specific risk models that allowed us to look at times when wind, solar, combined cycle, nuclear, batteries, all types of resources, what are the times when they're in aggregate at the most risk in terms of their ability to provide energy to the system? And this risk screening model allowed us to do that. Ultimately, the risk screening model identified the top 4% of all possible events as being the riskiest. We took that top 4%, we grouped them into clusters of similar events, and then from those clusters, we selected events for study. If we could, we'd study all 37,000 possible events, but in the interest of time and computing capabilities, we stuck with 6 events for the 2027 winter, and one of those we'll discuss in more detail today. Once we have the events selected, we then have to layer on a variety of uncertainties so that we know we're studying a range of possibilities. 2 potential uncertainties that we wanted to make sure we had some ability to assess as part of this study were the status of the Everett Marine Terminal, as we've been discussing this morning, as well as the status of the New England Clean Energy Connect, which is a new 1,200 megawatt tie from Quebec into New England. So we have scenarios built around different combinations of the status of those 2 key facilities. So 4 scenarios in total for each event that we selected. Then, given those 4 scenarios, we wanted to study a bunch of other uncertainties that we know factor into the region's energy adequacy during extreme weather. So we built in uncertainties related to LNG inventories, fuel oil inventories, different interchange levels, a variety of forced outages, as well as fuel prices. So at the end of the day, using different combinations of those uncertainties, we study 720 different versions of each of the 4 scenarios for each event that we've selected. Following the selection of events and building the scenarios, EPRI hands us that information and all the information that we need to do our energy assessment using our 21-day energy assessment tool. It's the same tool we use in our production weekly winter forecasts. This is where we took those 720 cases for each scenario, for each event, and assessed what the energy adequacy profile looks like over the 21-day span. And this is where we get our magnitude of energy shortfall, and along with that, we get the probability of occurrence of each of those 720 cases. Looking at the screen, people in New England have seen this. This is our plot of energy surplus over time. We know that when the black line, which is energy surplus, dips into the red zone, that's when we're forecasting an energy shortfall. It doesn't necessarily mean that an energy shortfall will occur, but this is our indicator that there's the potential and we need to take action to reduce the likelihood that that shortfall ever occurs. let's talk a little bit about results. Before we do that, I want to give some context to this January 22nd, 1961 event, which, as I mentioned, is sort of our worst case event from energy adequacy perspective. So this event that started on January 22nd, 1961, again, we've projected through climate modeling what the weather could look like in 2027. But what it looked like back in 1961, you see on the screen. From a temperature perspective, which is, I know it's tough to see, the blue plot is a plot of the temperatures. And so you can see over the first 12 days, we barely cracked 25 degrees, and this is an average New England temperature. So you would expect some places are much colder, some places are a little warmer. But on average, we barely got past 25 degrees Fahrenheit. So there's a lot of risk there in terms of operating the power system at that type of temperature for that duration of time. In addition to the temperatures, you can see in the figure that the wind speeds on average barely got up to about 6 meters per second on average offshore. That's just over the cut-in speed for an offshore wind turbine. So they provide some energy, but definitely not at full output. But then again, that's the average speed over the course of the 21-day period. From an irradiance perspective, that's supplying the fuel to our PV that we've talked about quite a bit this morning, about 120 watts per meter squared, which is roughly an 8% capacity factor throughout this 21-day period, so relatively low. But in total, energy from renewables on average during this 21-day period was roughly 2,200 megawatts per hour. So clearly notable contributions from renewables. From an energy demand perspective, this 21-day period was almost 8 terawatt hours. We often talk about 400,000 megawatt hours being the cold winter day in New England. During this event, it peaked out around 425,000 megawatt hours, so about 6% higher than a pretty cold winter day, at least how we think about it. So in summary, just to put some context into the event, this was, based on our analysis, the coldest 21-day period since 1950. It includes 2 of the top 10 coldest 5-day stretches, also since 1950. So very cold period of time. What you see here on the screen is a summary of the results of that January 22nd, 1961 event with the Everett facility in service and without the New England Clean Energy Connect facility in service. In the upper left-hand part of the screen, the plot there that can be a little tough to read if you're far away, is a summary of the energy shortfall, or the energy surplus, I should say, for all 720 cases that we ran for this particular combination. I want to draw your attention to the red line that dips the lowest of all the lines on the plot. This is representative of our worst case energy shortfall for this scenario. And you can think of that as a combination of low oil inventories, low LNG inventories, low imports, high forced outages. So in all those factors come together to create our highest energy shortfall case, which comes out to be about 111,000 megawatt hours of shortfall, roughly between days 9 and 13 in this 21-day event.
Stephen, can I just jump in
Yep.
here for just a second? I think this goes back to the earlier conversation we're having about the reasonableness of assumptions. I think the study, as we go through our contingency evaluation, the number that's reflected on screen, roughly the 100,000 megawatt hours, we call that as a manageable energy shortfall, not because we are happy that that's the volume of work that's left for us to do, but more because of the fact that we're going to know this on day one. When we do our simulation, we're going to do this every hour for the next 21 days. We're going to do it for the next 42 days, and we're going to do it for the next 90 days. So where New England has really improved upon its own sort of expectation, and necessarily so, is from a situational awareness. Logistics is the critical component of managing energy adequacy risk. So when you know on day one that you're exposed to the shortfall in days 9 through 13, it gives us 8 actionable days to work. which is to send the signal to our marketplace, send the signal to our policymakers in the states and the federal agencies, send the signal to our neighboring control areas, and for the ISO to take the necessary actions, including, for example, relying more on its neighbors in the first 8 days with an expectation that days 9 through 13, we're not going to be able to rely on them. It is sending a signal to dual fuel units to do what they can to replenish if they haven't. Same thing with the oil units, and same thing with the LNG suppliers. So it is the totality of that market performance that we would expect, where not one party is going to cure the shortfall, but everyone steps up to take a slice of it. And the conservation, which would be our last step, which is a very uncomfortable step, but a necessary step, because it's the one thing that protects New England from involuntary load shed versus protecting it from the risks on the electric side. So we take that very seriously, and we leave that as the last margin if we have to go. But this analysis of 100,000 megawatt hours is an important context to have, because this is on the heels of a future where the supply side is more certain, but we're expecting a severe number of forced outages across all technologies. We expect underperformance from the photovoltaic installations. We expect underperformance from wind. We expect underperformance from oil units, from gas units, and from imports. It is just that the demand hasn't taken off yet, and that's one of the biggest reasons for why we see this number result the way it is. And when we talk amongst the panelists later today, that demand could skyrocket 10 years from now. We could see New England being a winter peaking system. So we expect this risk will change its profile and might potentially show a much larger number. But the benefit of this tool is it gives New England the optionality to work towards it, either through market design or through infrastructure. And that is where we see the powerful sort of nature of this tool. And we're thrilled about having this with us right now.
Thank you, Vamsi. I'll leave it at that for that slide. A couple additional points before we close out the presentation in terms of what the results are telling us. What you can see through these exhibits on this slide, particularly in the bottom left corner, is that the region in times like these remains reliant on stored fuels, and we touched on that this morning. You can see in the worst case scenario with the highest energy shortfall in that chart on the bottom left, we're burning roughly 60 million gallons of oil and 37,000 tons of coal. So this highlights the reliance on those stored fuels to get through these tough times. Also, this slide, particularly in the upper left corner, highlights the sensitivity of the energy shortfall amounts to the starting LNG inventories. Given that we knew that this sensitivity existed, we ran the sensitivity case where we lowered the LNG starting inventory from 6.5 BCF to about 3.5 BCF to see how that would impact our projected energy shortfall amounts over the 21-day span. As you can see, the worst case energy shortfall begins sooner and increases to as much as roughly 200,000 megawatt hours, or about 80% worse than starting with the higher LNG inventory of about 6.5 BCF. And I should note that results with and without Everett are similar in terms of magnitude and probability. So I'm going to conclude there, unless Vamsi has any additional comments.
Thank you, Stephen and Vamsi. We'll start panel 2 now. The panelists include Phil Bartlett, Chair of the Maine Public Utilities Commission, Vamsi Chadha-Lavada, Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of ISO New England, James Daly, Vice President of Energy Supply, Eversource Energy, Ronald Gerbitowski, Chairman, Rhode Island Public Utilities Commission, Stephen George, Director, Operational Performance, Training and Integration, ISO New England, Ben Griffiths, Senior Director of New England Regulatory Policy, LS Power, Mark Lobby, Senior Vice President and Chief Engineer, NERC, and Rob Perkins, Vice President of Pipeline Management from Kinder Morgan. Before we begin, just a reminder to our panelists to avoid discussing any ex parte matters. Mr. Chairman, when everyone's ready.
Colin, we good to go? All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. Are we good to go then? All right. My first question is for ISO New England, Vamsi, Stephen. You guys weigh in. We have the study down, all right? What in your mind, can you say a little bit more about what you think the next steps have to be?
Great question, Chairman. For us, the next steps include sort of building upon this platform that we've built and continually using it to measure the risk profile in New England. We now have an assessment of the next 4 years. The next step is to assess the risk beyond for year 2032. And it's going to give us a different snapshot than what we see for 2027. And it's then working within our markets, which are our sort of jurisdiction and which you regulate, where we need to see if we need to build new products. We need to understand what infrastructure options are being made available. And we will be using those as inputs to our platform to have a dynamic assessment of this risk, which will be shared with the market and with our policymakers. And so those are, I think, for us, the next steps. We're sort of building a group within the ISO that's going to have the capability to expand on what we've built to date. We'll be working on this with our neighboring control areas. There's been some expression of interest in adopting some portions of it, of course, specific to their areas. And so hopefully over time, we will be able to not only just establish this narrative of how energy adequacy risk is measured, but more importantly, work in New England to develop a metric. It's too lofty for us to think of it as potentially being a national standard, but at least from a New England perspective, given where we've been and given where we are headed through this transition, it's critical that every step of this journey, we understand the magnitude of risk that's faced, the probability of the risk, and the way to cure that risk and the costs associated with that risk. So those are all the progression of steps that we intend to start right from the time that this conference is behind us. Anything to add? Okay, I want to broaden the discussion then, all right? It seems that this is a study and the assumptions that we can use going forward to assess risk. I want to hear in particular from our state regulators. Do you share that? Do you believe that this study can be used going forward?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Absolutely. I mean, I think I share a lot of, I agree with a lot of what Vamsi has said here today. I think this study is a valuable contribution to the region, helping us to understand both the likelihood and the magnitude of the risks that we face so that we can make informed decisions. Historically, we haven't had this rigorous analytical approach as we've been developing solutions. We've known we have a problem. We've developed a number of both in-market and out-of-market fixes over the years, but we haven't really measured in advance just what the contribution was going to be to reliability or afterwards to really understand whether it's had the desired impact. So I think this is going to be incredibly useful as we move forward. And I think, as Vamsi is saying, trying to come up with what the right metric is that we can use to develop market-based products that can help us identify and bring solutions to the table that are large and small. I think one of the great surprises was the impact of solar PV and the contribution that's making to fuel security. I'd never heard that talked about as a potential benefit of PV. So going forward, what contributions can be made from demand response, from battery storage, from all these things that in and of themselves can't solve the problem, but when you're looking at you understand sort of the duration of the outages you're facing, the magnitude of the risk, you can make smart decisions and cost-effective solutions on what group of options you can put together, ideally driven through the market so we get solid innovation that can help to address this problem longer term.
I just wanted to continue to go down the line. expound on whether or not you agree with the study, whether or not you think, what are your main takeaways from it?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the commissioners for putting on this forum. This we think is very valuable in terms of illuminating the issues before us. But we are hopeful that we will get solutions coming out of this, not just more talk. So, reaction to the study itself. Well, as we all know, New England has very high and volatile electricity prices. We just came through an awful winter, and from a price perspective, our customers saw their energy rates double from an already high rate of 12 cents on the energy side to 24 or 27 cents. This is averaged through the winter period and into the summer. So the consequences of that for our region in terms of us responding to our customers, to our stakeholders, to our elected representatives, to the media, it's a major, major effort, and it's one that is not crowned with success in terms of the story we have to tell. It's pretty bad. So the system itself is not working well at all. So we don't need models for that. We know we have the current system. We know exactly that the system is stressed, and it's a fuel supply problem that's stressing it. You know, I will give credit to ISO and EPRI for putting this study together as a method to quantify what the risks are and what the view forward is, because now we can adjust those inputs and decide which ones are likely to come along and which ones are not. So we would caution the use. So how do you use the study is really the question. We would caution, do not use it to determine resource entry and exit. It's too risky. It's just a model after all, and its output depends on your inputs. Some of the inputs, we think overall the inputs are pretty optimistic. For example, the offshore wind is 1,600 megawatts. We have 1,400 megawatts of storage that is really not under contract by anybody. I'm not sure how that's going to get financed at all. There's a lot of solar PV, and we've heard questions, how will that perform in terms of saving inventory? But another big assumption in this is that there's going to be a lot of LNG. Even with the EMT retiring, there's going to be a lot of LNG in the system and oil that will carry the day, if you like. And we question that significantly. It hasn't occurred in the past, and we don't see the underlying market rules and compensation that would go to generators to generate that optimistic view. So we think the better approach is, let's look at the inputs, but be critical about whether they are going to occur or not. We're a major contractor for these renewable resources that are coming online, and we already see supply disruptions occurring. We have 3 major offshore wind farms totaling 3,200 megawatts that have asked that their contracts be terminated because they're not financially viable. That is enormous. I mean, 2 years ago, that was not on the horizon at all when we put these under contracts. And new infrastructure in New England continues to get significant challenges in terms of opposition, all sorts, that delay all these projects. So the projects get delayed, they even fail, get replaced by more expensive projects. So we say the way to use these kind of models is to, yes, inform decision-making, but do not let very significant resources exit, like the Everett Marine Terminal, that are impossible to replace. Do not let them exit before these new resources come along. We're all supportive of getting new resources into the market. We're a major contractor for it to implement state policies. We work hard to make sure that they come online. But you're really rolling the dice if you're going to allow important facilities like the EMT to exit the market before you have those new resources in line. So we say we just need a more cautious approach to how you're going to use these studies, and they're only models after all. Thanks for the opportunity to give you my view.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From my perspective, it's very easy to focus on the study's conclusion that we don't need the Everett terminal for electric reliability. But when I look at it from the perspective of a state regulator whose state suffered a near catastrophic failure of the natural gas delivery system in Newport, Rhode Island in January of 2019, I react with grave concern. Now, I'm not going to get into the details of what happened in 2019, but suffice it to say that we lost a large portion of the gas distribution system in Newport for a week in the middle of the winter, caused by events occurring at a significant distance upstream of the city from low-pressure conditions on the interstate pipeline system, including as far north as Weymouth, Massachusetts. For over a week, citizens of Newport did not have heat, and we lucked out because the temperature warmed a bit after the outage. But unlike electric outages, you can't flip a switch to turn the gas back on. It was a painstakingly slow process to get the gas flowing safely and the heat back on, as a virtual army of technicians went house to house twice, once to shut off every single meter, and then the gas would get filled into the low-pressure system, and then back again to every single meter and turn it back on. So when I hear about low-pressure risks on the system, I revisit that nightmare. And I realize they were talking about electric reliability risk at the conference, but I'm quite aware and supportive of the region-wide drive to transition our systems away from fossil fuels. I raise the specter of the Newport events as a reminder of how sensitive the gas delivery systems can be while we're relying upon them for electricity and heat. Which brings me to the assumptions in the EPRI study. To be clear, I have no quibble with the study. It was well done, and I commend the ICE New England for doing it. But there's the sentence on slide 16 that has been alluded to. ISO does not have the expertise to assess the impacts of the retirement on the operational capability of the gas system. So it assumes the operability, and I know others have referred to that. We're all aware that there's negotiations going on between the LDCs and Constellation, and it's my hope that they work out some arrangement that keeps Everett online, at least for the short term. I don't know where things stand at the moment, but it's my understanding that in the absence of Everett, the gas utilities serving the Cambridge and Boston area may face a low-pressure condition on their system that could create a Newport on steroids type of event in those cities if not adequately addressed. And I think their options are very limited. But regardless of where those negotiations lead, I'm concerned that there is a conspicuous absence of studies, of which I'm aware, that address the operational capabilities of the gas delivery systems as they relate to all the winter risks that we've been talking about. We have substantial transparency on the electric side, but we've had almost nothing that I've heard in evaluating the gas side of the equation, and they link together. So is there additional information that we need to have conducted? Yes, I think unequivocally yes. To the extent the electric and gas systems remain closely linked during this transition, I firmly believe that we should not be letting this facility close down without studies which link together the evaluation of the electric system with the evaluation of the gas system. Once Everett closes, I expect it to be permanent. It appears that Everett is needed for the gas delivery systems in the short term, but the continued existence of Everett represents a valuable insurance policy for the electric system during this transition. And it doesn't matter whether the winter risk we are insuring against is the loss of heating in the largest urban area in the region or regional rolling outages because something tripped on the electric or gas system when the temperature is below 10 degrees. The probabilities of the risk may be low, but the severity of the risk is very high. The design of integrated energy systems have always been included prudent redundancies. Should that not be a consideration now? The facility in Everett will eventually need to close as we move to a low carbon future, but we need a more comprehensive and coordinated evaluation of the electric and gas systems before it does. The gas utilities talk about adding new infrastructure, but I think that flies in the face of the state policies about reducing dependency on fossil fuels. In contrast, the Everett facility, as has been stated, is not a new infrastructure. It already exists. So from my perspective, the question is not whether Everett should close, but when is it prudent to do so? And answering that question requires a comprehensive risk assessment. We need to look at the systems as one, together, not the electric is this side and somebody has jurisdiction over that, the gas and there's jurisdiction over here, and the pipelines have jurisdiction over there, but it's not quite as strong as electric. The jurisdictional issues are not going to be important if we have one of these events. We're not going to sit back and say, we had the event, but I'm glad we didn't use an out-of-market solution. I'm not trying to be sarcastic, but I'm really scared about where we are here in New England. We're running out of time, and I know that there's these regulatory gaps. But at the very least, I think we need to call together interstate pipelines, and you have the ability to do that. You don't have to issue an order. I'll bet if you send them either a polite or strong letter, they'll just be happily joined with ISO to do a study. We in the state can do the same thing with the LDCs and have them join together. They'll find a way to pay for the study, but let's join together and understand all the scenarios and how they link to the electric and the gas systems, the flows from north to south, from Repsol as an option, and the other things that can happen if something trips on the system. I think there are great risks here. Low probabilities, but you heard the list of ifs, and that's quite scary to me as well. But anyway, I think it's a good study. I think it's going to be very useful, but I think it's got a big missing part that we need to cover, and it hasn't been covered yet. But thank you for the opportunity to go through that patiently.
No, I thank you. I think your passion is evident as the way you talk. And I think as a former state regulator, people tend to notice things like in January not having power for a week. And so I'm glad that you put that on the table. I think that's something that should be top of mind as we move through what the next steps are and what our potential solutions are. I thank you. Thank you. We're going to go straight to LS Power.
Thanks, everybody, for having me. My name is Ben Griffiths. So there's this adage in modeling that all models are wrong, some models are useful, right? And I think the ISO, to its credit, has developed an incredibly useful model. It speaks to a huge number of the ifs that Richard spoke of earlier, right? What happens if the weather is bad? What happens if you have sustained cold weather? What happens if you have the loss of the forced outage of a major, like a nuclear facility? We cover a lot of that looking across thousands of scenarios. That's a huge increase from the 3 that we spend most of our time historically, right? That's 3 orders of magnitude more possible things to go wrong. And I think the ISO deserves a lot of credit for doing that structure. I think also it's important to note when we look at this study that we're able to finally put numbers to things, right? How likely are these scenarios to happen? And I think it's really telling, right? When we look across thousands of scenarios, there's 20 where you have more than like 10 gigawatt hours of shortfall, right? In ERCOT, and it's a 10 gigawatt hours over 21 days, right? In ERCOT, you were shedding 20 gigawatts per hour at times, right? These are just such fundamentally different places, and I think it's worth keeping that in mind. And I think from that we can make comments that are thoughtful about how Everett maybe is not needed for the power sector, that that oil resources can largely fill that gap, and that from those things we can say that this is that this study can reframe the problem as saying that New England has a fuel coordination problem rather than a fuel sufficiency problem, right? You need to make sure that the molecules can get to resources, not that there's maybe too few molecules overall. But the one thing I really do want to hit on is this set of assumptions around gas sufficiency on the pipeline side. So the ISO, I think, to their credit, took the LDCs at their word in the various state forecast and supply plans, right? The state dockets where the LDCs say, how much gas do we need and how are we going to meet it? And they took those at their word that Everett doesn't seem to be a problem, right? The word Everett shows up once in those LDC dockets, one from National Grid, one from Eversource. And when the LDCs aren't talking about it, when they're not telling their state regulators about it, and then from that, the ISO takes those dockets at their word, I think it's reasonable to start from the premise, like the ISO has, that we don't have the pipeline issues, the LDC issues, because that's never in the record anywhere. And maybe that's wrong, certainly based on some of the testimony today, but I don't think we can hold that against the ISO, certainly for the study that they've done to date. So, thanks.
Thank you for that. I think we're all excited to have NERC weigh in on what their thoughts are for the study. Mark?
Thank you. I want to thank the chair and the rest of the FERC commissioners for inviting me here today. And I'm asked to provide reactions to this system's assumptions, inputs, and results, and I'm pleased to do so. The framework provided by the study is both useful and informative. I applaud the ISO New England for using new, innovative, novel tools to address the growing challenges of energy sufficiency. The study seeks to use probabilistic analysis augmented by 5 global climate models where deterministic assessments have been traditionally deployed. It provides keen insights for decision makers as they weigh complex factors of reliability, resilience, affordability, and the environment. However, it's not a decisional study, but can be used to inform decision makers. Widespread long-duration extreme weather affects the performance of all generating plants simultaneously, and we have to consider common mode effects, not just one right after the other. So that's something to consider when we do studies like this. Depending on their fuel source and the weather impact on that fuel availability, the resulting impacts, as you know, can be catastrophic. And that's where it gets me on to the discussion about what this real need for addressing the interconnectivity and the interdependency between gas and electric. You've heard NERC talk about this a number of times. Protocols are needed at that interface. It's very clear both sides need each other to succeed, very much like what happened in the 65 blackout. We are here today now with the gas electric as well. In addition to modeling impacts on gas and fuel availability, further model scenarios are also needed to look at wind and solar output, pipeline uncertainties, loss of large generators, as well as power transfer levels from neighboring organizations that are experiencing the same weather at the same time. Further expanding the framework beyond 1 year and testing more extreme and stressful scenarios that I mentioned above would make for additional vital updates to the results. The analysis is helpful to provide direction, but should not be considered decisional, as I said before, as you learn more about and applied in these other areas. Remember, the probabilities are just an average of a distribution, right? You need to look at the whole distribution of forced outage rates and scenarios. In addition, like my colleague, Mr. Dickerson, indicated, before you retire or interconnect new facilities, it's important to understand the underlying reliability and resilience performance requirements of that system and the contributions of those facilities to that performance. And what's really missing here, and I think my colleague from ISO New England mentioned this before, which is a design criteria, right? What are we designing to? We always had the 1 day in 10, and that was, life was wonderful, but we don't live that life anymore. We have energy-constrained facilities coming on our system. So once we understand what the performance requirements are and what that design basis is for that system, then the reliability and resilience can be studied and maintained through a range of severe weather events and risky system scenarios, and say, this is what I'm willing to accept as a risk I'm willing to accept, and this is a risk I'm not willing to accept. And with that planning approach, the system could also be restored in an orderly fashion when you go beyond that design basis. Developing this design basis is in the form of an expected unserved energy or other complementary metrics is really important here, because right now we're just kind of throwing darts and trying to figure out where this thing fits in. And these are metrics beyond the 1 day in 10, which is now really waning. And the next important step, I think, is to bring these new innovative methods along with those design bases to really kind of make some decisions down the road. I think FERC, NERC, and the state, provincial regulators, and industry need to work together on that energy design basis number. So thank you again for inviting me to participate in this important conference. I look forward to any additional questions.
Thank you, Mark. Kinder Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when I evaluated this study and the results, I think it is a good study, and I think some of the points have already been made in terms of it being decisional. It's only as good as its assumptions, and there are a lot of assumptions. I didn't see a lot of detail on the pipeline side. I think I'd like to see a little more detail on the stack of generation to be able to opine on whether the pipelines agree with that, so some more involvement on other stakeholders in the assumptions in the study to be able to really be able to vet the assumptions, and I think maybe run more sensitivities around it. For Kinder Morgan, for Tennessee Gas Pipeline, when we look at this region, we can move a BCF, give or take, into the region, and on peak days, we deliver 1.5 BCF. So in the context of Everett and other downstream supplies in LNG, 50% of our peak day demand in New England comes from downstream supply. It's effectively a pipeline, into the region that just comes in at the very end. And so, I think that's very important. And so in the context of Everett and a 5-year study, as a gas control guy who's conservative by nature, I would not use this decisional, as a decisional tool, as people have said. It's got a lot of assumptions on solar, wind that's going to come into play, Northeast Clean Energy Connect over the next 5 years, that from a prudency standpoint, it would be nice to see those develop and actually come to pass before a decision was made on Everett and have it be wrong. So those are my thoughts on that study.
All right. With that, I'll turn to my colleagues for their comments and questions. We'll start this time with Commissioner Clements, moving to Commissioner Christie, and then Commissioner Danley.
Thank you. Gentlemen, it's good to see you all. I want to congratulate the ISO on this study. I think it's a great tool, and I think I've been hearing you talking about it as that, as a tool and an evolving tool. So study is almost each production of it produces a study, right? And I think that's a great thing. And to your kind of meta point, Vamsi, at the beginning of the presentation, as we are trying to be policymakers and making these decisions in the face of uncertainty, it's this kind of data-driven tool that will assist us, starts ratcheting away at the problem. Certainly the design basis question is noted and heard. I think that's really, really important. But from the perspective of this tool, I'm really, really happy to see it. And I would ask you, there's some questions about assumptions, and I imagine some assumptions are optimistic and some are pessimistic, and depending on where you sit, you might have, differing views on each of those questions. I understand that this is something where the assumptions can evolve over time, so I'm curious about that, and can you speak to how that would happen, how things would change as you see changes in the system, and what things are outside of the ability of this study platform to take a look at?
First, thank you, Commissioner, for your kind comments, and we're excited about the tool also. With regards to assumptions, I think it's important for the ISO to first be transparent about the assumptions, all of them, not some of them, and to be reasonable about the assumptions that we're making. So, for example, the worst case that we saw assumes the coldest period that we've observed in New England in 72 years, and we assume up to 30% of our installed base is not going to perform. Now, we can assume 40% doesn't perform or 50% doesn't perform, but the number that is resulting in terms of forced outages is a function of the risk of the various technology types that are modeled. Granted, we could stress the system further, and that's a topic of conversation that we're willing to have with states and stakeholders. So, for example, if we want to model gas contingencies as part of the study, we can do that. But we feel it's outside our scope to make that judgment, and therefore to show an energy shortfall that may far exceed the limits of the ISO authority in what it can and can't do. So from where we sit, for what we have shared today for 2027, our assumptions are reasonable. They're based on either facts of what the infrastructure is, they're based on all of our known risks and some of the risks that we expect to manifest in the future. We also expect our neighboring control areas are not going to be able to support us the way they could under unstressed times. So we have allowances for each of those. It's a question of to what degree. And the degree that we put into these models is, again, our best experience over the many cold periods that we've operated over the last decade, and in terms of what we could expect as our system evolves, but also as our neighboring system evolves. And lastly, these assumptions can be changed easily. The benefit of having this platform is that it took us about 18 months to build it, but now we don't need to wait more than a day to see results of new scenarios. We're going to offer to our stakeholders and states the opportunity to introduce scenarios that they prefer, that they think may be a better manifestation of the future, and we can turn results around. Bottom line, all of this to deliver for New England a baseline metric, an energy shortfall tolerance that will act as a companion metric to resource adequacy, which is 1 in 10. They have to be two distinct products that we think we can then design markets because we have actionable data of what we're buying and to what extent the purchase that we're making will mitigate that risk. So that is really what's in our work plan looking ahead.
Thank you. And one other thing I meant to ask about it, from the perspective of it being decisional, does that concern you? Can you say more about how it works together with your other tools?
The study absolutely agree that it's not decisional in any particular scenario. It is going to be over tens of thousands of scenarios, an expectation that we understand what the risk tolerance is in New England. And as we see the risk tolerance creep up, that baseline, again, is critical for us to always mitigate it back to that level. So what's decisional in this would be, for me, the information that we share with our stakeholders, with our states,
looking at the totality of the spectrum of contingencies, highly stressed, low stress scenarios, to pick a metric that allows New England to say, that's our tolerance. And once the states can give us that information of what that tolerance is, it then is incumbent upon us to design the necessary market products. And one last comment on this, going back to panel one, was a lot of discussion about infrastructure and commodity commingled. The ISO takes its responsibility very seriously of ensuring that markets induce the right sets of incentives for the commodity to be available. And that's clearly within our manifesto.
Thank you. And I just have one more question for Chair Bartlett and Chair Garastowski. How do you mentioned putting some sort of value on the solar that came up in this study, or maybe that was in the 24-25, I'm not sure. But how do you think about the usefulness of this study from the perspective of your own jurisdictional, whether it be the initiation or evolution of energy efficiency programs or other demand-side resource programs or otherwise?
I think going back to the point of being decisional, I think where I think it's helpful is going to help us to really evaluate what are the risks and the costs and the value that we get out of various fixes. So from our perspective, with this tool, we might be able to then think about demand response a little differently. What kind of retail demand response program could be set up? What kind of commercial retail demand response that could be set up? And then have that evaluated to see whether it is providing enough of a benefit to justify the cost that would be putting onto ratepayers. Similarly, as we're thinking about ways to incentivize storage or efficiency, to the extent we can run some of, and analyze through the model, the impact of those things, I think it makes it a lot easier to justify to ratepayers the expense, and also just to make the decision whether any particular expense is really worth it based on what the return is. So to me, it's really valuable in decision-making, though obviously it doesn't dictate any particular answer.
Just to echo what Chair Bartlett indicated, this is really excellent information for us to assess the value of renewables as they come in. One pleasant surprise that I had was I always knew that the offshore wind was going to be very useful during the winter to avoid burning down stored fuels. And I always had looked at solar as something that always helped in the summer, but really was not very helpful in the winter. And it surprised me, and I said, well, it shouldn't have been surprising. So I mean, the value of the solar has gone up quite a bit from my perspective, just from the basis of this study. I never thought it would be helpful in the context of winter reliability, and it is. So those are the kind of things we'll look at as value proposition, I think, as we evaluate programs that we go forward with.
Great. Thank you very much for participating.
Commissioner Christie.
I want to go to Commissioner Garastowski. I hope I got that right.
I accept any reasonable approximation.
Well, I hope that was just and reasonable. Your opening statement, I thought, I agree with every single word until you got to the very end. And I just want to clarify on the very end. As a state regulator, former state regulator, I agree with you. And let's talk about your LDCs. So your LDCs, if state regulators, we worry about whether our LDCs have sufficient supply. And we make them tell us where they're getting it and where they're going to get it. And so every word you said, I absolutely agree with you. And Everett may be needed for a longer term than a couple of years. But the only thing is at the very end you said, so somebody ought to do a study. It seems to me like that seems to be the default key up here, is somebody ought to do a study. But you as a state regulator can call your LDCs in right now and say, where are you getting it from and where are you going to get it from? And if you're getting it from Everett, and the same thing would apply to Massachusetts regulator, you don't need a study. I mean, they can tell you right now, your LDCs can tell you right now where they're getting it, where they're going to get it, and where they're going to need to get it. And so why can't we, as state regulators, just call them in and say, where are you getting it? And if they say, we're getting it from Everett, we cannot afford Everett to close, you can say publicly, we cannot afford Everett to close. Let's work on getting it financed. That'd be my only, and every word you said was true until I thought you said at the end, we need another study. Your LDCs know where they're getting it right now. You don't need another study, right?
I think I probably conflated two things. Without question, you're right about the ability for us to bring in LDCs and learn a lot from them and demand that they do certain things. I think in part what I was doing was illustrating the sensitivities of the gas system, that we experienced this event for things that were occurring far away from Newport. And here we have the situation of the entire regional electric system. We don't have evaluation where you need the pipelines, the interstate pipelines, and the LDCs and the ISO working together to develop the scenarios. So when I said, and that seems to be absent, and actually and that's not a criticism of the ISO study. It just seems to me that the assumption that yes, the gas system will be operational, and this is the basis that we're going forward, and with the conclusions, just seems to be missing that piece. And I don't think that, I've never felt that we've had the ability to tell the interstate pipelines to go and work on a study that does the hydraulic modeling along with the LDCs. I think that was the point that I was getting at, but I don't quibble with what you indicated in the beginning of your comment.
Okay. All right, that's my point. That's my point.
Commissioner Daly?
So I guess my question is what the ultimate conclusion we're supposed to draw from this thing is. It seems like you don't believe that the weather conditions that had been alarming in the past are quite as severe, or the consequences will be as severe as you thought before. And so what does that mean? Does it mean that we have been historically overpaying for reliability in ISO New England and there's a greater tolerance for it? Is that the point, that the market has been over procuring for that? Last year I was informed that basically ISO New England was unable to employ market mechanisms to ensure resource adequacy. And now, 9 months later, without presumably a whole lot of building of new things or some mass exodus from the region, it looks like we're okay. I guess I'm having trouble understanding, and I've been coming back to this repeatedly, and you can see I'm really struggling with this. How is it possible, or not how is it possible, how do we put this in actual FERC terms, right? Because we have limited jurisdiction, we're in charge of your tariff, or at least, I shouldn't say that. You're in charge of your tariff, we approve it when you file it. What has been the change that has occurred, and does this implicitly mean that we have had a poorly designed market historically that, rather than what I thought last time we all were together, was underpaying people to ensure resource adequacy and reliability? In fact, it's quite the opposite, that you're saying, no, there's no problem here, and if anything, what we're going to do is potentially see the loss of this gas from Everett. That's okay, because even though our system relies upon a bunch of natural gas generators that can't afford firm fuel contracts in the Maine, but we'll take our chances with that, good to go. Don't need to have the extra generation, get rid of the Mystic RMR, perfectly fine, which, by the way, I'm not saying anything on that. I'm just giving a list of what appears to be what you're saying to us. I'm knowing that we have massive difficulties in building anything, right? This isn't trying to build a pipeline in Oklahoma, right? It is very difficult to build infrastructure. You have a massive facility that is probably never going to come back once it goes. I'm just struggling to understand what was wrong before and how it is that things have changed. And sorry that I keep harping on this, but I'm just not getting it.
There are two things that I think are critical in the way that we've studied this. Up to this point in time, let's say roughly a year ago, we're looking at the equation in terms of capacity. Either you have enough capacity that can produce energy or not. We've started to shift our analytics to study about energy. And so all of the capacity that's in New England, what are the constraints on each of these technology types? What is the delivery of energy across all of these technology types? And what is the need on the system from an energy standpoint? So the capacity scarcity event and the sorts of events that have happened on December 24th may still happen, but we've now started to shift to an energy analysis. And the tools that we've had to this point in time were limited. We are not able to take the same tools that studied capacity and use them for the purposes of understanding energy needs. What this platform has done for New England is start to appreciate the differences between the two models. What is the equation when you have a capacity factor of 10% for solar versus what is the energy production when it's at 10% capacity factor across 21 days? And they're both necessary pieces of information, but we hadn't made them available side by side for the purposes of meeting our 1 in 10 standard, which is required from resource adequacy, and separating it from what do we need for energy adequacy. And so where maybe the message isn't going to be crisp because this is an evolution and it's necessary because of the changing system, is we have to look at both. It's no longer sufficient to say we have enough installed capacity. And for that matter, experience around the nation has shown more so than not that it's forced outages that have been the root cause of many of the concerns in terms of delivering energy. So you have to look at those two dimensions. And this tool and what we have been discussing in the past are two different things. And so the sophistication of knowing energy adequacy, I think, is for us the key differentiator from all of the work and from the way that we've been expressing ourselves in the past. And so capacity accreditation, Commissioner, just to make it, I know it's going to be later this afternoon, but the market is far from perfect. There's a lot of work. We have the fundamental structures that we need. But in terms of incentives, we have substantially the right level of incentives. But there's still a lot of work for us to do in terms of getting capacity accreditation right, in terms of getting the price formation in our energy and ancillary services right, and in terms of designing the new products that we need to protect against the sorts of risks that we're talking about.
Okay, that's really irritating because you did the same thing again, which was preempt the next question I was going to ask you. I would like you to talk, you said it comes up later, don't care, I want to hear about it now. You said there's still work to do in fixing the markets. My question remains, have we been overpaying for reliability? Is that the implicit lesson that we're to draw from this? Because if we're told the sky is falling 9 months ago, and then and really, I don't think that's an unfair characterization, I don't. It was pretty dire. And we're being told now we actually got a whole new set of information. We bought a new laptop and we're running a new program on it now, and we can figure out these things we didn't know before. My question is, were all of the assumptions before faulty, and were we overpaying for capacity? Or are you saying we just happened by a miracle without this information to have perfectly titrated the prices correctly? What are the capacity market reforms that you're envisioning, or for that matter, any market reforms? I guess I'm just not convinced that this is as paradigm shifting as you're making it sound. So if you could try to persuade me, I would love that.
It's a tall order, Commissioner, and it isn't. First question that you asked, have we been overpaying for reliability? Not at all. I think that we've been paying for reliability the way the markets have been structured, based on the models and the product and the demand and the supply side. And it's really making sure that the supply and demand intersect at an installed capacity requirement on a curve that we are using the models that much of the nation uses. So on that basis, no. Now, are the models perfect? Every panelist here has basically alluded to the fact that no single model is perfect. So those are the improvements that we're going to be making is in our model. Capacity accreditation is at the forefront of what we want to work on, and it's a progress that's underway. Day-ahead ancillary services, which you'll hear, is the next improvement that we want to make. But the journey doesn't stop. We know there's a need for ramping product. We know there's a need for other reserve products that will protect against the sorts of energy adequacy shortfall measures that we've just seen in the study. So those are the steps that we need to take to improve our markets. And so in terms of a paradigm shift, it's not so much a paradigm shift as an assessment as we've improved our analytics of understanding where the weaknesses of the system are to a greater degree than we ever had before. So if you look at any of the areas, PJM or Midwest ISO or Texas, as they've gone through their experiences, they're starting to see that the models that they've used and the results and the experiences that they've had are different. And so it's incumbent upon each of us to take the actual experience on the system and feed it back into our products and into our markets and into our tools and models. And that's the journey you're seeing. So it's less a paradigm shift rather than the ISO trying to improve itself at each step of the way using the information that it has and knowing what its journey is going to be and struggling a bit along the way because there isn't.
So we can expect another iteration in 9 months in which you then say, actually, we now have yet a new model, and in fact, we're completely facing the brink of disaster. I mean, it is a pretty dramatic shift that we're seeing in the story we're being told. I have to make that clear to everybody because it seems like it's being glossed over a little bit here.
I understand, Commissioner. In 9 months, if we're doing a 2027 study, short of a catastrophic event on the system, I expect you'll see similar results. But as we go out into the decade,
For example, in 2032, the results may be much different than what you're seeing today because we're now studying a system 9 years from now where the uncertainties are much greater. But again, many panelists have made the comment that the ISO should model the loss of a compressor station. We did that in 2017. It shows a massive exposure of risk in New England. But that's not actionable from our standpoint because we're starting to model gas system contingencies. That's informational. But what would the ISO do with that? And so we didn't see the benefit of stressing the system to a point of saying what happens if there's a catastrophic black swan event. We're going to be in a world of hurt. There's almost a certainty that I won't be in my job, probably the next day. But those are the challenges that we need to prepare for, but we can't design markets for. And there is a limit to what we can accomplish. But that journey of discussion and information, as frustrating and tiring as it may be, is necessary because we are part of that conversation of trying to educate ourselves and bring the best information we have forward.
I mean, if you're arguing for iterativity, I can't argue against that in return. It's just, okay. I guess we have a couple of cards up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think for years and years, we've recognized that we have a fuel security risk in the region and have been putting one solution after another. Some of them are market-based, some of them not, trying to get a handle on this, but never really having sort of the robust probabilistic analysis to understand whether we were solving the problem or the magnitude of the problem continuing. So I look at this 2027 EPRI study as not so much a dramatic change in results, but it puts the risk into context. I think we often talk about the reliability risk as you get to a point, you can't serve all of the load, and you hit tilt, right? It's just the system breaks, it's tilt. And we don't really talk about, well, what's the magnitude? And I think what we see in the 2027 study is not that there's no risk, but that ISOs assess that it is manageable, that it is of a magnitude of probability that they feel like they can handle it. And I think as we go forward to 2032, as we see the risk of more retirements, maybe the renewables aren't coming on as fast as we expected, I think we'll see more weak spots that we can plan to. But to me, that just goes to the power of having really good analysis so that you can make informed decisions and correct the actual problem, not sort of this tilt situation where the lights go off. And
so correct the actual problem. That is compensating people correctly through the market mechanisms or getting infrastructure built that's needed, right? Are there any other solutions to the problem that you just alluded to?
And I think the discussion of the earlier panel sort of illuminated this, that whether you're talking about Everett or you're talking about the other LNG terminals, what's needed is the right contract incentives, to get firm fuel delivered. And keeping Everett alone isn't going to solve that or any other infrastructure if you don't have the market mechanisms to work as well.
And part of the problem too is because it's both LDCs and generators that are the beneficiaries of that gas. We only have jurisdiction over one of those two, and so there's a limit to the amount. Other than convening things, there's not a lot that FERC can do directly there. Okay. Sorry, do you have anything else? Or you don't? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. So when last we met, there was talk, the problem was framed in terms of, well, power generators will not provision for those extreme cold events. They'll procure fuel for what would be an expected winter type situation because it's very risky. Very cold weather doesn't show up once in 10 years, one in 20 years, whatever. So nobody is willing to fill tanks to the degree to cover that type of scenario. But I just point out that in this study, a lot of LNG and oil is showing up, supposedly. And questioning that, what changed? Well, is it the inventoried energy program it's only a 2-year program, so it won't be in place in 2027. So what's causing this optimistic view of where the fuel is coming from? And you heard on an earlier panel, what you need to do is to contract forward for those fuels to show up in the winter time. You can't decide on a 20-day forecast that you're gonna now contract for ships of LNG and oil. The demand or the supply isn't really that immediate and that available, and the cost recovery of it is not agreed. So I just question that we have the right market structure to produce the results that we're seeing in that study. And that's why I say, let's not dismantle stuff that we have and works today before we have these resources that are forecasted to be there actually come into play. I think it's a very risky strategy to go and let resources you clearly need. And as I said, I started my comments in saying we have a high and volatile market. Volatility and high prices are synonymous with scarcity, and we have precarious
Things are
reliability.
working correctly, yeah. So I saw the look on your face there. I took that to be correct, that there were assumptions about the availability of both gas and oil. And so was that wrong because you shook your head?
No, not wrong, but the idea that those were optimistic. I wouldn't suggest that those were optimistic. Those were reasonable, as informed by what we got post-Ukraine chaos, where, post-invasion of Ukraine. Because there was a time where we were paralyzed in understanding how the world was going to behave in late fall, early winter of last year. And we saw the market perform beyond our expectation. We saw the volume of oil that came into New England probably higher than ever in the last 10 years without any subsidization. We saw that the commodity, the LNG, came into New England. Now, yes, the weather was very mild, and we're not going to take this for granted that the next time there's some global supply chain constraint that we should expect something similar. But we have downscaled our expectation of what we will have for LNG and for oil. And so I just quibble with the word optimistic. For example, the result that Stephen mentioned assumes that at the start of a really cold snap, we have 6 BCF of LNG against an installed sort of infrastructure base of between 13 and 16 BCF. So we're assuming less than 50% of volume. I fully accept the need for a gas study because we are limited in our expertise. And so I take to heart the concerns expressed by pipelines and LDCs about the gas system deliverability. If there are specific issues on the gas system that impact or impair the operation of the electric system, I have great confidence that they'll give us that information, which we will reflect in the next iteration of the study. So it's not complete. I don't want anyone to think the study is incomplete. Neither do I want anyone to think that the study is either optimistic or conservative. It is our best expectation of the future based on our experience all the way through this past winter.
For the next few years?
For the next 3-4 years, that's correct.
Okay. So I should probably hand it back to you. I don't want to take up all the time here.
I see 10 cards up, at least one. No, we got 2. Yes, sir.
Just 2 really quick points on the topic of contracting. I don't disagree that some level of forward contracting is helpful. LS has, dual fuel oil capability. We have a little bit of FT for one of our units. But I think the magnitudes are still really important. Like when we look at what's coming out of this study, we're talking about needing, 60 million gallons of oil for, that worst week. The worst 21 days. And that's a lot of oil, but on the other hand, we have 240 million gallons of capability, right? So we need a quarter of it. And we've gone through during things like the 2017, 2018 cold snap, similar amounts of oil, and we've replenished it immediately afterwards. So we have a track record of managing through that kind of oil need and coming out the other side okay. So I guess I worry when I hear views expressed that say, we need everything contracted super far forward because that's the only way we're going to ride through it. I think the study reflects reality and saying we have done it before, we can do it again, and the amount of oil we really need is real, but certainly within reach.
Mr. Lobby.
Thank you. I wish we had somebody who could regulate the fuel like wind and solar, along with, of course, the gas and coal. It's always been something that we've had to manage. And when it came to coal, it was in the back 40, or you had uranium or water. Now we're dealing with real life, energy constraints, any constraint systems which are just-in-time deliverable, and we need to understand we're talking a lot about solutions here. We got to start understanding what are we going to design to? Maybe 100,000. Megawatt hours is the design parameter for 1961, and we never want to get there again, so we designed it to be able to overcome that. That might include fuel in the tanks, it might include other gas pipelines, it might include a host of other facilities, energy efficiency, demand response, all sorts of different solutions to get us to what we want to design to. And I think that's really missing in the conversation and something we need to start thinking about as we start wanting to get more decisional about our analysis, realizing, of course, again, a forced outage rate is just that, it's just a number, which represents a Poisson distribution and yada, yada, yada. And I can pull up the covers on that, and you don't want me to do that. But we have to understand really what is the acceptable level of risk, what are we willing to accept, build to that, and then learn how to restore from those events that go beyond that. Thank you.
Commissioner Danley, final thought?
I was just going to say, what we designed to is sort of the other side of my saying, are we overpaying, right? We have, that question is meaningless if you don't know what the thing it is you're paying for is. So it's the same point fundamentally. Thank you.
Any other final thoughts or comments from my colleagues? All right. We're going to stop right here with the first half of our day. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Burns, who will instruct us on how we can get back here for an on-time start after lunch.
We're starting at 12:55, not 12:55. For those of you there, there is plenty of casual options around. So we'll see you back here 5 minutes before 1. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone. Just a 5-minute warning. It's 12:50 now. We'll start in 5 minutes at 12:55. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to get started in a minute. Please find your seats, and welcome back.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to get started. Before we start the third panel, I'm going to turn it over to a colleague from PHMSA.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you all had a good lunch. My name is Karen Gentili, and I am with the Pipeline and Hazardous Material Safety Administration, commonly referred to as PHMSA. PHMSA's mission is to protect people and the environment by advancing the safe transportation of energy and other hazardous materials throughout the United States. And in support of National Safety Month, I just wanted to give a safety minute to remind everybody to please notify 811 prior to disturbing any soil, whether it's to maintain or construct infrastructure or to perform a home improvement or landscaping project, such as installing a fence or planting a tree. Please notify 811 so that underground utilities can be marked. It's a free service, and it's to protect you and the underground utilities. Thanks for the opportunity to deliver this message, and be safe.
Thanks, Karen. We're ready for panel 3, Path to Sustainable Solutions Infrastructure. Panelists for this panel include David Kavanaugh, Senior Vice President, Regulatory and Market Affairs of Energy New England, Patricia DeOrio, Head of Americas Project Development, Ørsted North America, Vandana Devatia, Vice President, Transmission, Policy, Compliance, and Interconnections, Eversource Energy, Katie Dykes, Commissioner, Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, Bob Ethier, Vice President, System Planning, ISO New England, Richard Paglia, Vice President, Marketing and Business Development, Enbridge, and Rebecca Tepper, Secretary, Massachusetts Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs. Just a reminder to our panelists to please avoid any ex parte discussions. We will interrupt if we need to. And Mr. Chairman, we're ready to begin.
Thank you again, and thank you everybody for coming back, and thank you to all the panelists here today. And thanks, Karen, for that 811 reminder. It is important that we call 811 before we dig, and I think that's a perfect segue to talk about what we're about to talk about, which is infrastructure. We've talked about Everett at length this morning, and so what I would like to do with this panel is to transition into talking about other types of infrastructure. And it can mean many different things to different people, right? It can mean transmission planning. It can mean development of new resources like onshore, offshore wind, oil, natural gas, traditional thermal resources. What I would like to start with this group is this. In your view, what do you think? What is the key infrastructure needs for New England in order to sustain reliability beyond what we've talked about already today? And don't all start at once. Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you again for having me on the panel this year. As I mentioned last September, for public power, certainly we have 3 objectives, right? It's reliability, least cost power, and decarbonizing our portfolios. But to your question, when I think about that transition we're making here to a cleaner grid, we have to also keep an eye on doing it safely. And you look at what's going on today in New England, and we're right now, going through qualifications for FCA 18. And we have, in the news, delayed offshore wind projects, but we also have reasonably quite a bit of retirement you could see coming up of resources we need to safely make that transition. So when you think about infrastructure, immediately I think about what our main objective is: reliability. And then, of course, as I mentioned, our last is to decarbonize. And for us, we're starting to think about, if I look in the queue today and look at the publicly available data, there's a 742 megawatt resource in Connecticut that put a retirement bid in. If I back into that, there are about 28 million gallons of stored fuel there, and it's a facility that's been around for a long time. That will have impact as we think about the reliable transition to the future, particularly with the delayed entry of wind. And then if I look further at the publicly available data, there's a large stored facility in New Hampshire that's indicating its desire to probably start exiting the market before long. So as we think about where we are, it's also not only transmission that we'll need, but it's also maintaining the resources that provide those reliability services we need today and into the future.
So if we can add a twist to that question, what are the barriers? What are the obstacles to both keeping the resources that we need and bringing new resources online? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Vandana Devatia, Eversource. as I try to answer that question, I'd like to go back in the early days of my career. Very similar time frame where we as an industry, we evolved our planning process to start planning for multiple contingencies. So we don't have a reoccurrence of what happened on August 14, 2003. As we transformed the New England system into potentially a winter peaking system, we have to start realizing that winter resource adequacy and winter reliability are inextricably connected. And to our customers, they're indistinguishable. So when you think about the obstacles, one of the obstacles is the lack of that type of a standard and that type of a planning attribute in the planning our grid. In addition to that, some of the comments made by included in the FERC NOPR already point to a longer planning horizon, and we support that, starting to look at multi-value solutions, such as not just looking for reliability, but clean energy and economically beneficial projects. So one of the obstacles is the planning process, and I think the industry needs to start making strides into evolving that. And I would say the second key obstacle is clarity and cost recovery. We've done numerous studies in New England to determine what kind of a system is needed to integrate the clean energy resources we need to maintain reliability. But we don't have the clarity in making decisions on those anticipatory solutions. And what I am encouraged by is the recent applications that were done by New England, by Massachusetts, and by Connecticut for anticipatory transmission to interconnect offshore wind. So there are some positives in this direction, but I'll pause at the planning process as one of the key obstacles.
I'm going to go here, then come back down here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I wanted to just express my appreciation to the FERC for holding this really important forum. Ørsted, as you know, is a world leader in offshore wind energy. We also are engaged in onshore renewables here in the United States. We've got a 5 gigawatt awarded portfolio of offshore wind farms, and for New England, offshore is certainly our focus. So we own Block Island, just for context, and we also have the 715 megawatt Revolution wind farm, which has contracts with both Rhode Island and Connecticut, so we'll serve the New England area. And I want to agree vehemently with my colleague from Eversource that transmission is the unlock for renewables of all stripes, and in New England especially for offshore wind. I would say that, taking the long view on this, it'll just get more challenging to connect offshore wind, in particular in the future. And there are studies that show that we could have about 30 gigawatts of that resource, a really super important resource, by 2050. It does enhance reliability because of its seasonality in the wintertime, so it does have a role to play here. But I would echo my colleague here that long-term planning is super important. We've heard a lot of discussion about that. And then also cost allocation. I would encourage the Commission and the RTOs to take a more of an expansive view of cost allocation and reliability benefits, as well as projects that will help states to meet their decarbonization goals.
So we have transmission planning, we have cost allocation. Want to add to the list, or are we in agreement with the list?
Get that to work there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners, for inviting me back. The short answer to your first question is infrastructure. We need infrastructure in this region. We can study it as long as we want. We know we have constraints across all aspects of our energy systems in this region. And let me be clear, my comments today are largely going to focus on gas infrastructure, because that's what I do primarily at Enbridge. But please don't construe that as not being supportive of an all-of-the-above approach. If we want to move forward in this region, we need customer choice, we need affordability, we need reliability, resiliency, and sustainability. We can't accomplish that with one silver bullet. I think that's a fair point. So on the gas side, because again, that's my my area of purview today. We have a problem. Commissioner Danley, you were poking at Vamsi. I did that similarly a couple months ago when I first saw the report. Vamsi, I apologize to because I got a little animated because it was a total 180 from where I thought the region collectively had been on the challenges between the gas-electric interdependency. So I was obviously concerned as well. We do have a problem. We provided comments on the record. I hope you all have had a chance to see them. If you haven't, I would encourage you to do so, and we're happy to speak to those at any time. We talk a lot about modeling and assumptions. The reality is our systems work in real time, minute to minute, hour to hour. That's where the gremlins lie. They don't lie in, oh, I hope we get X amount of supply over the period of the winter, we'll be fine. They lie in that minute-to-minute challenge of operating our energy systems. And that's where the vulnerabilities are really starting to show on the gas side. And as I said, we highlighted that in our comments. So to move forward, we need more infrastructure. All of the above, again, as I said, and we can achieve the goals that I think we all want to as a region. But without that common understanding of an all of the above approach, which includes additional gas infrastructure, we're going to be talking about this next year. I've been doing it for 27 years, and I really hope that we can move that conversation forward today.
Quick follow-up for you. Would you agree that additional gas and oil storage is included in that new infrastructure that we need?
Yes, I think we could largely reduce our reliance on the oil infrastructure if we focus on gas-related solutions. And when I speak of gas-related solutions, maybe if I may just very quickly, two types that resonate for me and particularly as beneficial to this region. One would be on-system LNG with liquefaction and storage capability. That addresses that peak day reliability and resiliency concern that we're all focused on. And we're scoping out several of those types of projects across our system, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to move some of those forward. The second would be expansions of our main lines. I'm not talking about greenfield pipeline development. I'm talking about lift and replace, adding horsepower, compression, to really tap into the supplies that are several hundred miles to our west. That really hits resiliency and affordability, right? So you get different results from different types of infrastructure, but if you broadly shape your thoughts around those two, we can really move the needle on where we are today in a timely fashion.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go to Ms. Dykes. Always good to see you.
Great to see you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for, again, traveling to the region to host this important conference. I'll just add to the list, I think one of the really important things that we need to address this long-term challenge is better planning and analytical tools. And I am gratified or relieved that 11 months after the last forum where I joined some of my colleagues, I'm thinking of Chairman Bartlett's comments around calling for more proactive planning tools, more quantification and qualification of the performance characteristics of resources we need to address the winter reliability challenge. We now have this EPRI study moving forward, this tool. So I just want to, as someone who's been not shy about being, vocal about the things that we need from the ISO to achieve our collective vision around reliability and affordability of our grid, I want to really recognize and appreciate how the conversation has been able to move forward because of the study. I do think that we urgently need the results from the 2032 run in order to answer the question of this panel and, frankly, some of the questions in the earlier panels. So we're eagerly awaiting the results from those studies, and particularly what it will say in terms of the amount of new offshore wind that might be needed to replace the oil units that we do. I share the concerns around the pace of retirements there, as well as what will be assumed in terms of the continuing operation of the nuclear facilities, keeping in mind that while we've been talking a lot about Everett over the last 5 years, there's a similar challenge that we faced and addressed, Connecticut addressed in terms of retaining the Millstone nuclear facility. But I will say, beyond those planning tools, once we have those, it unlocks the ability for us to align our state procurements, the things that we're doing to meet our climate and clean energy goals across the various states with the desire that we have as states to provide for affordability and reliability of the grid. And so that's really helpful for us to align those things. I think that it's really very interesting looking at the 2027 study to recognize, I see an implicit acknowledgement there that state clean energy policies are contributing to and not hindering the region's winter reliability. And so I think that the removal of some of the barriers in our market towards the participation of state public policy goals is really important. It also opens up the possibility of cost allocation discussions that could seek to regionalize some of the costs of integrating those state public policy resources because of the reliability benefit that they're providing. And I'm thinking here in terms of transmission to integrate offshore wind. So there's lots more to say, but you have wonderful speakers here, so I'll reserve for another comment.
Thank you so much. And thank you for pointing out the attributes of your state policy choices and how it has benefited reliability. I appreciate you pointing that out. Ms. Tepper.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for having us here today. Always appreciate you taking the time to come here and talk to us in New England. I did want to just start real quickly with a quick comment on, last time you were here, I ended my remarks by encouraging the Commission to bring more people into this discussion and to think broadly about who's interested in these topics. And I noted that hearing from lots of voices gets us to the best answers, and I know your creation of the Office of Public Participation does exactly that. And I would just want to comment that I think this hearing would have benefited from some additional voices today, particularly the environmental and the environmental justice communities, and particularly the community of Everett. I encourage the Commission to read the statements submitted by the people of Everett and by the 50 organizations that signed their comments, and to pay attention to them. They live there with that facility, and I think it's important that their voices be heard. That being said, I also want to note, not to be surprised to hear from me, that I will continue to say that the region's problem is over-reliance on natural gas. And last year that really led to a pretty difficult winter for our customers. Prices were extremely high, and we can't continue to rely on sources of fuel to keep the lights on that are coming across the ocean and are vulnerable to supply disruptions and global market volatility. So our way out is to transition a clean energy future. And if we're doing that in Massachusetts with sort of our 5-point strategy, which is reduce, optimize, build, connect, and partner. And reduce is obvious, and I think this is a panel about infrastructure. But before you talk about infrastructure, the first thing you have to do is make sure that you're using energy efficiency and demand response, and using your optimizing your system with grid enhancement technologies, with VPP, with all the different tools that we have now to make sure that we're using the current system that we have before we build. But number 3 is build, and we are building here. Last week, the foundation of the nation's first commercial-scale offshore wind farm was installed 15 miles off the coast of Massachusetts. And we also recently announced a draft RFP for 3,600 megawatts, up to 3,600 megawatts of offshore wind. That's 25% of our state's annual load. I'll be quick. I know I don't want to talk much more, but fourth is connect, and that gets us to sort of one of our barriers, I think, is interconnection. And I think, as I don't remember who said it, but we just recently submitted an application for $250 million to the Grid Innovation Program to upgrade and ready our onshore transmission system. And that would allow up to 3,600 megawatts of of offshore wind and 300 megawatts additional of solar. So, I also, along the same lines, we're looking into connecting with other regions. So yesterday, sometime this week, all the New England states, a bipartisan letter, and New Jersey and New York all sent a letter to DOE asking to form a collaboration together to be talking about connections between our states and regions. And I know that's something you all have been interested in, is increasing that, and really hoping that that collaboration will get there. And lastly, partnering, and that's partnering with the people in the state, our low-income and our environmental justice communities, to ensure that they're part of the decision-making, and that they also receive the benefits of the clean energy transition. So we're on a path to clean energy, and I know the rest of the region is as well, and I think that's our way.
Thank you for your comments. I do want to pick up on the environmental justice comment that you made. I don't think I have to tell anyone here that you're preaching to the choir when it comes to putting first the voices of EJ communities. I'm sure you're aware that FERC held the first ever environmental justice roundtable at FERC on infrastructure permitting in March. I've also made it a top priority of mine. And we also have the Office of Public Participation, Nicole Sinaraman. Please stand. Here with us today. She's here in the room and is doing a fantastic job reaching out to EJ community. So I thank you for shining a light on this issue, and I appreciate your comments. ISO New England.
Thanks for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you, Chairman Phillips. I just wanted to build on Vondan's comments a little bit. First, I wanted to note that New England actually is having some success building new projects. We have 2 offshore wind farms that are currently under construction, 2 large wind farms. We have about 4,700 megawatts of offshore wind that has either completed their interconnection agreement process or are on the cusp of completing it. And that is going to largely use our existing infrastructure. We are not building large new lines to handle those. So we currently have some headroom to build, and that is being used. So that's the good news in the near term. As a number of folks have pointed out, in the longer term, we clearly need infrastructure investment if we're going to accommodate the levels that many people throughout the region and on this panel have noted in terms of the region's public policy goals. And there's no doubt we need process improvements to do that. We need to look farther into the future, and we need to figure out cost allocation. The good news is we've made progress on each of those already. We have more to do, but you all actually approved a change to our tariff in the last year or so that gave us the authority to do this longer-term analysis, and we are doing that as we speak. And I think that's gone over quite well with the region. I think folks are appreciative of that, and we're getting a lot of feedback about that. The fun part is now we are doing the cost estimates for those future projections. So that'll be an interesting discussion with the region when we see what the price tag is on what we see as a need. So we're making progress on that, and we have a second phase of that whole tariff change process that is seeking to build a process where we partner with the states and all of our stakeholders in identifying exactly which projects that we see we need in the future, which ones we're going to select to build now, and how we're going to pay for those. And what we're trying to also roll into that is asset condition projects. So what our study has identified is one of the, I'm not going to say it's going to be cheap or easy, but one of the lower risk, lower disruption paths to getting more infrastructure is to upsize our current infrastructure. And a sensible way to do that is when current infrastructure needs to be upgraded anyway, look at your models and say, oh, is this a path that gets overloaded in the future? If so, can we upsize it now for both cost savings and to prepare for the future? And we are looking to build that into our process as well. So I think the good news, I just want to follow up on Vondan's point about the good news is that we all collectively are already looking at that, and I hope are trying to do it in a sensible and cost-effective way. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll turn to my colleagues. allow them to get in this discussion. Let's mix it up again. We'll start with Commissioner Christie, then we'll go to Commissioner Danley, and then Commissioner Clements. Commissioner Christie.
I'm going to ask Secretary Tepper. You're in the governor's cabinet, right?
I am.
That's what I thought by the title. Let me just ask you, we've heard testimony today about Everett specifically. You referenced Everett in your comments. Does the governor support keeping Everett open?
I think right now we are interested in, there's been a lot of, as we talked about this morning, a lot of new information that has come in over the last few months on this issue. Our understanding is that the LDCs, the local distribution companies, the regional ones, are talking with Constellation about potential contracts. And, you know, it is their responsibility, as you know, to ensure that they serve their customers. And, you know, they need to go to their regulator to ask for that.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Danley.
So we've had these discussions for a while. You said you've been doing it for decades, right? The hope, of course, is that there be some practical outcome. I will admit that 9 months ago I wasn't expecting to get the analysis back that we have. Nevertheless, it does seem that there has to be something practical done because there are still problems, and I'm curious from ISO New England what specific market reforms you have. Accreditation, right? You still have to get the prices right, even if you have an accreditation model that works correctly for the capacity. That's just one example. What specific market reforms do you think are necessary, given the new information that we have apparently stumbled upon?
That is a good question. Certainly, resource accreditation is an important one. I think the next step is the DAISY project, which is turning real-time reserve provision into a financial obligation. So it's not just we tote it up and we assume you'll deliver, but rather it be you have an obligation to deliver and there are consequences if you fail to deliver. And then there's probably what I hope is the second phase of that project, which will look at a little more broadly at reserve provision and replacement reserves, and also enshrine those in our rules so that you get resources that provide them get paid for them, but also if they fail to deliver on their obligations, they face financial consequences. So in my view, there's a lot to be done in that real-time market and the reserve market to both quantify and identify the reserves that we rely on and make sure that they are appropriately compensated. It may be that in the short term, they're low cost because we have sufficient, but at times when we don't have a sufficient amount of reserves, we'll get positive pricing and lots of good downstream effects will come out of that.
The reason I ask this is because at the moment, ISO New England, I don't concede that it's over-reliant on gas, but let's just say for the sake of argument that it is. Regardless of whether there's an over-reliance, it is reliant upon gas. And there is obviously a lack of infrastructure to support the requirements because there are a lot of them. So we skated through a relatively mild winter this last winter after being concerned about what the future would hold. It seems now that we have a few years of a stay of execution, apparently based on current data. You can hear the uncertainty in my voice when I say that. I'm still not convinced that this 180-degree turn is really based on analytics that I would trust, but let's just say that's true. But we still don't know what happens in the future, right? And I alluded to this earlier, which is infrastructure is almost impossible to build in this region. You have a piece of infrastructure that, by the ISO's own admission, you have not modeled far enough out to really know what the future holds. And if in 2027 we find, gosh, we really need that thing, you're kind of late to the game, because even if you were to go through a process of permitting and construction as quickly as possible, it would be very challenging to get anything done on a broad enough scale, I would assume. I'm happy to be disabused of this assumption, but I assume, given the challenges, that even those projects that apparently are both politically and publicly wanted, even if they have challenges being developed, then certainly the ones that are unpopular but necessary are going to, I would assume, run aground with an awful lot of difficulty, right? So does the ISO, generally speaking, have as sanguine an attitude as it seems about that further period? Because I've heard what we have to say about the next few years, but 27, 28, 29, 30, I haven't really heard anything other than we don't know yet. And one would assume, in the same way that one would have assumed you would have done this analysis before, that if you are making public documents that talk about the immediate future that are going to be used to make, in part, and informed decisions right now about infrastructure, that you would probably have an opinion about what's going to happen later. Thoughts?
Well, certainly, I guess a couple thoughts. One is we do find ourselves in a position of, if we see the load growth coming that we are anticipating, we are going to need more infrastructure. Now, that infrastructure is in our queue right now. Some of it's under construction. If we get substantially more wind and solar, it's going to be a big plus. To our credit, our Vice President of Operations has been saying for years, look, wind can help me in the winter because I have an energy problem, not a capacity problem. And he was saying this years and years ago. If those wind farms that we have studied and signed IAs with get built, that's a huge
another
move in the right
if.
direction.
Another if, though. Yeah.
It's an if. It certainly is an if. And I guess the other thing I would note is, our projections of the future evolve, as we were talking about earlier today, and which is, understandably causing you consternation. I expect that to also be true going forward. Sometimes they evolve in negative ways. Sometimes they evolve in ways that are favorable and positive for the region. So I think what you're hearing is partly a reluctance to state firm consequences the farther we get out into the future, because all of us here on the ISO New England team have sort of lived with those forecasts changing over time. And the farther you get out, the more likely that is.
Sure, I get that. It's harder to predict things that are further off. It's also problematic to make decisions now for things that you haven't tried to make predictions for the consequences of down the road. That's the only point that I'm making. So given my little diatribe here, does anybody have another response before I hand it over to my colleagues here? Anyone? Yep, sure, go ahead.
Thank you. I hate to sound like a broken record, but
me too.
I guess that's who I am. I'm simple-minded in this, and I think the studies, as have been mentioned, are very important and they're very informative. But facts matter, and if we are even moderately successful in the build-out of our offshore wind portfolio, solar, et cetera, we are going to find a day where California is an example, Europe, those resources aren't available, and what are we going to do? We're going to turn the lights out? We're going to shed load? To me, the glue that holds all this together are the gas plants that are highly dispatchable and can solve that problem. But we don't have the supply to allow those plants to run when needed. That's my message to all of you today. It's been my message for a while. We can solve that and deal with all the other challenges fairly easily.
So understood, but what I'm putting to you guys, all of you, is we have limited powers at FERC, right? I mean, we're actually talking a lot about a non-jurisdictional asset, right? I mean, that is kind of bewildering that we would convene to talk about an asset over which we have no power. I'm asking all of you, what specific tariff provisions do you want to see in order to solve that problem? Because I agree that is a problem that needs solving. And that's either a 205 or we 206 them, to say the dread three numbers again. or there has to be, more infrastructure development, which is something that FERC only partially, I mean, we have profound powers when it comes to Section 7, but we're not the only input to that. So what specific thing would you do to solve this problem that you rightfully identify?
Two comments. First is we need to have a common understanding that that is a problem. Unfortunately, agree to disagree with Rebecca Tepper, and they don't see that as a necessary pathway to solve for the energy transition, i.e. build out of additional gas infrastructure. And there are others in the region. That's not a mystery. So we need a common understanding, because no sponsor is going to bring forward a project, no customer is going to bring forward a project without a common understanding of that need. So that's step one. Step two, there are multiple pathways. Whether the LDCs contract for this, we put forward a very novel approach where the EDCs contract for new gas infrastructure in the past, the merchant plants themselves with new tariff provisions at ISO, the list goes on. But first step is an understanding and support for that common need.
Even the ISO has said that in the deep decarbonization scenarios, more transmission capacity is required. So the ISO, unless of course there's now been an evolution in that thinking too, but that has been the ISO's position for a while now. So, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Danley. Probably not a fully satisfactory answer, but public power is kind of split on this as well. There's a part of us that expressed an opinion, really would like to see how you retain it. The current market design initiatives that ISO has underway, RCA and DAISY, are future years, I think, provide a lot more value, not so much in the immediate term, as you can see from their studies. So I think where DAISY will provide some pressure to buy fuel in the day-ahead market, even if you're not dispatched to be ready to go, certainly that's an advantage. In the RCA, as it puts pressure down as electrification picks up and we start shifting the probable hours of loss of load towards the winter, that'll put pressure on resources. But we're a few years out from that. How do we solve that middle piece is a mystery to me right now. I think we certainly need to have EMT around for a while to help cover that. And how you get at it from your authority is a question for me. Certainly the ISO designs that are future years out will be helpful, but that's ways out before that resource would be retained.
Thank you, Commissioner Danley. I just wanted to make a comment about just offshore wind as a resource. The New England area is home to some of the best offshore wind resource on the planet, and we do need to tap it. And I just wanted to make sure that it was well understood that actually it will add to reliability, because it does operate at its strongest during the winter months when this region happens to need it the most. You also asked about what could the FERC do, and just to put a plug in for one way that the FERC and the federal government can help offshore wind is maybe a little bit more coordination between the states, the FERC, and BOEM, who manage the NEPA process for offshore wind resources. These resources take a long time to develop. They're complex. They need a thorough review, and we fully support that. Oftentimes, actually all the time, we're going through the interconnection process at the same time as we're going through the BOEM NEPA process. And sometimes there are changes that can come up. There are certainly, in that length of time, technological advances that come about that can benefit the resource in the region. We always run the risk that adopting some of those changes could result in material modification with the RTO process. So a little bit of more flexibility and a little bit more working together, I think, will help smooth things and get the resources on stream faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Danley. I have to admit, it is hard to not continue to think about the Everett Marine Terminal, but one of the things I did appreciate about this agenda and the way the staff planned this and the way it was planned is there's a focused conversation on long-term infrastructure, because there needs to be action now for us to start developing infrastructure. That takes a long time, and if lack of doing so will put us in this do loop of constantly thinking about what other short-term measures can we deploy every year. I have two specific comments, and one of them will address your question on what can FERC do. First comment is, I do think there is positive development in the quantification of the gap. I think the fact that the ISO has done the study up to 2027 is great. We need it for 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. We need it for every year. We need it to be quantified in megawatt-hour terms so the electric sector can respond with solutions, whether it's how much solar or any other replacement resource, offshore wind, storage, interregional capacity can replace not just the gap, but also keep in mind the New England state's GHG goals. We have goals, so we have to go way beyond the gap that's being discussed today, practically speaking, in New England. The second point that I'd like to make is that in addition to what Bob Ethier just said, is we are deploying solutions today. We just had a groundbreaking on the Cape to start work to interconnect the next 800 megawatts of offshore wind beyond the one that's expected this year. So from the onshore grid perspective, we are on the front lines of starting to deploy resources and pursue development of the transmission solutions that will enable the next 800 megawatts on the Cape. And then there's plans in place to interconnect 12 more 100 megawatts on the Cape beyond that. These resources will help bridge some of the winter reliability gaps, but it also will help meet some carbon emission targets. A very helpful effort from the FERC was when we submitted the transmission support agreement, FERC approved it in a positive manner. It was one of the most, an innovative way to allocate costs for a transmission proposal, where part of it was being paid for by reliability customers, part of it is being paid for by the interconnection customer. As we look into the remainder of this year, I hope we can look at tariff changes that allow us to right-size projects and build some more anticipatory transmission proposals so we can continue to increase the hosting capacity of the grid and kind of do our part in this equation. So I think those efforts from FERC and that support on long-term planning and cost recovery is very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just say I share some of that frustration. I think that if we don't have the 2032 study results to help inform the question about Everett, and they will arrive too late to really inform that question. I am hopeful that they will not arrive too late to inform other decisions that are being taken over the next 6 to 12 months, 18 months, that will be dispositive about other resources that will be critical to maintaining reliability in the early 2030s. And so I think some of those offshore wind discussions are very timely. The work on transmission, we know it's, New England has the reputation of being a place where it's difficult to build. But I think in reality, it just takes several years, right? It takes a long time to build and go through permitting and litigation and align on CalSTEC. There's so many different stars that have to align in order to move the big projects forward. So being sanguine about those timelines, we have to be really starting now. The urgency with which we've been having this discussion about Everett is also the same urgency that we have to have about the other set of resources that we're working hard to deploy in order to meet decarbonization and clean energy goals. That's going to be really dispositive about whether we're able to meet the reliability needs of the early 2030s. I do think that some of the, you asked about market reforms, it's early to say definitively where we'll fall on this, but I think some of the signals that the ISO is considering a prompt and seasonal capacity market is really interesting to replace the 3-year forward framework. I think that could provide us some new ways to do valuation of resources that can help to address some of these winter reliability concerns, which has been a huge gap, I think, in years past. I also think that some of the dockets that FERC is moving forward on the transmission side will also be really valuable in order to help us understand how we can better utilize the transmission infrastructure that we already have, as well as transfer capacity. So those are a few that I would just reference.
That was one of the things I was going to mention too. I think having some fast work on interconnection and on the transmission proposals that we have coming up. I think it was helpful, and appreciate that ISO is looking at the single source contingency limit. I think that could be very helpful as well. And I would just add, in terms of valuing storage, I think if we could think about that based on how operators are actually going to operate their systems and base the value of storage on that, I think that would be something that would be particularly helpful too, and encouraging all available cost-effective energy efficiency and demand response.
Commissioner Clements.
Thank you. A lot of my questions have been covered, so I just have a few points on transmission and on the demand side. First, I was so encouraged to see the multi-state collaborative proposal from the states in New England. That is on interregional transmission planning. That's what we've been hoping would happen, right? That's an issue that FERC hasn't taken on in a fulsome way yet. This commission, the full picture of transmission interregional planning, and so the idea that you all are getting together on a bipartisan basis across regions, up and down partway down the East Coast is exciting, and I think there's a lot of opportunity there. One thing that struck me, this is just a more specific point on the cost allocation piece of interregional transmission or transmission planning, is this idea that now winter energy adequacy is a benefit, could be a benefit. And I know both Commissioner and Secretary from the states, you've commented on that, and I think you also commented on the multi-value aspects of transmission, but it seems to me if you're connecting offshore wind and you have resources hooking up that provide winter adequacy, that's a good thing and might be part of this multi-value equation. So wondering if you have any more thoughts about the cost allocation piece, whether it's specific to the winter energy adequacy or more broadly in terms of what you're hoping comes next, what FERC might do.
I can try to briefly address my views on that. The point of connecting winter energy adequacy and winter reliability is purely to state that the transmission that we're developing to enable those resources has a societal element to it. And it's not just a but-for process, and it's not just a but-for cost allocation. And that's it. I know once you start extrapolating that philosophy, you start getting into how societal is it? Is it a regional, completely regional? Is it partially regional? Those discussions can be held, in a more robust manner with the right folks around the room. But that's the key point: is some of the infrastructure that we're developing is very societal in nature, and therefore it could be considered as a regional reliability solution.
I think I'll leave the offshore wind there. Earlier Vamsi was speaking to the ability of this study to provide a base and a useful tool among several to do effective forward planning. I'm curious, Commissioner Dykes and Secretary Tepper, and I asked this question I think also to Chair Bartlett and Garrett Witowski earlier, can this tool help you design programs to target, let's say, the types of demand response or energy efficiency, gas to electric or otherwise, that are useful relative to this winter energy adequacy target?
I'm happy to jump in there. That's our understanding. That's why we're so excited about this. And it was great if I heard accurately the earlier comments from Vamsi that the ISO would welcome or be willing to do runs in response to state requests. I mean, we're here talking about winter reliability and thinking back to the winters of 2013, 14, and 1961, and so on and so forth. But I'm also very thinking a lot about the winter of 2035 with our electrification goals. And so, again, we want to make sure that, as we're working on building and transportation electrification programs, within our state jurisdictional aspects, that we have the benefit of all of these planning tools to develop scenario analysis and ensure that we're directing our procurements and our, whether it's from solar PV to offshore wind to transmission, to be aligned with the resource adequacy needs that we'll have for winter periods and, in the long term. So I think this is incredibly important. We are not, states in one silo kind of just thinking about decarbonization and public policy, and the ISO and its silo over here doing reliability. But states, this is very much part of our mission as states to ensure that we have affordable, reliable, and clean energy for our citizens. And so that's why a tool like this is so, so helpful.
Great.
Yeah, I would agree. Very, very helpful. And, I think in addition, we have some work to do on our front, on the distribution side. I recently wrote a letter to our utilities asking them, what are you doing to help the winter problem? Everybody should be thinking about how we can deal with the winter situation with further energy efficiency, demand response, and so I think tools like this will help us plan for the future, but I also think we also have to do our own homework at home as well.
Great. Thank you all for participating.
I know that we're going to have an opportunity for our state regulators to weigh in at the end, but I think now that we sort of have this idea of the infrastructure that we need or don't need on the table, I'd love to hear reaction from the states here with us today. I mean, do you agree with what you're hearing? Do you think that we have the infrastructure that we need? Is there something more or some hurdle that we haven't talked about today? And of course, you can always opt out and say, we'll talk at the end.
I'm always happy to jump in whether I have a great answer or not. I mean, I think the 2032 analysis is going to be really helpful to help us understand where the deficiencies are. I think there's no question that we're going to need a lot of transmission build out, not only connect renewable resources, but to obviously improve the interconnections of the region. So I think that's job one. I think two, I think we need to have an honest assessment of the role that natural gas is going to be playing over the next 20 years, and then figure out what additional infrastructure we may need to accommodate that. I don't think it serves the region well to assume we can just get by on what we have. If we're struggling now, I think it's only going to get worse if we see significant demand growth, if we're not bringing on enough other resources to augment it.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, fellow members of the Commission, for coming here. I reiterate the comments of my sincere appreciation and gratitude for you all making the trip to New England. I think that the conversation today clearly demonstrates that a lot of work lies ahead with respect to infrastructure development and market design, but this dialogue demonstrates our collective sincere commitment to each other, our states, our country, and the region at large. I want to thank the NESCO staff, the states, ISO New England, and EPRI for studying and modeling winter scenarios both with and without Everett. While the study does identify risks, it's believed that the region can make it through the most likely scenarios. And New Hampshire does not believe that out-of-market solutions are necessary to retain Everett. Since you're asking, I do want to take the moment to just offer my thoughts. I wish that I could respond to Commissioner Danley's request for specific tariff provisions, but I'm unable to do that. But I will take the moment as a regulator, a power system engineer, and an energy attorney to respectfully suggest two things. I think first that the states must view their respective jurisdictions as retail energy markets. And second, that the moment is ripe for federal policy articulating the new rules in which wholesale interstate energy should be regulated. That gap clearly exists. First, state policies necessitate a more granular operation of distribution systems. It's foreseeable that existing fuel, thermal, and centralized resources will continue to retire. We're becoming more and more reliant on intermittent and dispatchable resources, including flexible load. I believe it's possible to operate our energy infrastructure reliably and efficiently closer to the grid edge. But such a paradigm requires locational and temporal system information and operations and market constructs to facilitate economic dispatch. We as the states need to focus on building these capabilities. We need to think of ourselves as retail energy market jurisdictions. As to federal reforms, I respectfully suggest that now is the time for an Energy Policy Act of 2024. The states continue to grapple with policy, market, and operational evolution in a complex and interdependent world. Given the significant energy system investment from the IRA and IIJA and the regulatory gaps that exist regarding current infrastructure, it seems appropriate for the federal government to articulate the regulatory constructs or new rules in which deployed investments will participate, just like PURPA did for independent power, the Natural Gas Act of 1978 did for gas markets, and the Energy Policy Act of 2005 did for organized electricity markets. States will continue to partner with you and other federal stakeholders to shape how this new paradigm will undoubtedly manifest. I ask myself, how do I, as a regulator, enable truly competitive retail energy and attributes markets? What centralized systems need to be enabled to operate truly real-time intrastate infrastructure? Through the Energy Policy Act of 2005, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission possesses broad authority over organized electricity markets. Those reforms have enabled supervisory awareness and control over the bulk electric system, essential for reliable long-term operation. Given the conversation today and our reliance on interdependent energy infrastructures, determining whether reliability organizations a la NERC should exist for the gas network or other fuel supply chains may represent possible opportunities for federal energy policy reform. Finally, we talked about siting, and I note that clear federal partner support during the local siting of infrastructure in conjunction with local stakeholders can be very impactful. Federal grants, loans, and appetite for new technologies and foundational resources help see projects to fruition. When the federal and state partners come together, it's beneficial for everyone. I thank you for your time. I look forward to continuing this discussion.
Thank you. Thank you for your very thoughtful and well-said remarks.
I said enough about the gas side of things, but I'm not going to say anything about gas infrastructure at the moment, but there are some comments about the need for transmission in order to advance renewables, and there have been developments taking place, at least in the planning stage, but we've been talking about doses of inconvenient realities today about various things, and there's another dose here that's unfortunate, that even when transmission is being put in place to support carbon-free energy, there's opposition to it, and it's very, very difficult. And so we have to realize that I've been frustrated because there are environmental groups who are absolutely supporting carbon-free energy sources and renewable energy, but as soon as a transmission project is being proposed, and there's local opposition to it, a lot of the environmental groups are nowhere to be found, and it makes siting very, very difficult. I'm not saying that necessarily to ask you to do anything about it, but it's a message that I've been trying to advance. If we're supporting a clean energy future, you got to support the transmission, even if it's creating some difficulties in the siting of that. But as we plan ahead and try to figure out how we're going to solve things like winter reliability, and we're depending upon transmission to be built, well, we have that also potentially standing in the way as well. Because as it's been stated many times, you can hardly cite anything, no matter what the nature it is. And some are harder than others, but they seem to be all hard.
June, I know we're going to hear from you on the final panel. Would you like an opportunity to weigh in now?
Mr. Chair, would you prefer I just saved it for then?
You can speak anytime you want.
That was the right answer, sir. I won't go into great depth here. Your specific question was, did I agree with everything I've heard here? and I won't pretend that I have absorbed everything I've heard, so I'll just speak very briefly to the things that jump out at me. One, Mr. Ethier had suggested that among the reforms needed are in the markets are reforms that make the obligations stick, and that there are consequences when people don't deliver. I could not agree more. This is something that I think Commissioner Christie and I talked about last year in Burlington, where all morning what has been eating at me as I listen to the conversation, which is erudite, well-informed, competent, everybody's doing their job and living up to their responsibilities. But what's been eating at me is there is an unequal distribution in the room of the responsibility to hold a public trust. There are people out there, Rebecca was referring to this and talking about the voices that are not here today, and to credit the efforts by FERC, no question, in reaching those voices, but there are voices out there of people who have not been part of these discussions to date, and who are also not being directly addressed by this conversation. We keep talking about oil and gas and winter reliability in familiar terms because we're expert and we know these problems and we know there are no easy answers. But until Rebecca said we need to think about the people who live in the shadow of Everett, I will be the first to tell you that was not foremost in my mind. Or many of the things that are mentioned in the Fix the Grid literature that was distributed at lunch, all valid, in my opinion, all relevant, health impacts, environmental impacts, and so forth. But we reduce our conversation to the things that we think we can do, Commissioner Danley, such as the specific tariff provisions, when sometimes the conversation has to be about how do we change how we think? How do we bring these voices in? More importantly, how do we convey to them that they feel that we hear them so that they feel we hear them? And judging by this literature, I don't think we're quite there yet. I've gone on longer than I said I would, but when it comes to specific siting of infrastructure in New England, in Vermont at least, we have an example of how it can be done. We got infrastructure, a transmission line licensed and ready to build in Vermont. The issue has been the economics of it, which we hope the DOE funding under the GRIP program can address. But it's not like it can't be done, it's that it has to be done in a way that convinces the public that their concerns are being addressed. And that hasn't happened to date. Now I will go back to being a potted plant until 3:30.
Excellent. Well, thank you all. I thank you for accommodating me. I called an audible and went off script. So I guess at this point, I'll just open up to my colleagues. Are there any final points on infrastructure before we move on? I see no cards up, so we're going to...
I'll just make the quick point that people talk a lot about broadening or making more flexible cost allocation. We have to keep in mind that we're constrained by case law and there are limits to how far that can go. So too much trust reposed in some voodoo that makes it broader than it is, I would be wary about that.
I bet you did not have voodoo on your bingo card today. All right. With that, David, we're going to end a little bit early here. If you would, let's start a little early for the next panel. Will you instruct us on how much time you need to flip the room?
Yes, sir. We'll switch now to panel 4. And do you want to skip the break entirely?
Can we just take like a 5-minute break?
You got it.
5-minute
minutes.
break. Everybody be back.
Be back at 2:05.
There you go.
If everyone could take their seats, we're going to start the fourth panel. If you could take your seats, please, thank you.
Where should I take my seat?
Yeah. We're going to begin panel 4. We're going to run until 3:15 with this panel. So if everyone could take their seats, please. So this panel is on market design. Our panelists include Riley Allen, Commissioner, Vermont Public Utility Commission; Michelle Gardner, Executive Director of Regulatory Affairs Northeast, Nexera Energy Resources; Mark Carl, Vice President, Market Development, ISO New England; Donald Kreese, Consumer Advocate, New Hampshire Office of the Consumer Advocate; Palace Levanskike, Vice President, Potomac Economics; Alex Matreski, Senior Director of Regulatory Affairs, Brookfield Renewables; Christy Prescott, Director, Energy Supply, United Illuminating; and Andrew Weinstein, Vice President, FERC Market Policy, Vistra. Just a reminder to our panelists to avoid any ex parte discussions. I know I sound like a broken record with that. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to you, and we'll start panel 4.
Thank you so much, David. If everybody could take their seats, we're starting the next panel. I'd like to welcome everybody here. Thank you so much for taking the time. I think that this is among one of the most important topics that we can talk about today. I think that when markets work, they provide extreme value. I think what we need to talk about here today are what, if any, market changes or solutions that are on the table that can help us achieve the reliability that we need for the region. I'm extremely pleased that ISO New England is working on several market improvements right now, capacity market accreditation, as well as day-ahead ancillary services. I appreciate the focus on these efforts, but I think we need to consider whether more can be done on market reform. So my first question is to all the panelists. Understanding that capacity accreditation and ancillary service reform on the table, do you think, are these reforms likely to resolve the reliability issues that we have? That's the question. Commissioner. Well, actually, let's start with Mr. Carl.
Thank you, Chair Phillips, and all the FERC staff, commissioners, state representatives as well. Good to be here. We talked about capacity accreditation and some of the other projects. You know, when you look at the things that we're looking to do in the near term, you know, in the next 5 or so years, we've got the inventoried energy program coming in. Can't say too much about that because I know some of that's still before the commission. We've got day-ahead ancillary services. We've got resource capacity accreditation, and we've got consideration of a prompt seasonal capacity market. I think all of those help move the ball forward. I don't think any of them complete the project or complete the goal of assuring energy adequacy. In particular, when we look at the day-ahead ancillary services DAISY project, that project in and of itself probably does not do a lot in the short term, but what it is a really important platform for us to build on. I know last week I listened to the PJM conference, and there was discussion about, you know, the need to have some sort of a longer forward reserve market, and, you know, not like 3 years forward, but something that, you know, maybe in the interval where people could take action to schedule gas or, you know, make whatever arrangements are necessary to make sure that they have fuel. And that would be built on top of DAISY. If you're going to build a forward market, you need something to settle against. And the day-ahead ancillary service product is that benchmark that you would settle a day ahead or a 2-day ahead or a week ahead sort of reserves market. In addition, we have in the past talked about the potential for a reserve product maybe far enough forward that someone could enter into an LNG contract. So now we're in kind of a 6-month window, which sort of looks like capacity, but not really. The thought that we had was that this would be a product that would still settle against the reserve market. And so we've got a lot of projects like that come after the four things that four anchor projects that we see going on right now. So we do think they help. We do, and I've got some other things on the list we can talk about that are probably a little bit further forward as well.
All right, thank you. We're going to work from this end and go all the way to that end. Yes, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me on the panel, and thank you so much for taking the time to come to New England again. These are very important issues, and really appreciate your interest. Just quickly, I think in terms of I'll start with the RCA. I think RCA had a good potential in terms of addressing some of the needs. The initial results that came out, and the ISO saying that 5,000 megawatts of the total 10,000 megawatts roughly of natural gas resources would be derated in the winter period. I think that created a signal that resources would need to firm up their fuel supplies in order to deliver energy in the winter. But now with some of these, the information the ISO has provided, that the modeling may have not accounted for some of the LNG availability, or significantly not accounted for some of the LNG availability. I think the expectation is that it will be a lot less winter hours when there will be unserved energy, and as such, probably a lot less derate on those units. So if that happens, then sort of the incentive to firm up the fuel becomes a lot less. So I think I'm a little bit more skeptical now in terms of the RCA and the value it will provide with those results, but we'll have to see what those results bring in. I think DAISY itself is a phenomenal product, and something that I can't believe it took 20 years to deliver. I think it makes sense. This right now is the ISO counting on reserves in the day-ahead market, but not compensating them, and resources not knowing that they're being counted on, which means that they do not provide the fuel in advance of the day-ahead market to be able to deliver in the real-time market. So I think this is a great product, and ultimately, I think we have to spend more time and effort into the energy and ancillary markets, where I think it's the rubber meets the road. That's where the energy really is delivered, and the products such like DAISY provide the value to reliability. I think the capacity market is important, but I think, anyway, we'll probably get into the whole prompt and seasonal, but I think those are also going to be very elaborate discussions that may take away time from discussing some of the ancillary market changes. I'll stop there.
Thank you. I think you're in good company with your skepticism here today, especially with some of my colleagues. Yes, sir. I see your cards. We're going to work this way, and I'm going to come back and get you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. For those who don't know me, I'm Palace Lee Van Skyke. I'm with Potomac Economics, and we're the external market monitor for the ISO. And really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. So I think the centerpiece for any market design effort has to be the capacity accreditation. For simple reasons, it's got to be a capacity solution, because the capacity market is the venue in which you buy resources to meet your planning reliability requirements. And so as these requirements emerge, it's important to have a capacity solution to procure those resources. Now, it has to be accreditation, because the problem is that as we see the changes that we're getting in the resource mix, so you have more and more resources that aren't available 24/7, but that do make some contribution to reliability, there needs to be a framework for assessing their value and compensating them appropriately. Now, it has to be a marginal mechanism, because when you price things based on the marginal value, you provide better investment incentives. And so you get better solutions because you have better investment incentives for doing that. Now, a related issue is the resource adequacy model, because the mechanism that you use to assess reliability, your requirements, the contributions that resources make to those are your resource adequacy model. Now, the concern that I have is that the model that the ISO is using currently may not be really adaptable enough to consider things like oil inventory limitations. And so, to me, an open question is whether their current resource adequacy model provides that kind of framework that they can build on to provide appropriate accreditation, because their current proposal in the stakeholder process kind of separates out the assessment of essentially which resources are energy adequate from the resource adequacy modeling, and I think they've gotten some initial results that don't make a lot of sense. So I think it's going to take more work to make sure that the resource adequacy model is reflecting those characteristics appropriately. Otherwise, if you don't do that, then you can't compensate resources appropriately. I think also the prompt seasonal market is very important. We've been advocates of that for a long time, and one of the big benefits of the prompt market, other than it procures, allows resources to procure fuel at a time where it's in line with when they're entering capacity obligations. Aside from that, backing up the timing of the auction is also something that helps provide more time for making some of the needed capacity market design enhancements. And so you buy yourself more time if you simply run the auction closer to the delivery period. So I think that's another big benefit of the prompt market, and why if the details of the prompt market can't be worked out, at least postponement of the FCA is something that should be on the table.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. I don't have a good answer, I don't think, to the question that the chairman asked. I will say at the outset that I feel a mighty weight on my shoulders today. There are roughly 40 speakers on today's agenda. Some companies got 2 bites at the apple, but I am the only person on today's agenda whose job is to advocate for ratepayers. Now, you might say that's fine because the 10 of you are safeguarding the public interest. And indeed, I can testify that you are, in fact, doing that because I've met everybody, all 10 of you, to one extent or another, and I know several of the state regulators well enough to be sure that I can tell you they are exemplary public servants. But your regulatory vigilance is only as good as the information placed in front of you by those participating in your proceedings. My guess is that I'm the token ratepayer advocate, not because FERC doesn't like us, I know better than that, but because we don't have the expertise of a Vamsi Chadha-Levada or Richard Levitan or even my friend James Daly of Eversource. And guess what? You're right. That's the problem. In my dream world, the New England ratepayer advocates would have what our counterparts in the land of PJM have, a tariff-funded organization that gives us at least some of the resources we need to be a truly knowledgeable and empowered voice, not just here before you, but behind the closed doors of NEPOOL. I was so gratified to hear Commissioner Danley start the day off by saying that he is skeptical, because I am also skeptical. So are my counterparts, Bill Harwood of Maine, Liz Anderson of Massachusetts, Claire Coleman of Connecticut, the folks with whom I put out a joint statement. What market mechanisms do we and the ratepayers we represent want? We want ones that are driven by facts and rigorous analysis, not amorphous worries about qualitative considerations or vague notions of resiliency. Now, I'm from New Hampshire, and so let me remind you of our state motto. Here it is: used and useful. The cost of natural gas infrastructure should not be in non-bypassable electric rates. That's an argument I made to the New Hampshire Supreme Court in 2017, and a principle reflected in the opinion written by Justice Hicks of that court. Unfortunately, his was the dissenting opinion. Fortunately, my counterparts in Massachusetts were more successful with that argument at their state Supreme Court. Now, we can design markets to force ratepayers to buy every last aliquot of reliability that industry can conjure, but I beg you not to do that. In particular, I beg ISO New England not to seek, and I beg FERC not to approve some new market mechanism, or worse, some out-of-market mechanism to guarantee that the Everett terminal stays in business. Sometimes at an event like this, someone manages to say the quiet part out loud. Today, my award for doing that goes to Mr. Ochoa of Kinder Morgan, who urged you to force ratepayers to pay for more gas infrastructure. He said, and I quote, "We're going to continue to say that forever." That's why I'm so pleased to hear that Commissioner Danley is skeptical. In fact, I'd like to answer Commissioner Danley's question that he placed to Mr. Chadha-Lavada. He asked, have we been paying too much for reliability? Well, here's my answer, worded as politely as I possibly can make it. Heck yeah. Hundreds of millions of dollars too much. And I and my regional counterparts have been trying to say that all along the way. Now, Mr. Levitan warned that New England could experience a fiasco of the sort that Epcot suffered beginning on Valentine's Day of 2021. My response is, let's be visionaries. Let's not double down on old technologies. There exists, but Texas apparently did not deploy, the metering technology to respond to a capacity deficiency event with targeted load shedding, targeted to avoid families shivering in the dark, and instead interrupting the big C&I customers that have benefited from restructuring. The Supreme Court's decision in FERC versus EPSA of several years ago teaches that FERC has a role to play in bringing forces to bear that might look a lot like retail to you, things that happen at the distribution level, things that happen behind the meter, even energy efficiency, the holy grail for me. The FERC has a role to play in bringing those things to bear on the markets that are regulated under the Federal Power Act, and I urge you to do that. And finally, I heard Mr. Athier say, let's upsize existing transmission through asset conditions projects. I would urge you to heed the warning of my friends at NESCO who said, asset condition projects in New England are essentially unregulated and unscrutinized right now. That is not okay. So what market mechanisms do we need to guarantee reliability? Well, my written comments give my opinion about the specific initiatives that are pending. My earnest pitch to you is before you do anything new, fix what's already broken about what we have.
Thank you for your comments. If only you were a capable advocate for consumers, their voice would be represented here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate the compliment.
Ms. Gardner.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the commissioners for setting up today's agenda and for your careful consideration of all the panels. I think the way we are walking through these issues intellectually makes a lot of sense, and focusing specifically here on market reforms. I knew I was kicking myself when I was following Dawn here, so I don't know if I'm going to be as lively. But I want to answer your question directly about my support for both of the ISO market reforms that are on the table. And then I think, as I've noted in my written position statement, there's still more that needs to be done in general, as a short answer. But I also think it's important for us to take a step back, and I think the gentleman from NERC on an earlier panel this morning asked the right question, which is, what are we designing for? And I've noticed this theme through a number of the panels this morning, but I don't think we've specifically articulated it, which is, what do we want our capacity market to do? And what do we want our energy and ancillary service market to do? And what are we building to? And I think not just in this region, I think all the regions to some extent are blurring these lines. Is resource adequacy a 1 in 10 standard? Or, as some of us like to joke, 1 in never? But what is the standard? Is it a steel in the ground type market? We have, at least in New England and PJM, kind of moved with capacity performance and pay for performance to creating additional shortage pricing into those markets. So we have evolved those markets. But it's still not clear to me exactly what the new standards are. I think ISO has done a terrific job building an innovative new analytic platform, looking at these expected unserved energy and these energy shortfalls. They call it energy adequacy, but I don't know I don't know what we want from each market, and I think that's an important discussion in terms of moving forward. And specifically, as we talk about resources and incentives, obviously that's going to play into fuel procurement and whether we want a capacity market that creates incentives to shore up fuel supplies and make the right decisions to ensure that you can be there as a capacity resource. Our company believes that a lot of those incentives are better served in the energy and reserve markets, which are markets that are closer in time to a delivery period. We commend ISO. I think the platform, the DAISY platform that they are building, and we mentioned this a couple years ago when FERC held an Energy and Ancillary Services conference, and had stressed even back then that this design does an excellent job addressing energy imbalances and looking forward to the real-time day, and looking particularly for this region where we have so much behind the meter and potential load variations that we're going to continue to see in this region. The DAISY design does an excellent job managing that, and we think it is a great platform on which to build. We still think there's more that can be done as we go to phase 2. And I was very happy to see originally ISO had presented a kind of replacement reserve. And I think in the most recent comments, ISO is more open to concepts and ideas in looking at a type of replacement reserve. We had proposed kind of a strategic reserve. I think regardless of what you call it, the idea is that there's an incentive in the market for resources either with long lead time to be there and to be able to be deployed, or resources to match some of the commitment timelines that those that run on gas are able to secure up before the operating day. So we do think there's a lot to be done, and really commend the ISO for that. I look forward to, I think, the discussion on the rest of this panel, but I am happy to participate and to provide that additional insight.
Thank you. Commissioner Allen.
So I'll just add my appreciation to, that have been expressed by others for you coming all the way up here to northern New England. As to the question, I won't spend too much time adding to the comments of others. I think there's a broad agreement. I think what's on the table, what's going through the committee process at ISO New England is good, and the process is important, and so we'll see what kind of makes its way all the way forward. But I do agree with essentially what has been put forward and the importance of the various characteristics of what has been added. I also appreciate the comments of ISO New England, and they provided in their written comments. They've added a few other things that I think will certainly be talked about going forward. Their comments about changes to the capacity market, the seasonality, making it potentially a prompt market. I agree with others that I think that directionally is a sensible thing, and I look forward to those conversations. They've also made reference to potentially adding some new ancillary services, maybe longer duration products in the ancillary service market. That makes sense to me and hasn't been vetted, but I certainly like the idea. And NextEra added something that I find interesting, and I think we kind of talked about it back in September, kind of an insurance product of sort, but a market for an insurance product. So it's referred to here as kind of a strategic operating reserve. I think as we learn more, we use this EPRI model, I think we're going to find new things over time, and we're going to find that there's that hole that we've observed in the past is going to reemerge at times, and we need to have products or incentives to bring products forward that help to fill that hole, and I think that strategic operating reserve is something that makes some sense to me. That's all for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good to see you. I'm over my time. I do want to allow the folks on this end to have a word, and then we'll move on to Commissioner Danley.
Thank you, Chairman Phillips. I will be brief, and it's good to see all the commissioners today. Quick background.
Prior to joining Vistra 4 years ago, I was at FERC for 9 years, including the last 5 with Commissioner LaFleur as advisor on New England issues. So I am knee-deep in what's been going on in New England for the past decade or so. Regarding your question, Chairman Phillips, I think I agree with what others have said. We do think that RCA and DAISY are marked improvements that will enhance reliability. But I think it's also important to kind of keep in mind what we've learned today, which is that the risks, the winter risks in New England, as ISO New England has defined them today, are manageable. My concern is in terms of what comes next. And we've spent the last decade in the region kind of looking to holistically solve the fuel security problems in the region, and frankly, the results have been mixed at times. There's been a lot of different iterations of it. And I think it's important to be kind of deliberate in terms of our next steps. For example, I know there's been conversations going on about the prompt seasonal market, and I will say that we are very open to it, but I think it's going to be a complicated design, and I think that it's going to be critical that we kind of think through the implications of that design, the benefits it'll provide, the costs it'll provide, before proceeding down what would be an 18-month stakeholder process. And it'd be a shame to spend that time, and turns out this is not achieving what we'd want it to achieve. At bottom, the lights are staying on in the region, reliability's been maintained, and I just want to be careful, putting aside prompt seasonal, I want to be careful regarding what our next steps are, because the last thing we want to do in this transition is kind of do a redo in a way that kind of makes things worse than they are right now. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Well put.
And thank you so much. I'm here today representing Avangrid and 2 of our transmission and electric distribution companies, including Central Maine Power and the United Illuminating Company. And collectively, we serve 1 million customers, 1 million electric customers. And so we're certainly, obviously, concerned and paying close attention to winter reliability. Our customers need electricity, and for that matter, heating opportunities. And so we certainly have opinions, and we're very encouraged by what we've heard today, but we still maintain, concern. And in terms of your specific question about what's being developed in the market right now, we're watching that closely as well. We do have some concerns, again, about the timing of when those products are going to become available, and if they're going to be able to help us in the near term, and the winter reliability near-term concerns that we still think are important to, protect against challenges with. Thank you.
All right. I will now turn it over to Commissioner Danley. Any comments or questions?
So we have these new analytics, new assumptions, and the question is, based on this new data that apparently says we're not in the terrible position we were before, in what way does that change the efforts that people would have wanted to see for tariff revisions a year ago? Because it seems like a fairly standard parade of ideas that we've heard in the past. But I'm not saying there aren't changes in the margins. I just am curious, going back to the same question again that has been asked now several times, and actually I'd like to start with Andrew. Will you give me an idea of what specific reforms you would like to see that you think would actually be the direct result of what we have learned from ISO New England's analytics, that is specifically tying it to what the revelatory new information in front of us?
Yes, when I signed up to do this panel, there was a fuel security crisis. Now there's not, so I appreciate that. So in terms of your
remember,
question,
you can answer whatever question you want now that you're answering it. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Danley. So I guess from my perspective, I guess I would be cautious about doing something significant, like major, without actually really appreciating the implications of it. Going back to what I said previously about the prompt seasonal market. I think the ripe area for me is to explore is, I think that from a competitive market perspective, I do think that performance constructs are absolutely crucial. I think that performance constructs create incentives for resources to perform, invest, make fuel procurement decisions, and if they don't perform, they face the penalties for it.
That you, despite perhaps, without getting into details, recent experience, you are convinced that that's the right mechanism?
We are convinced, without getting into specific details, that may have occurred somewhere else, yes. But that being said, I do think so. If you ask for reforms, I do think that like any other good market reform, I think that a refresh is warranted. And I think we should look at whether or not there are reforms that are available to PFP in the region that would actually enhance reliability, enhance performance. I know ICE New England has done some work on it recently, and I think their conclusions there, it was unclear their view on whether or not additional kind of work on this matter is warranted. But I think from our perspective, I think a refresh is warranted. I think that we could look to see if incentives could be enhanced. One of the challenges that always occurs in terms of, always raised in terms of PFP is there is very few performance events which kind of don't necessarily promote the right incentives. The question is, are there other ways in New England to kind of change that metric? I don't have a good answer right now in front of you. I think that's what the stakeholder process is for. But I think that's an area that we should consider exploring. I mean, that was the purpose of PFP on the front end was, if you go back and look at the original docket, it was to kind of address the winter risks in the region to the extent there are any. And I think that is something we should kind of consider.
We should probably just go down the line. Go ahead.
Avangrid supports the consideration of a seasonal capacity capacity market. In theory, the market with appropriate accreditation could result in the clearing winter capacity auction at a price that may be able to compensate resource owners to secure firm gas supply. And we believe that in liquid inventories, and particularly if that auction occurs at the same time that the generators are securing fuel supplies for the upcoming winter, I think that will be something that we'd like to see further consideration of.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Yep. I'll touch on quickly on the prompt and the seasonal, and then I'll actually give you 4 proposed solutions that we can maybe think about for the future. In terms of the prompt and the seasonal market, I think they do address some issues, but they also create new issues. So I think there's always trade-offs, and I think that's where I think from a stakeholder perspective we need to discuss this. And where I think of it is, it definitely, the prompt market addresses the phantom megawatts that we've been seeing in terms of projects not being ready to come in 3 years forward. We've seen that in the past, and I think this will address that. I think it will also address fuel procurements in terms of accreditation, because it gets closer to when fuel is contracted for and being qualified for the auction. But then I think it severely opens up the possibility for RMRs. People should not have short memory. This was happening in New York. We had multiple RMRs there because of this issue, and I think it could be for retirements or transmission issues, and I think that's a very serious issue that we need to address in terms of trade-offs. In terms of 4 specific solutions that I've thought of, I think the first one is cheapest, easiest, and quickest, and I think that's the ISO, to allow the energy market itself to just work. We saw this in 2017 and 18 when we had the most recent cold snap. The ISO took over the steering wheel and dispatched the fleet the way that they thought should be dispatched in terms of posturing the oil and gas units. What that did is it potentially maintained reliability, but at a cost of muting the price signals. The reserve prices over the span, the December and January of that period, was $1. But apparently we're close to a shortage events. So muting those signals creates bad incentives for resources to not contract for fuels during those times. So I think the ISO has learned from those mistakes, and we saw that in the most recent PFP event, where they saw that there's going to be a PFP event, but they realized that reliability was not at stake, and they allowed the market to play out, and we saw a PFP event. So I'm encouraged by that, and I hope that we will continue to do that. So then tying it to the next solution, which is reforms to the pay for performance. Personally, I think the 9,000, and we're talking with folks and nobody even remembers what the new rate is, but $9,000 is an insane amount of money, and in terms of a penalty, and it does just as much job if it was $900, because it's a strong signal to penalize or reward the performing resources. But if we have these rare events, they are really ripe for black swan events like we saw in PJM in New England. So resources that will get penalized for $900 will get the fuel, whether they're penalized for $900 or $9,000. So having the beauty of the PFP is that it's a zero-sum game between performers, good performers and bad performers, and in many ways, load is insulated from that construct. And I know, Commissioner Danley, you've been talking about PFP itself. The second piece is no IEP. I think in terms of overpaying for reliability, I think IEP, the Inventory to Energy Program, is discriminatory. I think creates muted signals as well. I think the capacity market, if we're going to procure the capacity and find different ways to accredit, then there is no need to sort of prop and stimulate certain technologies over the others. And then the last and fourth proposal is something that the ISS had mentioned in their comments, and something that I've been thinking about is really spending more time into the energy ancillary services. I think the current reserves, and the way I think of it, are more of a two-dimensional product, which is quantity and when you will need them. But they don't account for the length, which is kind of the three-dimensional piece. So maybe adding a 4-hour reserve product. I think the replacement reserves the ISO talked about is maybe dispatching units 4 hours into the future, but again, not having the duration, I think, is the missing piece. And this is where a product could come in to say you need to have at least 4 hours of reserves, 8 hours of reserves, so that way the ISO knows that there is the ability to dispatch these types of resources that will be able to generate. So those are kind of my specific proposals for potential solutions.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this might not really be an answer to your question, but we're not saying a lot of different things as a result of this study. I think the prescription is still the same. You need better capacity accreditation and a shift to a prompt seasonal market. I think the difference is that if it turns out that your risk is less severe, a well-designed market should produce a different set of outcomes that are likely to be lower prices, save consumers money, which is a good thing. The sooner you get these market design reforms in place, assuming they're well designed, the sooner that you can affect business decisions. So instead of having these resources that we know provide a lot of reliability value to the system, you'll provide them with incentives to stay in service and let less fuel secure resources go. So the sooner you can get these things in place, the less severe the situation will get.
Commissioner Danley, I'm probably the least qualified person on this panel to answer your question. So I will just say on behalf of ratepayers that I think all of the initiatives that are currently under discussion, including several of the ones that we just heard mentioned, are all potentially intriguing ideas as long as whatever decisions we make about what mechanisms and tariffs to implement are based on rigorous risk analysis. And by rigorous risk analysis, I mean we could pay for a system that incurs no risk or virtually no risk. It would cost a fortune and ratepayers wouldn't be able to pay their bills. So obviously we have to make some reasoned calculations about how much risk is worth incurring. I worry all the time as a ratepayer advocate that we are being forced to pay for the same thing twice. So I would urge everybody to think carefully about avoiding overlapping and duplicative solutions to the winter reliability crisis, if it still is a crisis. There's almost nothing that you can do that would be bad by definition, as long as it doesn't involve forcing electric ratepayers to keep the Everett Marine Terminal open. Just make sure that it's based not on guesswork, but on rigorous risk analysis.
So I guess first I wanted to make a couple of comments about the prompt seasonal market. I think the first thing to realize is we're kind of running that together. As we consider how to move forward with changes to the capacity market, we could talk about prompt annual market, we could talk about forward seasonal market, or we can talk prompt seasonal market, which is what most of us seem to be talking about right now. At the moment, my staff is still in the evaluation process. We need to think through what are the pluses, the minuses, potential consumer impacts, potential reliability impacts. And so, I want to assure, I know some people are worried about the memo that came out last week. The ISO hasn't written in the concrete that's hardening that we're going to do that. We still need to evaluate the prompt and or seasonal market. We need to come to the stakeholder process, consult with the states, and move that forward. So that's not locked in place. That is an assessment that's important that we're doing right now. A point that I would make picks up on an issue that Ms. Gardner raised, which is criteria. One of the things that we saw in doing the analysis for RCA, the capacity accreditation, which is also an issue if we wanted to do a seasonal market, are the reliability criteria. The criteria are annual. And so one of the things that the technical team realized as they were digging into how to do capacity accreditation, they were doing sensitivity analyses and looking at more severe, less severe winter. And as the winter became more severe, the model was saying, well, you should buy more summer resources. Because as the winter performance got worse, the annual standard could be met by doing a little better in the summer. It's not really what we were looking to do. So one of the things that we need to look at is what those criteria should be for a seasonal market, before we go crashing into it. More directly to the question that you put to us, Commissioner, what would we do differently? From a market design standpoint, actually probably not a lot different from the path that we were on. And the reason that I say that is when we look at the markets, and the capacity market in particular, they were designed 20 years ago for a portfolio and a grid that is going away. We had resources that were fuel secure and they were all fossil. We're moving in a direction, with state support, where we're moving toward intermittent resources that are low or zero carbon emitting, but they're all energy limited. And so we need to be thinking as we go forward, once we get past the kind of the 5-year threshold where we are right now, how do we better accommodate those limited energy resources, whether we're talking about wind, or we're talking about solar, or we're talking about storage. And one of the things that we're looking to move toward is what we're calling multi-period optimization, where we look at dispatching the power system rather than on an hour-by-hour basis or on a 5-minute basis, and trying to optimize that portfolio and those limited resources that they all bring to the table over a longer period forward, so that we make more effective use of storage, of wind. Let the wind run right now, even though maybe it's not economic at the moment. Maybe there's something cheaper that could be running, but that something cheaper could be running later when the wind's not blowing. And so we need to be thinking about moving in that sort of a direction. From a computational standpoint, we're not able to do that sort of analysis today, but by the time we get there, we expect that the computational capability will have grown to the point where we'll be able to solve those optimization problems. And those are the sorts of things, when you're looking at a 5-year forward to 10-year forward, how do we get to 2030, 35, 2040? Those are the sorts of projects that we need to be working on. And they go toward what I think a lot of us here are saying, which is focusing more on the energy and ancillary markets, and letting the capacity market kind of fade. I don't think it'll go away, but become less important, because what will happen is the resources that we want will be earning money through these other markets, and then taking money out of the capacity market and shifting it to resources that are doing the sorts of jobs that we need them to do.
Thank you.
Commissioner Danley, I think in direct response to your question, I just want to underscore, I think, a lot of what Mr. Carl was saying about taking the additional analytics and information that we have and have reflecting on today, and looking at better ways to incorporate that both in the products, the ancillary service design going forward. I do want to emphasize, like others on the panel have noted, it is time to prioritize pay-for-performance reform and to go back to what is it that we should define as a trigger, and making sure that we have fully integrated the incentives in our markets, and that we're not solving for different problems, that it is integrated fully. So I definitely underscore everything that Mr. Carl said, but I wanted to add one more comment. As an entity that is developing and managing resources throughout the country, we certainly have seen challenges in other areas and other RTOs that have a greater penetration of renewable resources and intermittence. And I think coming into this conference today, one of my biggest cautions is that we weren't just solving the problem today, that we were really thinking forward of all the new challenges that are going to be coming onto the system. And so I think for that reason, we are supportive of efforts to consider seasonal. We think it makes the most sense going forward, given the various profiles of resources and their ability to deliver in different seasons. Look forward to that discussion in the region. We do think that's a worthwhile effort. I did want to make one comment, though, like some others on the panel. I am very concerned about the idea of moving to a prompt market. We don't currently have a formal position on whether we should or shouldn't move to a prompt market. But as we saw in PJM's last auction in December, the timelines of resources in auctions are very much tied to planning processes, both in terms of assumptions on new resources coming into the market, even if it's through state policies, as well as transmission. And so I am very worried that unless we really think through what that would mean in terms of those assumptions, we could be creating situations where we end up with more RMRs, and transmission doesn't have the ability to solve for whether security violations or other concerns that could come out of a retirement bid. So don't have a formal position, but I think there's a lot there. I don't know personally if that's the one I would prioritize. I think we definitely have a lot on our plate moving forward.
So before I turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman, just two observations. Number one, yes, let markets work, and you never want anything to happen that blunts or obscures price signals. Though I do think that when staring down both barrels of a reliability catastrophe, the idea that the economic purists like you and me are going to win the argument, I think it's probably pretty low. So just a dose of reality on that. And then second, the takeaway here for me is that based on my question, not all that much has changed before and after. That is ex ante, we had an idea of what we wanted to do generally, and now ex post, after the revelations, to use that word again, it's still basically more or less the same thing, which furthers my confusion, and I am still bewildered by how it is we arrived at this new understanding of the situation I assume England is in. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm 5 minutes early.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Clements.
Thank you. I'm just struck by the complexity of the challenge you are dealing with and impressed with the perspective. There's a lot going on here, and I'm kind of stuck on which part to even start asking questions about. I think, this idea of what are we planning to is a really important question. And when we're thinking about the trade-offs that Alex, you mentioned, and I think Andy, you mentioned, between spending as stakeholder time, limited resources and time on reforms to the capacity market versus taking next steps after DAISY and the energy ancillary service market are hard questions. So I appreciate all the thought you are putting into them. One maybe more specific question, just to get back to a comment that, Michelle, you just made. Palas, maybe you can respond. One question is, the connection between a prompt market and new entry and a prompt market and retirement. And is it, on the retirement side at least, is it possible to decouple retirement notifications from the timing of the market, although they have been coordinated historically in these designs? Does that get at any of the concern? That's just one of the specific repeated concerns I hear about a prompt market.
Okay. Yeah. So if you were to transition to a prompt market, it's probably in many ways better for development timeframes and fuel procurement timeframes. There aren't that many units that are developed in the time frame of the 39 months it's allowed under the FCA, and even gas units usually take longer than that anyway. So it's not really good for them. On the retirement side, I don't think you really lose anything with a prompt market. Units retire for one of two reasons. Either something breaks unexpectedly, or the economics aren't there. So if something breaks and it's a pivotal resource for reliability, that's just as much of a problem for a 3-year ahead market, because you've already bought capacity from a resource that's incapable of meeting its capacity obligation. So then on the economic side, I don't think that the prompt market really has a disadvantage there either, because when resources retire due to economics and then it leaves like something that would lead to an RMR, I think we've found time and again it's a deficiency in the locational pricing of the capacity market that's really the issue. It's not that capacity markets are somehow unable to provide incentives for resources that are needed. So I really don't see the problem there in going to a prompt market.
Thanks. And there have been a lot of concerns expressed today about the lack of incentives for the procurement of firm fuel. And I guess I'd be skeptical that a blanket requirement as a capacity resource you must have firm fuel would be the right approach from a cost perspective. Does this 6-month piece get added? Are there other ways that we should be thinking about that piece of the equation and where it lives in the market design? I'm not just asking Palace, anyone who has a perspective.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
You go or me?
So I think that the 6-month ahead time frame is going to, if it's 6 months ahead of the summer because you're doing the forward framework that we have now that's annual, or sorry, not forward, I'm sorry. If you're doing an annual market for a 12-month period, the problem is that the procurement would have to occur probably more than 6 months before the winter. So that's not as ideal as in a seasonal framework. If you're doing seasonal and prompt and you have the ability to line up the fuel procurement really during the summer, or some comparable time period where it lines up better with the fuel procurement timeline for the winter. So there is some advantage in the seasonal framework that you get because it does allow you to tune that better than you would get in a 12-month, in the annual auction.
We think that a blanket firm fuel requirement would probably not be a good idea, and it probably would be uneconomic. And the reason is, when you think about the fuel situation in New England, there's a certain quantity of fuel that can get into the region. And in particular, I'm thinking about gas right now. There's only so much you can get in. So some resources, will sign firm fuel contracts and probably already have, and then everyone else is competing for the rest of that space that's available. So the question is, how do we assume that space gets allocated? And that's one of the, Palace had talked about some of the debate that we've had about, some of the proposals that ISO's got out there right now in the RCA. There's a couple ways you could administratively assume that it works. You could just peanut butter it all over the resources that are out there, or you could turn around and say, well, on a marginal basis, nobody can get fuel, so we're not going to give credit to anyone. Or you could take a step back and say, well, some resources are situated differently, both geographically and operationally. So if I have a gas resource that's in a particular favorable point on the gas system and I've got a really low heat rate, I know that there's a pretty good chance that I'm going to be at the front of the line to get gas. And so somebody else who's in a bad location and has a high heat rate has the opposite situation. So peanut buttering disadvantages me and helps them. Doing the marginal thing and giving no one credit, well, that hurts both of us. And we believe the better way to allocate that would be through some sort of auction type process, some sort of an optimization or a constraint in some sort of a clearing mechanism where my favorably situated efficient resource can compete for that limited space against somebody who's not as favorable. I'm probably willing to offer at a lower price in whatever this market is that we're looking at, so I get the credit, the other guy doesn't. And so we've talked about this in the stakeholder process. I think there's fairly broad agreement that that would be a good way to go. It's just in the time frame that we were working toward, the FCA 19 time frame, redesigning the auction process, the capacity auction process, would be a big lift and probably would be more efficient, from not only from the ISO's development standpoint, but the ability of everybody else to absorb it would be more efficient to do that in the context of moving to some sort of a seasonal product. But we believe that's really would be a preferable way to go rather than some blanket sort of firm fuel requirement.
Thank you. Andy?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Clements. Just a brief kind of word of caution on thinking about firm fuel procurement as kind of a benefit for prompt. I think it was discussed in the context of the RCA stakeholder process, and it makes some sense theoretically. But the question is, in terms of now, we're learning that the data may show that there may be no need for derating gas, non-firm gas in the winter, given the outcomes. So then the question is, what is the incentive, or why would you need to incorporate your firming into your capacity offers year out? So I understand it may change down the road, but if you're looking at prioritizing and timing, the question is, if there is no derating for non-firm in the capacity under RCA, then there is no incentive to incorporate it. So what's the need now? It's really a question. Once again, we're still open-minded on this, but that's what I'm struggling with.
Yeah, and I think just to add to what Andy was saying, in the way the RCA analysis initially came out, when it looked at the unserved energy hours between summer and winter, the split was 75% summer and 25% winter. And it also, like I said, it derated gas-only units by 50% their capability in the winter. But then on an annual basis, their derate was roughly 17%. So what that says is there enough incentive for resources to get the gas, to procure the firm gas, to get a higher accreditation? And Mr. Levitan, when he did a presentation at one of the committees, he said, well, the price really needs to be around $6 to get the incentive for resources to firm up and get the firm gas. Perhaps $6 is not a high price if you do go to a seasonal auction, because perhaps the summer price would be lower, and then when you add the two, the net benefit or the net increase may be minimal. But that was all under a scenario where we had data before we realized that the modeling was not appropriate. So now, if we get this data where the unserved energy in winter is zero and the derates are minimal, again, my fear is against the trade-off that we'll spend so much time on this forward and seasonal market, but the derates will be minimal and there will be very small incentive to firm up the gas. But I think potentially another solution is to maybe create some sort of a forward reserve market or anything, not specifically reserve market, but some kind of procurement of fuel that will incentivize natural gas resources to have sort of the backup or dual offer of at a high threshold price where they can switch from a regular gas to a LNG price. And that way they can offer on a forward basis what they think their cost would be and be able to recover. Wouldn't be just limited to LNG resources, but still buy that product that will give an opportunity for gas units to recover their fuel based on that forward procurement.
Thank you. Go ahead, Michelle, and then I'll be done.
I just wanted to make one quick comment, maybe as a follow-up here, and I do appreciate the ISO in kind of recognizing errors in the GEMR's modeling, the ability to kind of retrench, go back, see what makes sense. But I agree with others. I mean, we're finding the no winter risk and the going forward, does it really make sense to price in firm fuel? Even on a seasonal basis, does that make sense? But I just wanted to make one comment as we think about our reliability on resources going forward. We've seen a number of oil units and firm fuel units that are going to be needed in the market, at least in the foreseeable future, to help manage this energy transition gap. As well as being the owner of Seabrook Nuclear Power Plant, as I think about the firm fuel that our facilities are able to provide in the region, and particularly Seabrook with emissions-free kind of baseload support, The pause I have when we think about these firm fuel discussions is maybe flipping, instead of just looking at adding firm fuel, making sure that we're still valuing the resources that actually are providing firm fuel onto the system. Because time and time again, even in the RCA process, a plant like Seabrook was actually seeing a D-rate because of the way ISO was doing its modeling, because it was a large resource. So not only were we seeing a situation where gas wasn't getting derated, but we were looking at a result that actually showed Seabrook getting a D-rate, which didn't make sense to us given the reliability that a unit like that provides. So that's just another way to think about it, as well as, again, the transition. If we think of kind of the transition and the oil steam units that are in the market today, and what continued incentives can we put in our markets to make sure that those firm fuel resources stay around for as long as we need them.
Thank you.
Commissioner Christie.
I'm going to Mr. Christ. Mr. Christ, you said a lot that I could talk to you about for about 3 or 4 hours, but I'm not going to take up everybody's time. But I do want to ask you a couple things. You said the state motto of New Hampshire was not live free or die, but used and useful. Now, when are they going to put that on the license plates?
That was a loose translation of our state motto.
Okay, because I'd love to see used and useful on license plates. If you do that, New Hampshire, send me one, because I'm going to use it, get good trade-in value with that.
Will do.
My car's 12 years old. That might be consumer fraud, actually, but it would be state endorsed. So if you're for used and useful, let me ask you. Let's look at capacity market. I presume that under the principle of used and useful, you would really not be for a long-term capacity market, because you're paying for capacity 3 years in advance before you know it's going to be used and useful, correct?
That's correct. I've inured myself to that reality, however.
Okay. Let me move to transmission. You would not be in favor, for example, QIP and AFUDC, because those are awarded before a project is used and useful or ever will be used and useful.
Absolutely. QIP, New Hampshire is the anti-QIP state. We've had an anti-QIP statute on the books in New Hampshire since May 5th, 1979.
Okay. And one additional thing on transmission, you mentioned the concern you had that transmission projects, certainly local supplemental maintenance, they're called different things in different RTOs. I don't know what they're called up here. In PJM, they'd be supplementals, but local to the LSC are not being vetted and not being properly scrutinized before they go into formula rates. Is that your concern?
That is my concern. And again, I'm echoing what I've heard NISCO say as well.
Right. So then and I presume that you would not think that FERC should be giving a presumption of prudence when these projects are not thoroughly vetted or adequately vetted at the state level.
Absolutely not.
Man, there we go. One thing I would say to you, just to finally disagree, and not really disagreement, but you made the comment that state consumer advocates don't have the resources and the time and to participate in a lot of these RTO processes, and you're absolutely right. And you wanted to be in ISO New England. I'll tell you from experience, as someone who argued to get one in PJM, it's not a magic bullet. It really isn't. It's what we really need is a ratepayer advocate at FERC, and we don't have one. But that's for Congress to decide.
Indeed. Perhaps the Energy Policy Act of 2024 that my friend Commissioner Simpson proposed.
Commissioner Simpson's going to get, and maybe have that in there, but we won't.
I don't want to mislead anybody. I heartily agree with you that what I suggested is not a magic bullet. I mean, there's nothing that we can do that would guarantee that we would be as empowered as we ought to be as the only wallet in the room.
Okay. Thank you. Tell me when those license plates come out.
Will do.
All right, we thank everybody here. We are at the close of this panel. I'm going to turn it back to David. I think we all have earned a brief break. I think we can take like a 5-minute break and then come right back. Is that good?
Works for me if it works for you.
Okay.
We'll see everyone at 3:15.
Thank you.
If everyone could start to take their seats, we'll begin the closing roundtable and wrap up the day. We are now going to start the closing roundtable. I'd like to welcome our panelists to the table. For this panel, or roundtable, shall I say, we have Phil Bartlett, Chair of the Maine Public Utilities Commission, Katie Dykes, Commissioner, Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, Ronald Gerbotowski, Chairman of the Rhode Island Public Utilities Commission, Jim Robb, President and CEO, North American Electric Reliability Corporation, Carlton Simpson, Commissioner, New Hampshire Public Utilities Commission, Rebecca Tepper, Secretary, Massachusetts Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs, June Tierney, Commissioner, Vermont Department of Public Service, and Gordon Van Welly, President and CEO of ISO New England. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you again, David, and thank you, everybody. We have a full house to the end here today, and I think that this panel I've been looking forward to all day long. And so I'm not gonna belabor any points. I'm gonna get right to it, and I can imagine each of you could have written my question, what I'm gonna ask. I want to know, just one. Tell me what your top takeaway is from today, and I'll go ahead and put all my questions out, and then I want to know from you. What is the next step? What is the most important next step that we need to take? And finally, who needs to take that step? And so I will start with you, Mr. Robb.
I had a different question in mind, but yours is better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate being here. You know, I wish these issues were easy and non-controversial, like interregional transmission capacity assessments, those sorts of things. I think first of all, here's the top thing that strikes me, right? This was a much more encouraging conversation than I think we had back in September. For whatever set of reasons. I think there's some facts and analysis on the table that might have been missing last time. I think we had a good, robust conversation around that, you know, pro and con. I think the thing that stands out for me among the 6 kind of major takeaways that I have from today is that really managing the pace of this transition continues to be my #1 concern. And the one thing that we need to always keep our eyes open to, that we don't remove facilities until we can replace them in full. And I think the need for some of the assets that we've talked about today, whether it be the Everett terminal specifically, whether it be reinforcements of the natural gas system, the other kind of very exciting new resources that are coming on the system here, the offshore wind, which is terribly exciting in terms of how transformational that could be for the region, the expansion of solar up here. All of these things make a great soup, but they got to be added in the right order and in the right quantities in order to make this whole thing work. And I would just kind of continue to raise to the region's awareness to be very, very thoughtful about how we move from the system we're at today to the one that we'll be at in the future at some date. And not to be short-sighted about what we're going to need to make that transition work reliably.
Mr. Van Woolley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners and fellow state colleagues for joining us here today. So my top takeaway is the reality that the gas and electric systems are highly interdependent, but we're still overseeing, analyzing, operating, and planning these systems in silos. And you heard it today in multiple panels. So, I observed or heard your comments last week, read them in the press clips, where you pointed out that there's a lack of oversight over the gas industry. And it doesn't have to be FERC, it has to be somebody that has to provide that oversight. And I do agree with that. Commissioner Simpson earlier today called on new legislation to remedy that problem. Now, I'm not naive. I don't think Congress is going to click its fingers and change that overnight. So we have to live with the reality that we have, but I think it's the source of much of the confusion and frustration that we heard during the course of the day. And I believe that we need new standards, new regulatory requirements. I think you heard Vamsi speak earlier on about if we're going to solve this energy adequacy issue through a market, we need to define the metric for it. So I think the work that the team have done has pointed us in the right direction with regard to coming up with an energy shortfall standard. We're still going to have to agree on what that looks like before you can clear such a thing through a market. But I think one thing that all the regulators here at this table can do to help is to require that the gas industry do as comprehensive a job on the operational performance, the dynamic operational performance of the gas system as we're attempting to do on the electric system. Only then do I think you will see the full picture. Because I think we're making an assumption, which has been challenged today, that the gas system will be reliable. So, if you give me a few more minutes, I just want to run through a couple of other things. So, the results from the so-called EPRI analysis freely admit that this is an incomplete study at this point. We had a choice: do we put out an incomplete study or withhold it, knowing that the information within that study was very germane and pertinent to this conversation? Because the other thing I heard today was what's at play here really is the cost allocation problem around Everett. Who's going to pay for it in the short run? So I'll come back to that. So there are two sort of primary assumptions upon which that study rests. The first is that the gas system will continue to perform at historic levels without Everett. Is that a good assumption or a bad assumption? We need the gas industry to tell us. We heard today during the course of some of these panels that may not be a good assumption. But still, it's surprising to me that after 20 years of talking about this issue, we still do not have a regular, rigorous analysis of whether the gas system is going to meet not only the firm customers, but also the electric generation needs of the system, whether they're firm or not. So I think that's a regulatory gap that has to be addressed. The other big assumption that our study rests upon is the fact that the region, the ISO, and the Commission will follow through on a long list of very important market design reforms, which are going to be very difficult. Resource capacity accreditation, I think DAISY is going to be easier because we've tried that one before, and we're coming back the second time. But you heard both Bob Ethier and Mark Carl put out a long list of things that we would like to do. Capacity accreditation, ancillary service reform, replacement reserves, possibly a prompt seasonal auction, IEPs in the mix. These are all very difficult topics. So to assume that we're going to get through all of these issues on time is a big assumption. And we've learned through experience that often that may not be the case. So what are the risks? So the good news is in the short run, the risks seem to be abating a little bit. And I'm very happy to see that. And that's really because of the work that the states have done on energy efficiency and the solar penetration. Really modest demand growth and high solar penetration has offset some of the energy adequacy risk. We didn't see that until we did this analysis. But what are the risks in the longer term? The risks in the longer term are that the two prior big assumptions that I mentioned turn out to be incorrect, that the gas system will perform, that we'll get all these market design improvements done on time. The second big one is load growth. So we just put out a revised load forecast for the 2031-2032 period. We're showing an addition of some 6 gigawatts of additional load. That's dramatic. That's going to look like a hockey stick in the second part of this decade. And that's to meet the forecasted electrification goals. So that's a big variable. And then, of course, retirements, particularly of the oil units, because what you've heard is as we rely less on gas, we become more dependent on oil. And then the fourth one is, will the offshore wind be here on time? And we've seen some delays there. So there are big variables out there with regard to the future. And so if you ask me, how do I feel about the risks? I'm not feeling sanguine about the risks, to Commissioner Danley's question earlier on. In the short run, I'm feeling a little more relaxed about where we are, given the analysis. But in the longer run, I'm still as concerned as I've ever been. And there's just too many variables out there that could break in a negative direction for us. And therefore, I would say that from the perspective of answering the question of whether the region needs to retain Everett or not, to me, it's a simple decision. The region should retain Everett. It's prudent. That's why we said it's prudent to do so. I think it would be extremely unwise were we to let that facility go until we know where we are with regard to these variables. And so then your question was, what are the next steps? We've got a long list of next steps ahead of us. We have to complete the EPRI analysis. We have to look at the 2032. We have to continue to make progress on these various market design initiatives. But I'd also say to all of you, please let's make sure we get the gas side of this equation understood. And that's not something that we have the power to control. All of you collectively have the power to do that, and I'd ask you to do that, please.
Thank you. Chair Bartlett.
Thank you. I think my biggest takeaway is that we're better informed than we were the last time we spoke. When I spoke in Vermont, one of the things I mentioned was that we needed to better define energy adequacy, understand what it was, how we were going to measure it, so that we had something to work towards. That is, we were coming up with solutions. We knew the problem we were trying to solve. I think the EPRI study has gone a long way in that regard, giving us a sense of the risk and the magnitude of those risks. And I think from here, we need to work with ISO, the states and ISO need to work together to develop that energy adequacy metric. What is it that we need to solve for based on this analysis? And I think that's going to be incredibly important as we see the 2032 analysis. I think the 2027 gives us a little comfort. I expect that 2032 will pose a lot more challenges for some of the reasons that Gordon has mentioned. And I think as we get that, I think we need to sort of reconvene and focus on what needs to be done over the next couple of years that will get us ready and that will solve the energy adequacy challenges that are likely to be put right in front of us when we get that 2032 analysis. So I think the core message is that we all need to remain vigilant, keep a sense of urgency. This problem is not solved. At most, we have a bit of a reprieve, and we need to continue to dig in. And then finally, I agree with Gordon's point that we absolutely need to better understand the gas system and the interdependencies with the electric system. That is a huge gap. We need to do, I think it's a combination of studies and coming up with new mechanisms for ongoing sort of dialogue, measurement, so that we have a better understanding of the problem in real time before we get ourselves into too much trouble.
My takeaways are, I think that today has been really valuable in helping to shift our focus a bit. If that's the takeaway, I think that it will be a huge success. I think that, to the extent that we've looked at the 2027 results, I don't think we should be taking away from those results that this is a time to relax, or to feel a reprieve, or to breathe a sigh of relief, or that we have some time. I think that what those results should be telling us is that we need to work quickly to get the 2032 analysis, because we have a very limited amount of time to start on the path of deploying the resources that are going to be necessary for reliability and to support electrification in the next decade. And it takes 5 to 7, 8, 10 years sometimes to build transmission, to get offshore wind, a nascent resource that's in a very dynamic moment right now, deployed, right? So just to take those two examples. So we probably have 6, 12, maybe 18 months, and decisions that will be taken during that time frame that are going to be determine where we're going to be in 2032. So I really commend FERC for hosting these forums. I think they happened because there was a sense of an emergency, that we were about to lose a critical resource, and that we all had to come together lest we face the microphones around rolling blackouts. but I think we're still in that urgent emergency moment. And so I would share my colleagues' view that I think a reconvening, because it's lovely, to come up and visit New England, a reconvening would be very helpful when we have the 2032 results, so we can really build out the robust list of what needs to happen next, because it's all within the time that we are all collectively going to be, sitting in the seats that we're sitting in, that the decisions will be made that will dictate what the reliability result will be in 2032. So I really hope that we'll continue to have that level of elevated, that heightened sense of urgency that can convene us all and bring us all together, because it's not one, there's not one specific action or reform or investment that will determine all this. It's going to be a host of different things. State decisions, ISO market design, FERC decisions, and so, as well as federal funding through the IRA and the bipartisan infrastructure law that is accelerating decision-making investments. So I think getting the band back together after the 2032 results are out would be really helpful. One last thing I just want to say, the ISO New England market, it's geographically isolated. It's a small market, and it's vulnerable to exercises of market power as a result. And we have, over the last 2 decades, evolved a market design, capacity market that is built around the investment needs of natural gas resources. And we are, whether you're enthusiastic about decarbonization goals or not, the bottom line is that we don't have the gas delivery infrastructure to support that level of gas dependence. And so I think the 2032 study, as we look at those results, it feels to me like finally an opportunity, a generational opportunity to break free from this sort of single resource dependency that has locked in so much market power and so much exercise of leverage that it's to the detriment of our ratepayers. And I'm excited about that. I think that it also means that we need to think about, where we're putting our focus. The capacity market is sort of like the Everett of energy issues. It takes up so much bandwidth, so much stakeholder focus. We only have so much stakeholder focus. This is an amazing community in Newport, and New England to get together and work through these issues in a multi-state ISO. But there's only so many hours of the day that we can spend in these types of meetings. So focusing on energy and ancillary services reforms, to me, is more valuable. Not to diminish all the discussions about the capacity market, but that's where the resources that are really keeping the lights on are making their money. And so just leaving that as another comment.
So I think that the prior speakers have identified all the good takeaways, so I won't have much more to add about that. And I don't have any brainiac solutions to offer, but just a few just general comments. First, even though we have the study, and even though we have some feelings that maybe it's not so bad as we thought it was, I still retain a instinctive skepticism about that. It's very difficult for me to go on the last year and a half telling the powers that be in Rhode Island that the sky might be falling this winter, and then to go back and say it's all manageable. And maybe it is manageable, but I still worry about that. In fact, even with when you assume a normal winter, it is manageable, we still are one contingency away from something really bad. And what my other fear, maybe because I'm a worrywart about these things, is that if something like that happens, then we're going to be faced with drastic actions that are going to be demanded that could make things worse, not better. So I live with that because I don't think it's a good message to leave this conference and saying everything's okay now. Everything's not okay. We still have risks. We still have to keep our eye on the ball on this. And I think the market reforms is directionally the best thing that we can do right now. With ancillary services, the capacity accreditation, and the seasonal market reforms. And while I share with Don Kreese the tendency to say provocative things, I don't always agree with him on everything, but I do agree with this. When we look at those reforms, that we really need to have a rigorous assessment to make sure it really is addressing the risks that we're trying to achieve. I've said enough about Everett, and I think that on the need for trying to get an analysis on the gas side matched with the electric side. I hope there's more dialogue about that. I don't think that, as I said earlier, I don't think that's about FERC issuing orders or the states issuing orders. It's just trying to get folks together to try to see if we can't develop something sensible. I'll leave you with this. I think that maybe something that we all recognize that started last September is that we can all agree that there's certain things that we need to do, and we start going into a circle and we can get a consensus, and then it always comes down to, yeah, but we can't do anything about it. And I feel like that's what happens because of the regulatory gaps. It's not a blaming of anyone, but we have the federal and we have the state, and we seem to have this area that leaves us with no one in charge to be able to really say, yes, you must do this or that. So we're going to continue to face, I think, some difficult issues like this potentially in the future. I don't have a good answer for it, but that's my perception of the circumstances. But thank you very much. I certainly, on behalf of Rhode Island, really appreciate the FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, coming in and really taking all of this seriously and coming twice. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
The policy questions that I posed, I hope I'm not naive. I might characterize it as youthful naivete. But I think that, fundamentally, we're not in Attleboro anymore. Our jurisdictions are getting closer and closer together because they need to. And the data that underpins these various energy infrastructures, whether it's electricity, whether it's the gas network, whether it's the various delivered fuel supply chains, we really need real-time information and system status to reliably monitor and operate these interdependent systems. So at a state level, I think we need to do more with the distribution companies that we regulate. We need to enable customers to have better access to information. And at a federal level, I think that the regulatory constructs that exist need to evolve, just like state policies and regulatory constructs continue to evolve. It will help to enable new market opportunities, which will enable us to value and determine the attributes that different resources provide to the system, provide more transparency, and hopefully ensure continued reliable operation and safety.
I think we're in a better place information-wise than we were when you were here the last time. I think that I remember the last time saying that nobody had looked at the actual numbers with respect to Everett. And I do think we're in a better place in terms of having the information that we need to make a good decision, at least on the electric side. I also think that we're coming away from here with a clear consensus among the states about the need to act as a region and together. I think the New England region is right now committed to working together on various issues. I think we're moving in the right direction in lots of fronts. I think the study showed us, if we didn't already know it, the value of solar even in the winter. And we need to, I do agree with the sense of urgency to continue on our clean energy procurements and the benefits that we're going to see from the offshore wind industry, which I believe 100% that we will have an offshore wind industry off the East Coast. It's just too valuable. We have, some of the best wind in the world. Saudi Arabia of wind here, and it's too valuable of a resource for it not to happen. So, I think full press on the offshore wind, full press on the transmission to support it, full press on the transmission to support clean energy, and full press on the tie lines to be able to bring in renewables from other regions.
I'll start by thanking the Commission again for coming here and for continuing to join in this process of sifting for insights and looking for the path forward for our decarbonized future that we need to get to safely, as I said last year, which is why I patient myself in listening to the discourse about the role of natural gas in this transition. notwithstanding the fact that every time we say that, there are people out there saying, do you not get it? We need to stop burning fossil fuels. And when the answer becomes, hey, we can burn less of gas because we've got oil, it's not an appreciable improvement. I worry about our conversation today, which again was expert and highly incisive and elucidating. I worry about it coming across as tone deaf. And so if I have a top takeaway today, it's that this is an unforgiving forum, not because we are unforgiving toward each other, but because there are people listening so closely and so carefully, and nuance doesn't go over well. Example, ISO's taken quite a beating today. 9 months ago, the message was, oh my word, the sky is falling. Today, the message is, well, we've got some breathing room, but I can relate to the bewildered sense that Commissioner Danley has, because I've puzzled about this all day, and I just asked one of my colleagues, in one sentence, what has changed? And we really struggled to come up with that one sentence. But then Phil said, they did the analysis. They did the robust analysis, and they're to be congratulated for that. And it being ISO's analysis, I have no question that it was done well. The problem that I see continues to be, to the folks we're trying to reach, the hearts and minds who need to join us in this process, they continue to feel like they're not included in the study thinking. And how can we change that? It was very refreshing to have Dawn here today, talking in a rabid consumer advocate voice. I remember, I think, Rebecca, that was you last year or 2 years ago, right? More of that, but maybe not just from the consumer advocate now, maybe also from the EJ40 people, maybe also from the health people who will talk a little more about what it means to be choosing between the air pollution of natural gas and the air pollution of oil as we seek to secure winter reliability. Trust seems to be somewhat, a trusted partner, ISO, gave us the study result. I trust them. I know many others do as well. But I think Commissioner Darnley has put his finger on something, or Danley, forgive me, that only a regulator, and only a regulator like FERC can do, which is point to the need for some sunshine. How did we get here? How did this happen? That's a pretty simple process. You can pose questions to ISO and say, why is the analysis only coming now? And ISO can answer those questions, and my money says they have good answers. The public needs to know that, because the reporting on today's event no doubt is going to be, who knew? There's no crisis, and we all know that that's not so. It's just that the definition of the crisis, the parameters of the crisis, et cetera, have changed on us, but that doesn't mean it's gone away. I've looked for a suitable analogy, and they've all eluded me. The best I can come up with is this. I'm driving a car in a New England winter, and there's ice on the road, and there's a terrible glare. And at that point, my option is to flip that blinder down and hope it does the job. But if you're like me, you're at an intersection, and the lights are up there, and you can't see them because the blinder's in your way. Is it green yet? I can't tell. But as soon as we stop defining the problem as there's too much glare on the road from the ice, and instead we say there's too much white light, that opens up the possibility of getting out your sunglasses, if you have some polarized one, and filtering out the white light, and you see the problem differently. And I think that is what ISO's done, and that is what the EPRI study shows us. But all that's terribly nuanced, and we need to be able to communicate about that in a way that makes us worthy of the trust that the public invests in us. So the question was, what's the next step? And I would say build trust. And the next step to building trust is, I don't want to say further study. I do want to say, let's do the study that Gordon has so clearly articulated needs to be done, and that Ron so passionately advocated for. Let us start looking at gas and electric systems as the interdependent systems they are. And let us do more analysis there to understand how we can make those systems talk to each other in order to make greater progress on our winter reliability and our transition for how our grid is fueled. But with that said, let us bear in mind as we do that that we are talking to a significant portion of a society that is saying we can't be burning any more fossil fuels. We can't be doing what we've always done before. It's beyond ironic that we're now looking into the particulars of a system that at this very moment we also need to have go away. So, but let's do it, because we have to build the trust, and we have to get to that new world where we have a decarbonized grid safely. And whether I like it or not, natural gas has a role to play in that. Who needs to take that next step? Oh, Chair Phillips, you know what I'm going to say. You know I'm going to say FERC, and I'm going to say thank you, but I'm going to surprise you a little bit. I'm going to say FERC has a unique convening authority, and Commissioner Christie, I know you know that. As a former state regulator, you are very well versed in the powers of the state, and I know with the time you spent at FERC, you are also now well versed in the convening authority of FERC. And nobody can make ISO and the states and the industry and stakeholders who want in on the conversation sit up and pay attention and speak their minds in the presence of each other the way FERC can. So this is not a gratuitous use of your time. This is, I think, the way we plug the regulatory gap that has become clear between our state jurisdiction and our federal jurisdiction, where we all see that we are terribly reliant on collaboration, as you pointed out, Commissioner Clements. You're delighted that we're doing that regional planning now, and FERC was hoping we would do that, and we're barely doing it because we too see the urgency, but we don't really know how to do it. I would love to see ISO be helmed or be steering some of that, but it's not clear to me whether they can or will or won't have the authority. Those are the things that these convened proceedings can clarify for us. So we need more of that. But states and ISO have a role to play too. So ISO needs to figure out how to bring more voices into its studies, I think. And I'm sorry, ISO, I know I'm throwing that at you and you're probably hating me for it, but it's good medicine, honest. States, I heard Vamsi's question, and I think FERC took it up as well. What is the risk? What is the appetite we have for risk in the region? What is the standard we are designing toward if we have quantified the amount of risk we can take? That's a fair question. The flip side of that is, okay, having assumed that risk, how do we harden our people so that they can bear the downside of that risk? And I think that is a state mission. We can use the partnership and help of FERC in educating people about how they can help. This is back to demand response, energy efficiency, behaviors like making sure your backup battery is charged when a storm's coming. We need your help with that, of course, but fundamentally it is also for the states to be looking at how do we harden our people to deal with the risk that we necessarily have to bear. Because as Don so eloquently put it, we can't afford the perfect system. We can't. Sorry if I tried your patience in going over too much, but that was my takeaway today.
Thank you. Commissioner Clements.
Thank you. I will undoubtedly fail at ingesting all of the great guidance you just provided because it takes a lot to process the idea that we are speaking at an expert level that doesn't bring everybody in, and I very much appreciate the comment and apologize in advance to the extent that I'm not able to switch over. I guess I didn't hear today that it's either everything's fine, you know, it used to be the world is falling and now everything's fine. My takeaway in reaction to all of yours is that the rest of the world isn't static. We have a question about an asset, a big asset, an important asset, and things around it are changing. And there has been an intuition about the problem for a decade that's been around fuel security. And through this quantification process, we see that other things around in the world are changing and will continue to change. And that's great, that's encouraging. That doesn't mean we have a large amount of breathing room where we can, go out and not worry about it. It does give us a little bit of breathing room. It gives you all a little bit of breathing room, but less bad doesn't make it okay. I think when the amount of information that was presented in the last panel on market design is intimidating, and maybe that breathing room is the time where you all as a region and stakeholders get to have the hard conversations. I have spoken favorably about seasonal constructs, especially as relates to the flexibility that demand side resources might get from that relative to participation, affordable participation, participation in that market. That doesn't mean I think that's the only answer or the right answer. I have written about my interest in, I'm intrigued by the proposal on a prompt front. That doesn't mean I know that's the right answer or the only answer. I think from where I sit across this commission, I am open to the idea that maybe it is that piece of the capacity market that needs to be the top priority. Or maybe it is, as some people said today, the energy and ancillary services and what comes next there. And where 80 to 90% of the revenues live for any resource. So I want to be supportive of whichever place that limited amount of resources can go to. And I hope in comments following this day, you can help us understand maybe as you process it, what would be most helpful from FERC. Is it giving you that space and time to figure these things out? Is it providing more perspective on a set of principles? Do we need to dig in more discreetly on, loss of, unserved energy, on what the design criteria are? We can be helpful. We can take leadership in that way. But it would be helpful to get your perspective on what that looks like, in addition to what you've already said to us today. And so I don't think I have additional questions, but just to express appreciation and certainly take to heart, Commissioner Tierney, your comments about how we, and Secretary Tepper's comments about how we broaden the conversation. But go ahead, Gordon.
So, Commissioner, I just wanted to pick up on one thing you said, because I heard the same conversation about, is further capacity market reform the most important thing we should be doing? So we did a study that we published last year. It was a study that came out of request from the states that looked at, it was called the Pathway Study, that was intended to look at, how does one drive clean energy resources through a market. But what we were also looking at is what happens to the revenue stream to the existing resources in the market. And so what that study showed very clearly, as we load more and more renewables onto the system, is going to tend to compress energy market prices, which is going to make the capacity market ever more important going forward, or some mechanism that takes over the function of a capacity market. So as I look out, into the future here, I don't see how we can lower the priority on that issue. And because it's going to become the balancing revenue stream to deal with paying for resources that are going to have ever lower capacity factors over time.
Thanks. And my comments weren't to suggest you shouldn't. It was to suggest I don't know what the right answer is. So thank you all for participating today.
Commissioner Christie.
I love coming to New England a century after the Attleboro case and hearing a commissioner from Rhode Island talk about a regulatory gap. Some things never change. Thought we fixed that 100 years ago, but it's great to hear. Here's what I want to ask, and I'm going to ask this because we have like 5 state commissioners on this panel, so I think it's appropriate. June Tierney, Commissioner Tierney just mentioned this. Secretary Tepper mentioned it. Everybody always mentions DR as part of the long-term solution. We're going to do DR. We're going to plug the gap with DR. We're going to lose gas. We're going to lose coal. We're going to plug the gap with DR. So let me ask you this. We have 5 state commissioners. The most effective DR program, which also picks up conservation, which can, there's 2 things. EE, energy efficiency, reduces load over the course of the year. It's an efficiency program that just reduces load on a secular basis. DR is about reducing peak, sometimes called peak shaving. And the most effective way to do it is through time-varying rates, dynamic pricing. That's the most effective way to do it. Everybody gets to participate. It's available to all consumers, and it's proven to really, really work. It's both peak shaving and it's also efficiency over the course of the year. How many of you, but it's a retail rate issue. It's not a FERC issue. Okay, it's a retail rate issue. Nobody in the retail rate world is going to know what LNP is at a given time. You cannot take a FERC wholesale market and make residential consumers know what LNP is every 5 minutes. So it's a retail rate issue. How many of you are working on or have already instituted a time-varying dynamic pricing rate structure designed to, A, reduce load on a secular basis over the course of the year, and B, especially, do peak shaving? How many states are doing that? Let's start with Phil.
What I would say is we've adopted some time of use rates, particularly focused around EV and heat pumps, because those are newer technologies, and we think we can get people to engage. I agree with you that the demand response, next level of demand response, has to be at the retail level, and I certainly take that challenge. I know that's something that Maine needs to work on, and I think the whole region could work effectively on to come up with better demand response models. And I do think the EPRI study, may give us some insight into how valuable that can be, which can then help justify the cost of it. I also think it goes back to the other points that have been made about trying to bring the public along. Time of use rates as mandatory rates or dynamic pricing as mandatory is very, very unpopular. Most consumer advocates are opposed to it. A lot of consumer groups are opposed to it. They are very concerned about sort of the impact on vulnerable folks. So we have a long way to go. I mean, I think we are going to be looking at rate design issues in Maine for sure. Would like to get to a place where we had a mandatory time of use rate, or some sort of dynamic pricing, because I think that is exactly how we help to balance supply and demand. But we're a long way from that in terms of trying to get the publics to understand it, support it, and embrace it. So I think in the shorter term, we're working on these voluntary programs, opt-in programs, to try to demonstrate the effectiveness and the benefits of them. But I absolutely agree with you that that's a retail issue.
And I would just say this, it is unpopular. There's a lot of pushback. A lot of consumer advocates don't like it, but it's about trade-offs. If you want to shut down all these, fossil fuel plants, and if your answer is always DR is going to be to fill the gap, well, this is what it means. I mean, you have to start looking at rate designs that really incent people to cut back. So it's trade-offs. Yeah, Commissioner Simpson.
Thank you. Prior to joining the New Hampshire Commission, I had worked on time of use rate designs, and I'm a time of use rate customer. We have multiple utilities in New Hampshire that offer optional time of use rates for a variety of applications. I think that, as with so much in this space, incrementalism is really important, and engagement, public engagement, educating folks about these options and how they could change their behavior to mitigate system conditions, save money, reduce emissions, a variety of different applications. But offering those rate opportunities for customers, I think, is a foundational component, and that's why I always seem to get back to the data question. We have to have more real-time information in order to enable a time of use paradigm. But that's a long conversation to have. It is a challenging topic, and we need to engage with the public, understand their concerns, the dimension of the issues, what the cost implications would be, in order to realize whether that is what customers really want.
Secretary Tepper.
Well, as I said earlier, I think the states have some work to do in this area. In Massachusetts, we don't have smart meters yet, so we need to put in our smart meters. But I agree with you that the key here is to make sure that everybody's not on the system at the same time. So that I don't think that time varying rates are the only way you can do that. We have a clean peak standard in Massachusetts. And I think virtual power plants are going to be a way for us to control the peak without having to do necessarily with the rates. I think we're all going to have, people are going to have storage in their house, they're going to have storage in their car, they're going to have solar on their roof. All of that can be managed in a way to control the peak. So I think there are a couple of ways to get at that. A couple ways to get at that same issue. But I agree with you that there is more work to be done.
Mr. Tierney.
And briefly, we have a variety of arrangements like that in Vermont, and perhaps more importantly, you missed your opportunity to ask Commissioner Allen from Vermont about this. He is expert in the subject, and while he was serving at the department with me, he did extensive study of the subject involving all of our distribution utilities, recalling that we are still vertically integrated in Vermont. And as Rebecca pointed out, having the ability to do that depends on having smart meters, which we do pervasively have in Vermont. Interesting though, there's still that element that does not, and that's an equity issue, because now once you're talking about smart meters, you're talking about broadband. So, these are things to keep in mind. A philosophical debate that's unfolded in Vermont is often, do we ask consumers to be involved on that level, or do we empower our utilities to have systems that effectuate the same outcome without asking consumers to be involved on that level?
You'll find out.
Well, we have one program that comes to mind, if I'm not mistaken. It's our Powerwall program, where the idea there was the consumer installs a Powerwall at the house and has a tariffed arrangement with the utility whereby they can draw power out of that battery at moments when needed to meet, say, peak demand and the like. And there's a appropriate tariff offset for that. So these are things that we are doing at the state level in pursuit of the very thing you're talking about. Hope that answers your question.
Well, Riley's an economist, so I'm sure he understands it, knows the benefit for sure.
Right, and I'm a behaviorist, and we always had very robust debates about that in my office.
That's an interesting dichotomy. Commissioner Gierkowski.
I didn't want you to think, Commissioner Christie, that on behalf of Rhode Island I'm ignoring your inquiry. I have an advanced metering infrastructure case in front of me now that implicates it, so I'm not going to comment, but I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay. I could comment on your case, but I won't. It's a slogan called smart meters plus dumb rates equals zero. But nevertheless. Katie?
I'm happy to add, just to round out your tour of the states, we're not in such a dissimilar space from some of the other states in terms of AMI deployment, and then putting in the rate structures. We've got time of use like block rates, but there certainly are dockets underway at the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority that could be an opportunity to explore further. But I do think that this is this very question is one of the great, I think, results, or perhaps I don't know, conversations has become possible because of the EPRI analysis, because in all these discussions about winter reliability for years and years, we've talked about, solar PV, efficiency, DR, don't really help here, right? But now with the results on the solar PV, those insights, right, now it brings these kinds of resources into the spotlight as from a winter reliability standpoint. So when that happens, then it makes it possible for states. For example, we administer the utility, the budgets and the programs for our utility administrative efficiency programs now go into our cost effectiveness testing and start to value some of these winter reliability contributions, and that can unlock different levels of incentives and so on and so forth that could bring more of these resources forward.
Commissioner Daly?
So, Gordon, we went from last year, a discussion in which the plan was, let's hope for a milder, moderate winter, something at the time I derisively referred to as regulation by rain dance, right? You're hoping that a certain weather pattern shows up, to a declaration that it is manageable, whatever that word means, for now, but who knows what happens in 4 or 5 years. And so rather than just immediately get into it, I will offer you the opportunity to respond to the question I'd asked before. I think that's only fair, which is, what about the plans for market design have changed before and after we have gotten the analytics you've gotten?
So the plans haven't really changed. Perhaps the new thing that's on the table more explicitly than it was a year ago is the possibility of moving to a seasonal market. And we think that we should also consider a move to a prompt market. So, but you've heard the caveat around that. That's not a set in stone discussion at this point. We need to have the conversation with our stakeholders. So I'd say that's kind of the new thing from a ISO perspective. Our market monitor has been advocating for that for several years now. So, and the reason that things haven't really changed is we don't think the energy adequacy risk has gone away, right? So I don't think that this is suddenly, I was a bit worried about some of the commentary on some of the earlier panels that made it sound like because we've come out with one part of a study that shows some positive results for energy adequacy in the near term, that suddenly we should forget about that problem. We should reform every aspect of our market that has anything to do with incenting performance, for example. I think that would be a mistake. So I think there's a lot of work ahead of us. I'm not naive about how hard it's going to be. Resource capacity accreditation is going to be, to use a technical term, a food fight. As we look at how do we sharpen the price signals within the capacity market and accredited resources. So the work ahead is clear to us. How quickly we're going to get through it is not clear to me. It's going to require support from our stakeholders, from the states, and ultimately from the Commission. These are going to be hard things to do.
So do you think that I am misinterpreting this and that I'm loading too much meaning into the euphemism of manageable? Or do you think that I am taking this as too rosy an assessment, because I kind of caught that criticism there? Is that your view?
So manageable does not equate to comfortable. So when Vamsi or Steve and George say things will be manageable when we have 100,000 megawatt energy, 100,000 megawatt hour energy shortfall, what does that look like? That'll look like California last summer. That's not going to be a comfortable situation. That'll be the ISO speaking directly to the states, getting the governors out there, appealing for conservation, et cetera, et cetera. So that's not a comfortable scenario. What was surprising to us when we did the study was that the magnitude of the shortfall wasn't as big as what we had previously modeled in deterministic studies. So, maybe a word here on deterministic studies versus probabilistic studies. These are just studies, by the way. They're not gospel. They all embody assumptions and ultimately data sets from prior experience. So if you look at our journey, we came out of the winter of 2017-18 with a near miss event. So we were within a few days of depleting our stored fuels within the region. And the debate within the control room was, do we run the flag up at DOE and declare an energy emergency or not? The judgment was made that we thought we would get replenishment because the weather was going to break on the other side of the weekend. And we held firm. But that experience really alarmed us because we had no way to either measure the risk at that point or communicate the risk to the public at large and to policymakers. So that resulted in us starting the first round of analysis that we did, which was a deterministic analysis. It started off really as a spreadsheet and eventually evolved into an optimization program, which is now the core of the 21-day rolling forecast that we do. Along the way, we had a lot of requests for bringing in a more of a probabilistic analysis around what the future weather probabilities might do to our deterministic analysis, more probabilistic analysis around outages and so forth. So that really was the genesis of the EPRI study. You heard Vamsi say it took us 18 months to get to this point. We're not done yet. So we have at least another 3 to 4 months before we can publish the 2032 study, and then we'll be running more scenarios on behalf of stakeholders. So that's been a 2-year journey, which, if you go back in time, I wouldn't have thought it would take that long to set this up. So the work that EPRI has done, the climate modeling they have today wasn't available 5 years ago. So what you're seeing is an evolving state of the art with regard to the modeling. If I look at the 2032 analysis, it's going to have some level of determinism bolted on to a probabilistic study because there's no other way of doing it. You're going to have to make assumptions about what the resource mix looks like in 2031, 2032. You're going to have to make assumptions about retirements, about load growth. So really, we'll be having scenarios, and then the great debate around assumptions will recommence. Which side of the assumptions do you want to be on, the more pessimistic side or the more optimistic side? Frankly, when I look at what's ahead of us, given everything that we've got to do, all the market design work, all the work the states have to do with regard to dynamic pricing and retail rates, all the work that's got to be done and all the supply chain issues in terms of getting the offshore wind up and running, there's an enormous amount of work there. So how that's all going to play out is not clear to me. The one thing that I do start seeing happen is load growth is coming. So people are not waiting around for us to start installing heat pumps, not only in their homes, but in the Charles River to produce clean steam. We have cities and towns basically declaring a moratorium on gas after 2030. So that's going to drive load growth independent of whether we get all of this other work done. And that can become the biggest driver on the energy adequacy risk if we're not careful. So that's why, a long-winded way of saying to you that I don't think that the energy adequacy risk has gone away, and it doesn't change the path we were on already with regard to market design. There's a huge mountain to climb here.
So when you say manageable, it means what specifically? But because you can manage the sinking of the Titanic, right? So
Yeah.
what is it that
What does it mean? So what it means is that if you have some forewarning of this, which is what the tool gives us, because really what New England rests on during the wintertime is the depletion rate of stored fuels. That's what it comes down to. So you're monitoring your oil levels and you're monitoring the LNG levels. If you see a weather pattern coming in and you know things about the system in real time or near to real time within days or weeks, you can then make decisions about whether or not you face additional risk, and you can start priming the system to respond to that ahead of the event. So it's a bit like, in the weeks lead. If Texas had this capability, they could have been doing things the week before the event to drive some conservation. So if you can drive conservation the week before, you're slowing down the burn rate on your stored fuels. So that's what we mean by managing.
So the follow-up to that is, and I took that to be what it meant.
Yeah.
You gave in Burlington a list of contingencies, any one of which, would be very problematic.
Yep.
Those still
Those still
exist.
hold. They still exist.
So this is, I'm really not trying to force you to take my language, so reject it if you like, but it seems as though this is, it seems to me a marginal discovery that allows you to manage marginal risk for a specific time period only, but all the contingencies that we listed 9 months ago are still there, and the system stability is threatened should any of those come to pass. Right? Fight me on that if you want.
No, I think that's correct. So the question really is, what's the probability of those events occurring? That's part of, once you commit to a probabilistic analysis methodology, you lose the freedom to just insert a specific contingency into that analysis. So, but that said, if we were to have one of the large nuclear units be out for a month during the middle of the winter, or we would lose the tie lines to Quebec for a month in the middle of the winter, or even a week, actually, that's going to be a real crisis for the region. So, I think, but the problem is, if we were to put out a study that suggests that that is a high probability, which it's not, then I think we face criticism from another angle. So you're sort of damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. What we've tried to do is play it as best as possible down the middle of the fairway.
So the one last question I have then for you is, you said that you had a choice of either withholding the study, which was incomplete because it only goes to a certain period of time and has certain, well, actually I'm saying it has certain assumptions built into it. You didn't say that. Or wait till you had the full complete picture, right? But you released it because it was relevant to the conversation, I think was the phrase you used. What conversation are you specifically referring to if this isn't a paradigm shift, to use that term again, on what potential market reforms are being advanced?
Well, actually, I think it's relevant to the conversation around Everett, not with regard to the long-term trajectory and market design reforms. And so the question really, one of the questions that was on the table was, how does one retain Everett? As we did our analysis, the first thing we came to was, if we were to let Mystic go, to Commissioner Christie's point, there's no jurisdictional hook to retain Everett. And we knew that we didn't have the justification to continue to retain the Mystic units. So that left open the question of whether one would retain the Everett Marine Terminal. And we still believe that that's a sensible thing to do. So then the question of whether or not the electric system should cover some of the costs of Everett or not is that to some degree a question of what does the analysis show. And so the analysis is not giving comfort in the short run. It may in the long run, but that's going to depend on which side you sit on these various assumptions. So that's the thing that I find very frustrating about this, to be honest with you. I mean, it goes back to the jurisdictional gap. This is an interdependent system. When we did a load shedding exercise, tabletop exercise with the utility companies last year, one of the things we learned through that process was that the low pressure gas system can't tolerate load shedding. So there's an interdependency at the wholesale level in the sense that the wholesale bulk power system is dependent on the gas system. At the distribution level, the gas system is dependent on the reliability of the electric system. And so it makes our regulatory system actually makes no sense from an engineering perspective. We really need to be looking at this holistically, but we sort of stuck with the paradigm we have because of the fact that 30 years ago, 40 years ago, these two systems were not interdependent.
So the one thing I'll say in response to that is FERC has its narrow jurisdictional powers and the states have everything else. And so to the extent to which there is residual responsibility, it's not ours, it's theirs. And there is a tendency, I think, sometimes for state regulators to feel some comfort in the fact that the ISO is there to take the first incoming shots, but in reality, it will ultimately fall to them. That's just me editorializing. So the final thing is for Mr. Robb, really quickly. Having heard all of this and presumably looked at the analysis with as much enthusiasm as we have, are you sanguine about the circumstances over the near term, knowing that long term is a big question mark?
Absolutely not. I think this region is at the edge. I think it's going to stay at the edge. I think the potential for a weather system, even like we saw last year, right? If Elliott had been a couple hundred miles further east, right, we'd be having a very different conversation right now. The resource mix that we're moving towards here is full of all kinds of performance issues, right, that we don't yet understand. And I am encouraged that there seems to be a slightly changed view towards the importance of the natural gas system. The natural gas system up here is absolutely critical. And it needs to be reinforced, and it needs to be integrated in the electric sector planning, as pretty much everyone has mentioned on this panel, and that is a huge gap in the energy policy of this region.
So the way I see the circumstances are much as they were 9 months ago. Resource constrained, can't build new infrastructure, prices are really, really high, and nobody wants to pay for anything. And so the question that I'm always left with every time here is, are the rates JNR? And that is fundamentally the only interest that the commission should have. So anyway, with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, all the panelists. I had a whole little speech written that I was going to say at the end of this thing, but I'll save it for another day. I will say this. The leadership here in New England, it is superb. So you don't need me to tell you what you need to do. But I'll leave you with this. I was a scout. And at the end of a hard day, long day's work, there's a song we sing, and it's called Vespers. And scouts in the room, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, you know what I'm about to say. You ask yourself a bunch of questions. It asks you to reflect upon the day. And at the end of it, you say, have I done, I'm not going to sing, don't worry about that. But you say, have I done and have I dared everything to be prepared? And that's the charge I leave you with. You all go back, look at yourself, and say, have I done everything I can to ensure that the people that count on me, that I'm going to show up for them, and that they're not going to be in the dark? Let's all do that, okay? I want to thank all the people at FERC, all the staff, everybody from the folks who picked this hotel, the folks who helped stream everything, everybody who came here, all right? We did good work today. This concludes our forum. Thank you so much.